Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candace Marie. I'll be your astrologer this month, and this is going to be the horoscopes for October 2025 for the 12 rising signs. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm excited to talk to you guys about the transits for the month ahead. Do me a favor, and if you're new here, subscribe to the channel. Click that bell button below so you're alerted as to when we have new videos. I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday trying to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you like this video. Consider sharing on your socials. While you're there, follow me on X at BTV Astro for more of my Astro musings. And make sure you leave me a comment below and let me know how the month of October plays out for you. Drop your rising sign and let me know what's shaking in October. Now, if you guys want to learn more about me, if you'd like to book a personal reading, maybe you want to pick up one of my digital personal astrology calendars for Apple iPhone or Google Calendar, or you'd like to learn tarot or astrology, head over to my website at beyondtheveiltarot.com. You guys can find all of that information there. And I'll tell you guys, I am a busy bee. Between eclipses and things that are going on with the end of the year, I am now booking in December, January, and February. So if you guys know that you want to get a reading, make sure you check out my live reading calendar and you get on my books. All right, so this is post-eclipse month. I know some of you guys are watching this in mid-September, so we have yet to have the solar eclipse in Virgo. But for those of you guys who are watching at the end of September or in early October, this is when things, for the most part, kind of start to kind of settle down. We're seeing the dust that's going to be settling after September's eclipses. So I hope you guys are all doing well. You're thriving. Obviously, it has been a whirlwind. I've been feeling it too. So I know what you guys are going through. Feel free to leave your war stories in the comments below about what happened with those eclipses. But October is a very different month. So if you guys are new here, basically what I like to do is create a master list of the transits that catch my eye that I feel like are going to be the most significant for the month ahead. These are the transits that I'm going to be looking at for each and every one of the 12 rising signs. I'll also be talking about where your chart ruler is and pulling tarot to let you know what is happening for the month ahead. You guys can also find these dates down below in the description. So if you go down below, you'll be able to see all the days where we're having the aspects. Equally, follow me along throughout the month. I do an astro weather every Sunday. It's kind of like my Sunday service. And we also do new and full moon videos, retrograde videos, and much more. But this is all the content that comes out early, so you guys know how to plan your month. So the month is going to kick off on October the 1st. We are going to see Mercury in the sign of Libra coming into a square with Jupiter in Cancer. All I will say about this is that obviously emotions and overly, kind of feeling overly optimistic and being a little bit maybe too enthusiastic about stuff can definitely be going down. Big news and big emotions are likely to follow from this transit. October the 4th, we're going to see Venus coming into conjunction with the South Node in Virgo. Nothing is scarier than October and the potential for hearing from past lovers, romantic connections, and things like that. We are still kind of grappling with the eclipses, so there can be more eclipse fallout as Venus rules love, money, and relationships, meets with the South Node. So there can be a lot of clashes, changes in relationships this month. Venus, conjunct the South Node represents something that we're releasing or somehow dealing with the past in some way. Not the easiest transit for love and money, and certainly with a full moon in Aries this month and a new moon in Libra, we are going to be seeing where we stand in relationships to other people. So the relationship shakeups will continue this month. I would just say be careful when it comes to dealing with the past. We're supposed to be releasing and letting some of this stuff go. On October the 6th, Mercury will leave the sign of Libra. It will ingress into Scorpio. As a natal Mercury in Scorpio, I love this transit. I feel like it's great for digging deep, getting information, doing research, and uncovering kind of what lies beneath. But as you guys know, Scorpio is a Mars-Pluto ruled sign, so communication gets a little intense, and we're going to be peeling back the curtain. So I'm expecting a lot of intense communication throughout the month, and also some major exposure happening because, as you guys know, Mercury will at some point be coming into a square with Pluto. That's going to be happening right around the same time the ingress takes place. Pluto is in Aquarius, so about the 6th and the 7th of October, you're going to see the Mercury-Pluto square, where there's going to be lots of mental pressure and challenges revolving around communication And I think, coming out with the truth. Now, on the 6th of October, we will see a full moon taking place in the sign of Aries. This will take place at 14 degrees. So if you have anything around 13, 14, 15 degrees of Aries, this one's for you. And also for the cardinal signs around those degrees, you'll be feeling the impact of the square. Now, I'll talk about this in a later video, but Mars will be in Scorpio. So it's definitely going to pack quite a punch. It's all about change and transformation if Mars is in that sign, and Aries deals with the individual. We've had a lot of energy here this year between Saturn and Neptune in Aries, and also retrogrades that took place earlier this year, a solar eclipse in Aries. So just so you guys know, this is a solar eclipse seeded full moon. So if you go back to the spring of 2025, we had that solar eclipse in Aries at 9 degrees. Now we have a culmination of what we've been working on since that time. Obviously, like I said, the lines are going to be drawn in relationships. When the moon is in Aries and the sun is in Libra, this creates the full moon. It's intense, but it's also about looking at ourselves and what we're willing to purge and transform. On October 11th, we're going to see Venus in Virgo make an opposition to Saturn in Pisces. So this is not the easiest day for love and money. Obviously, Venus wants to, connect with other people, be diplomatic. She wants to focus on relationships and resources, but Saturn is kind of blocking that and standing in the way. Now, if you guys think about the solar eclipse in the sign of Virgo that takes place in later September, it opposes Saturn. We will also see like Mercury oppose Saturn, and then we're going to see Venus oppose Saturn. So there's been a lot of roadblocks that have been kind of coming up karmically, or things that are confusing or not getting all the information with Saturn in a Neptunian sign. So whenever we see oppositions to Saturn, there is some limitation or delay. So something to think about is that when it comes to what we love the most, what we want the most, what we need the most, and also Virgo, what's healthy, right? What's going to be productive, what's going to work. That opposition to Saturn indicates that there are some delays in relationships, financial transactions, and some challenges with relationships with people at work. Not the best day for anything aesthetic or anything in terms of commitments, and it's a day to kind of reassess where we stand with other people and our values. Now, on the 13th of October, we will see then Venus ingress into Libra. So we can kind of rejoice for that. Now, Venus is going to be moving through one of her home signs. Obviously, this is going to be a lot better for relationships and also anything kind of connecting to diplomacy, beauty, arts, and anything that deals with like leisure and indulgences. So Venus moving through the sign that deals with partnerships does indicate that we are going to see a better next couple weeks ahead when it comes to relationships. But something to think about, as soon as Venus enters into Libra, she is going to be making an opposition to Neptune in Aries. So after we saw kind of the delay and the setback a day or so early, then we see some confusion, some misunderstandings, and potentially even some catfishing. So we want to wait a couple days until Venus starts to come out of the opposition with Neptune and starts forming a trine with Pluto in Aquarius. So I would kind of wait or maybe hold off on any major luxury purchases, aesthetic stuff, anything like that, until about maybe like the 14th or the 15th. That's when we're going to see better money and relationship moves. And then on October 13th, we're also going to see Pluto station direct in Aquarius. Now, Pluto's been retrograde for the last couple of months. It's not changing signs. It's going to be going direct at the early degree of Aquarius. And obviously, it's been a whirlwind the last 2 years having Pluto in this sign. But Pluto is coming back online. And something I haven't spoken about, but it's worth mentioning, is that Pluto is actually out of bounds. So it's a very rare and unusual occurrence to have Pluto out of bounds. We don't see it very often, and we're going to see it during the summer into the early fall months for the next several years. It's going to be taking place off and on for a while. But here, Pluto doesn't really have any, it doesn't have any limits. There's no distinction as to, where Pluto can go, what it can change, and it's kind of like living lawlessly. So while Pluto is in this position and it's going direct, you guys want to kind of take into consideration where Aquarius is in your chart, because things can get rather intense when it comes to the future. Obviously, Aquarius and anything that deals with technology, humanitarianism, anything that's also connected to the internet, and kind of mobilization in groups of people. So I keep calling Pluto and Aquarius is like this collective purge that's going on, and it's been intense, but it's going to come back online. So we'll see what happens when Pluto goes direct. Obviously, most significant for my early degree Aquarius placements and my Scorpio risings. Now, then we're going to see on October 16th that the sun in Libra comes into a square with Jupiter in Cancer. Similar aspects to what we saw on the first when Mercury and Libra squared. And the sun square Jupiter, I feel like, is a little bit easier to navigate. Obviously, cardinal squares do represent frustration. We're kind of feeling like we're at a four-way stop and everybody's got to stop and wait. And everybody's just trying to kind of forge ahead at the same time. The sun can deal with our ego. It can also be about joy, creativity, our love lives. And obviously Jupiter in Cancer makes everything a little bit more emotional. It's also bringing our attention to our home, our domestic kind of family lives, and what's going on with the countries that we live within. So I do think it's going to be a call for more diplomacy. It's also probably going to surround a lot of partnerships and working together to make some big changes in our local communities and also in our homelands. But this is a day where we can be a little too overly enthusiastic. We can be also a little emotionally reactionary to what's kind of going on with our relationships when it comes to our partnerships in our home and our family. So watch for that. Now, on the 20th of October, and this will last for a couple of days. So I would say the 20th pretty much through about the 24th, but it will be exact on the 20th. Mercury will come into an exact conjunction with Mars in Scorpio. Now, this is going to be happening at 19 degrees. So if you have anything 18, 19, 20 degrees, pay close attention, because not only will this conjunction happen, but it's going to happen and it's going to last for a couple-day period. You'll see, Mercury and Mars move side by side. Well, what can I say about this? It's an interesting day because obviously Mercury deals with the South Node. So there is this sense of, I think, jaw-dropping information and stuff that's kind of being exposed, particularly revolving around violence and conflict, anything relating to war or secret information that is now kind of coming to the surface. 19 degrees does deal with relationships and it does deal with balance. And we can find that it can be really difficult to kind of communicate in a way without getting angry or reactionary or confrontational. Obviously, Scorpio is a little bit more strategic in how it conducts war. But still, nevertheless, we have to kind of watch our words during this couple-day period because tensions can rise and we can kind of get a little agitated. Now, Mars, on the other hand, is a planet that deals with action. It deals with military mobilization. It's also connected to independence and anything revolving around being first. Now, it's good for sexy talk. It's good also for being very passionate. But I think that the fact that this is involving the South Node ruler and also the fact that Mars is, still connected to Neptune and Aries, there is this association with starting to kind of get angry and agitated about the things we did not know, about the things that we should have known, the things that our gut was telling us, our intuition was telling us. Might be a day where we're just deep in, a rabbit hole doing some research, or, we're kind of thinking long and hard about the actions that we want to take and really aligning our actions with words, right? Mercury, Mars. Now, this is also the same day that Mercury is going to enter shadow. So we will not see this until around early November. Mercury will turn retrograde actually in Sagittarius, and throughout the month of November, it will retrograde from Sagittarius back into Scorpio. So even though this is not the Mercury retrograde, this is the time where you're going to start seeing the effects of the Mercury retrograde start to kick in. So likely there's a possibility that the actions we take, the harmful speech that we use, the actions that, we kind of, participate in, like they can have consequences. And it can be something that can kind of come up in a very big way in the month of November. So watch out for the Mercury shadow, make sure that you're trying to get all of your stuff done, or you're backing stuff up, you're initiating your contracts, planning your travel, planning your move, ideally before this date. Now, because we're going to see the Mercury shadow happening, Scorpio, we will see Mercury retrograde back into Scorpio in November. And when it does, it's going to be meeting with Mars again. And we're going to see trines to Saturn as well as Jupiter. So in my opinion, even though this is like a difficult Mercury retrograde, obviously in Sagittarius where we can tell tall tales, this is a really beneficial Mercury retrograde. The fact that we will see a conjunction to Mars where we can rethink some of our frustrations and agitation. We can become more mindful of how we communicate. The trines to Jupiter do indicate that there can be some positive lessons in emotional healing. And also the trines to Saturn can indicate that it can stabilize our mind and help us think more long-term. So don't fear this one. If you don't get everything done, you can use November to work through this period. And I imagine it's going to be very interesting. So I'm still kind of digging into that one. I'll do a video for you guys probably later in the month. October 21st, we have a new moon in Libra. This will be taking place at 28 degrees. Obviously, this is about setting new intentions in the Libra area of our chart. If you happen to have anything 27, 28, 29 degrees of Libra or the cardinal signs, you're going to be feeling the effects of this. Now, this is great for setting new intentions in relationships. Obviously, we are going to see some colorful aspects, one of which is, I think, going to be the square that we're going to be seeing, obviously, to Pluto, so that's a little dicey. And at least Venus, the ruler, is going to be situated in the sign of Libra. So it is going to be beneficial for new relationships. Venus will be behind the sun, so it can indicate that we are really like calling in a higher love, some kind of soulmate, kind of, connected divine partnership, and she will be at a 7. I think with around this time, especially earlier in the month, with Venus trine Uranus, with Venus trine Pluto, right when she ingressed into this particular sign, really what it's been showing us is that relationships can improve through better communication and the willingness to kind of work together when it comes to future goals. So it's pretty common when we get into October and November, that we see a lot of changes in relationships just because of the Aries full moon and the Libra new moon. But I do feel like this is a positive step in the right direction when it comes to manifesting new relationships. Obviously, at 28 degrees, it's about dealing with the past. It's also about home and family relationships and matters of the heart. Now, on the 22nd of October, we will see Neptune retrograde back into Pisces. Back to the circus, back to the clown world. We are going to see Saturn and Neptune wrap up its kind of final stretch between now and February of next year in the mutable water sign of Pisces. I'm affectionately recalling this the beginning of the end. You have to really look at what's going on in the Pisces area of your chart. We recently had a lunar eclipse there. Saturn is going back to show us where we need to have better boundaries, and this is also about karmic collective undoing globally, spiritually, and when it comes to, our past life stuff, if you believe in that. We can choose to be a victim. We can choose to hide under the bed. We can decide that we don't want to face the truth or the harsh realities of the world. We can isolate ourselves, or we can decide to finally put the past in the past, heal things, come together collectively, focus on art and music and spirituality, meditation, and oneness. And I think that that's really the key. There's going to be a whole mess of things that are going to happen with this, but one thing I'll tell you guys is that Neptune is particularly strong in this sign. When it's been in Aries, it's been more in your face. With Saturn and Neptune back in the sign of Pisces, we're going to feel like we're hitting a collective wall. We can feel tired, we can feel more emotional and more sensitive. And I encourage you guys to really maintain a regular meditation practice, a spiritual practice, walks on the beach, obviously long soaks, going into a sauna, anything that's going to be spiritual in nature, whether that's music, painting, praying, meditating, whatever it is that you guys want to do, because this is going to be a time where we are flushing out all of the old and we're preparing in 2026 for this brave new world. Now, obviously, if you are a Pisces or Pisces rising, particularly if you have anything in Pisces about 25 to 29 degrees, you're still under this very rare and unusual Saturn and Neptune transit. So this is going to be more significant for you guys. On the 22nd of October, we will also see the sun ingress into Scorpio, and we will begin Scorpio season. So to all of my Libras and my Scorpios who are born in October, happy birthday to you guys. And Scorpio season is going to kick off with a bang. With obviously, Mercury being in the same sign, it's in shadow. We are also seeing Mars moving through Scorpio. And then the sun is coming into Scorpio, and it's going to start coming into a square with Pluto right off the bat. Pretty much from the 22nd to the 23rd, things get intense. This is about kind of, like I said, unearthing everything. It's about finding out what lies beneath. Mercury and Mars are going to be the analysts. It's going to be the people who are connected to financing, banking, anything revolving also around debt and loans. We're going to hear a lot about taxes and also things that are connecting to, obviously, media. Journalists is Mercury. So with Mercury and Mars coming into conjunction, I do feel like that prior to Scorpio season and the sun square Pluto is going to be really showing you where there is an attack on information, right? We're in an information war. That's what's going on. And I think a lot of this is about really exposing with the Pluto square to the collective that there's some dirty deeds that are being done. There's some information we don't know. There's some things that needs to come out. And I think it's going to be very telling. Not crazy about making predictions, but I feel like with that conjunction happening around 18 or 19 degrees, we might hear more about laws revolving around speech, freedom of speech, controlled speech, what we can and cannot say, what should or should not be said, and people who are going to be either rallying, against free speech, or people who are going to be coming out saying, you know what, it's terrible that people have the ability to say whatever they want online because people can abuse that. But at the end of the day, it's a slippery slope if we do make the decision to start censoring certain types of speech. And so that's going to be basically more or less the conversation we're going to be having end of October into November. Pluto is obviously the dispositor of Sun, Mercury, and Mars. So with Pluto in Aquarius and Aquarius coming back online, I think a lot of this is going to revolve around TikTok. What's going on with the future of TikTok, with communities and people being able to come together and discuss things. And I think you're going to see a lot of people making content revolving around what we're not seeing in terms of independent journalism and what is going on regarding war in other countries. Now, as we get to October 29th, we will then see Mercury ingress into the sign of Sagittarius. Positive is that this is going to be obviously where the mind is going to be more optimistic. We're going to be thinking about travel, philosophy. We're also going to be really focusing on culture and beliefs. We can tell tall tales when Mercury is in Sagittarius. Obviously, it's a bit debilitated here. And once it moves into Sagittarius later in the day on the 29th, it is going to come into an opposition with Uranus in Gemini. Now, Uranus is obviously in a mercurial sign. So if we see, Mercury that's moving in its opposite sign, oppositions create friction. Uranus in Gemini is dealing with apps. It's dealing with public transportation, media, anything also connecting to the news, also journalists, radio. And I think that there is going to be some shocking information that is kind of coming out revolving around the Mercury ingress. Keep in mind, Mercury doesn't do well here. Keep in mind also Mercury's in shadow. And we are going to see eventually when Mercury turns retrograde in November, it will turn retrograde conjunct Mars and Sagittarius. Clearly, the wars are being taken to the courts. This is going to be about a debate over philosophy, over culture, what people believe in, what people can and cannot legally say. There's going to be lots of talk also about what's going on with potential, threats regarding travel, particularly airlines. We will probably see that there could be issues with airlines revolving around travel. And I think that the other thing to kind of consider is that, we're going to be having some really unusual things happening in late October. So we're going to see the planet, it's not really a planet, but Atlas, this body that's getting really close to Earth. We're also going to be having a pretty significant amount of solar energy that's going to be taking place also around the end of the month. And I believe it's about a day or two before Mercury enters into Sagittarius. I think it's the 29th or the 30th. So right around the 29th or the 30th, apparently what we're hearing, according to scientists and, mathematicians, they're saying it's like a collective event that's going to take place. We've got this body that's really close to Earth that's going to impact, or it's going to be affecting, obviously, what's kind of going on with the solar energy, the atmosphere, and things that are kind of connecting to our not our grid, but our planet's energy. There's like a word that I'm trying to think of. Sorry, guys, but we're going to see that there is going to be an impact where the sun is going to be much more potent. That planet's going to be nearby. And then they're saying that there is potential with this increased solar energy that it can impact GPSs. It can impact radio. It can impact communications, cell phones, technological devices, all that stuff. So I find it very fascinating that this is supposed to be happening right around the 30th. And it's the same time that Mercury is in shadow. It's the same time that Mercury is opposing Uranus. I do think that we might see some major communication outages and some issues with some grids in locations around the world. But the positive here, the positive is, if we become disconnected, if for whatever reason that happens, if we have a couple outages of apps or cell phone issues or issues with GPS, clearly the cosmos want us to disconnect and they want us to tune in. Now, I was watching a video where somebody was talking about that if you do all the math and the figures, they're basically saying that this is going to be raising the frequency on our planet. And it's going to raise the frequency to the point where all of us are going to be having this effect where we're all going to be able to, be connected. It may potentially affect our brain waves in a positive way. It's going to raise what's going on with the frequency of the Earth. And all of us are most likely going to have some kind of like collective download. So on the 29th, on the 30th, take some time to unplug, meditate for a little bit. In the off chance that all this kooky stuff is true, then if we do end up having this mass kind of frequency shift, and we're all able to be a little bit more tuned in and tapped in, high frequency is not necessarily a bad thing. This is going to be something that is going to kind of liberate us, I think, from some of the heavier energies that we've been feeling over this last month. If I can find that video, I will link it. I'll put it in the comments so you guys don't think I'm a cuckoo bird, so you guys can see it. But that's the long and the short of what's going to be going on in October. Stay tuned. We'll be doing more videos on all of this stuff. And if I can swing it, I'll do a overview for October as we get into the end of September. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the 12 rising signs. And as a reminder, I'm a Western astrologer. So that's the kind of astrology that I like to practice. Listen to your rising sign first. That is going to be found the 9 o'clock hour of your chart. If you don't know what that means, go to astro.com, plug in your birth chart information, time, date, and location, cast the chart, and look at the left-hand side of the chart. That's your rising sign. We use the rising sign in horoscopes really because we're going on in zodiacal order. So when we look at where the planets are actually moving in the sky, how it's impacting your chart ruler, the first house lord, as well as your first house is going to dictate quite literally what's happening. Now, I also recommend listening to your sun sign to get more information about your career, your happiness, your joy, creativity, and your moon sign to see more about what's going on with you emotionally, with your home, and also your family. You have to put it all together to kind of see what it means. I'll make sure that in the description, I put the degrees for the conjunctions and the squares and all of that stuff. So if you do happen to want to look more closely at your chart and see if stuff is making aspects in your chart exactly, you guys will be able to take a look. And if all of this sounds like Latin, click the links below, head over to my website, book a reading with me. I'm happy to help. All right, so let's go ahead and get going with these 12 rising signs. Hey, Aries and Aries risings, welcome to your October 2025 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. We're going to kick off by talking a little bit about the month of October and what's going on with Mars, your ruling planet. Now, Mars is going to be spending the entire month of October in the sign of Scorpio. So as you guys know, this is your natal 8th house. And as it trans through your 8th house, this is a house that deals with shared resources. This is also about intimacy, sex, transformation, deep emotional bonds, and secrets. So as Mars is going through here, you're going through a profound period of transformation, whether that's psychologically or when it comes to your relationships or your resources. Now, this placement is definitely going to be intensifying your drive when it comes to uncovering hidden truths, managing joint finances. So think like child support, spousal support, inheritances, taxes, budgeting, and also engaging in very passionate connections. And it means that this is a period of empowerment, I think, through facing your fears. So yes, there can be potential financial gains that can happen here, particularly from partnerships. But also the need to kind of navigate power dynamics really carefully to avoid conflicts with other people. And themes like control and jealousy can definitely come up this month. I also want to remind you guys that you will see Mercury conjunct Mars. That's going to be an important date to watch. And you will have a full moon in your sign. So if you happen to have any placements around the degrees of the full moon, that 14, 15, 16 degrees, pay close attention because you're going to be the star of the show. So we're going to kick off first by talking about what's happening on October the 1st, 2025. This is where you're going to be seeing Mercury, which will still be in Libra, by the way. At the beginning of the month, it will be in your 7th house of relationships, and it will come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer. Now, as Mercury goes through your 7th house of partnerships, and it makes a square to Jupiter, your 4th house, which is about home and family, squares create tension. This creates tension between communication and relationships and also your expansion at home. It possibly could be about, leading to over kind of optimistic promises with partners that affect family stability. And I would say just expect that there could be debates or exaggerated plans. My advice for you on this transit is just focused on balanced dialogue and try to harmonize, domestic growth with relational harmony with other people, and avoid overcommitting to prevent misunderstandings. Now, on October 4th, Venus will be coming into conjunction with the South Node in Virgo. So Venus will start the month actually in your 6th house, which deals with health habits and routines. Coworkers, having issues with coworkers, airing out issues in your health, airing out issues in your relationships has definitely been a theme. So this is really highlighting that it's really time to release, old patterns in service or wellness habits. And perhaps this is like letting go of perfectionism in relationships or when it comes to self-care. Keep an eye on your partners. Your partners can be having some health issues as well, obviously touch wood. And it affects you by encouraging detoxification from draining routines and kind of paving the way for healthier boundaries. As you guys know, this has been obviously a theme with the solar eclipse. And as Venus goes into conjunction with the South Node, and then a couple days later hits that solar eclipse degree, there's going to be some pretty significant change that's going to be taking place with your health and habits. Some of you guys might notice that you're changing offices, or that there is this sense of kind of feeling out of love or falling out of love with work or your habits. Now, on the 6th of the month, we're going to see Mercury's ingress into Scorpio. So Mercury will actually leave your 7th house. It'll go into your 8th house. And as I said, about the 6th, the 7th, not only does Mercury come into your 8th, but it's going to start to square Pluto. So there can be some intense conversations that you can be having online with friends, with other people. There can be some intense debates also about finances. And with Mercury going into your 8th house, this is really sharpening your kind of investigative mind. Maybe you're feeling like you're, kind of learning about mysteries. Maybe you're doing a deep dive in your finances, or maybe you're just wanting to kind of talk with a therapist or have more intimate conversations with your partner. Now, the shift enhances having like deep conversations, but it may bring up like secretive communication or secretive thoughts. And you want to use it to uncover, truths about, shared resources, but you want to do it without feeling kind of paranoid. It's likely that you may come across some kind of information, or you may have a breakthrough actually about yourself throughout this particular transit. Now, you will also see on the 6th, this is when you have the full moon that's going to be in your sign. So it's going to be different for an Aries sun, moon, or rising. If you're an Aries moon, it's definitely going to be a lot more I think about your home and your family and your emotions. If it's going to be Aries risings, it's going to be, yes, about your emotions, but also it's going to be about having this kind of closure revolving around old and family or relationship dynamics. Aries suns might actually find that this is a time where they're kind of having like a breakthrough when it comes to their career or their independence. So you got to look at your chart. But the full moon is illuminating your first house, which is going to be about self and identity. So, this is kind of a culmination period of personal projects. So you have to go back to the earlier period of 2025 when we had the solar eclipse in Aries around 9 degrees in the spring. This is the fruit of that. So maybe some of you guys are having, self-image reevaluations. Maybe there's heightened emotions around independence. Maybe, it's affecting, your ability to bring clarity to your goals, because obviously like Neptune is in the same sign. I think that it's really about releasing outdated self-perceptions and having like a renewed sense of confidence. Some Aries, sun, moon, or risings may also feel like they are facing a turning point with their relationships or with their home. Obviously, it opposes the sun in the opposite sign, Libra. And some of you guys may also find that you're pregnant. So obviously, let me know how that goes. And then on the October 11th period, we will see Venus come into an opposition with Saturn and Pisces. So while Venus is in the 6th house, it will oppose Saturn. You want to think back, to the solar eclipse in Virgo on September 21st, because that eclipse opposed Saturn. Now, Venus, your 7th house relationship lord and your money house lord, will also oppose Saturn. I could see this as a time where obviously you kind of need to keep an eye on your health, but this can also be a time where, with this opposition, because Saturn is in the house of subconscious kind of isolation or self-undoing, it's going to create challenges in work relationships, and it's going to be that versus kind of like hidden limitations. So some of you guys might feel a little restricted in your daily, affections for your coworkers or for your job. There can be health matter things that are kind of coming up, and it's really encouraging you to have a sense of like discipline, self-reflection, to build more sustainable routines. So the advice I would give you is like practice patience, set realistic boundaries, to avoid burnout, and really prioritize having healthy relationships. October 13th, you're going to see Venus ingress into Libra, which is beautiful. Venus loves being in this sign. It loves being in this house. And it does seem to indicate that there is going to be better relational things that are coming. So if you're a single Aries or Aries rising, it's a good time to get out there and try to meet people. It's also about your marketplace, working with clients, business partners. Those of you guys who are partnered, you might just notice your partner's a little bit sweeter, a little bit nicer than usual. And it definitely brings in people who want to support you in some way or make you feel wanted, or people can feel a little bit more generous with you as well. Now, something to think about is right when Venus enters into Libra, it is coming into an opposition with Neptune in your sign. So it can indicate that somebody is really interested in you and you're like, I don't know, I need some space, or I'm not so sure. How do I feel about this? There can also be some idealization kind of coming up in relationships. On the other hand, Venus will also trine Uranus in Gemini. So, a chance meeting through travel or online connections can bring love. Parties and kind of social connections can also bring something, or friends introducing you to people. Friends can also become lovers here with this trine. So I love it for socializing. I love it for meeting people or spending more time in existing relationships. Just be careful with like isolating yourself from other people, because I do feel like somebody is going to be trying to kind of lend you a helping hand, or they're going to be wanting to connect with you in some way. Now, this brings charm, and this also improves social connections and negotiations. And it's also about fostering balanced relationships, whether that's romantic or business related. On the 13th, we will also see Pluto turn direct in Aquarius in your 11th house, which is in that trine with Venus. And this basically means that when it comes to friends, groups, goals, aspirations, networks, this is now Pluto resuming his more kind of transformative energy in some of these networks. So really what it's doing is it's empowering you to pursue long-term goals with allies by purging toxic group dynamics. So if certain friends are just not aligning, if there is like a sense of you feeling like it's time for you to leave certain online groups, or you want to kind of get active in new community groups, it's definitely a good time to do that. And I feel like it's really helping you tune in or hone in on some of your financial goals as well, because Pluto deals with the 8th house. Now, what we will see on the 16th of the month is the Sun in Libra will come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer. So very similar to what happened earlier in the month with Mercury, and now with the Sun square Jupiter. A little too many irons in the fire, like trying to juggle too much when it comes to relationships and also your home and your family situation. So this represents or amplifies the potential for overdoing it, or there being conflicts between ego and partnerships, and abundance or growth or changes at home. So how are partners or allies kind of responding to you moving, you having a kid, you making some big home or family changes? Is there some challenges in terms of what a partnership wants versus what you want when it comes to your home or your family? So there is a possibility of overcommitting to others at the expense of family. And I would say we really want to seek moderation on this day for growth. And I would just really prioritize clear priorities and to balance expansion without kind of overwhelming your foundations, literally or emotionally. On the 20th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Scorpio. And this is important because Mercury rules, obviously, your 3rd house, which deals with communications, apps, siblings, vehicles, cars, and anything connecting to accidents, or anything kind of dealing with, your schedule or your day-to-day routine. So with this conjunction, one thing I will tell you guys is make sure you're insured, make sure your vehicle has insurance, make sure you have documents when you're traveling. Be very careful also about the things that you say online. Be careful about the things that you say at work. Mercury is conjuncting Mars, so it's bringing you some kind of a message. So it can be that your intuition is kicking in, or you find some information or an email or a text, or you overhear some kind of dialogue at work. That's possible as well. And it can bring up some fierce communications with like a neighbor or with a sibling. Now, with this conjunction, it's going to intensify mental energy also around intimacy or finances, because it's in the 8th house. And with Mercury entering its pre-shadow, thoughts are going to be very probing. And this affects kind of like deep investigation, but it warms of impulsive arguments. So you want to channel it into strategic planning. Now, Mercury is in shadow, which means it's going to start showing you some of the impacts and the effects of, what's going to be kind of unfolding in November. Be very careful when it comes to dealing with like insurance matters, tax documents, spousal support, child support. If you're currently dealing with a tax matter, or maybe with a issue involving insurance or a vehicle, it could be something that can kind of be dealt with in November. And watch out for just kind of intense, conflicts over joint finances. I think that can definitely be a theme here. Now, on the 21st of the month, we're going to see that there will be a new moon in Libra in your 7th house of relationships, where you get a chance to have a fresh start when it comes to your committed one-on-one relationships. So if you're single, you want to meet somebody, this is where you set that intention. If you are, in an existing relationship, you're really focusing on how you can kind of connect with another person, and how you can kind of set new intentions for, having more balance in your relationships. But if you're looking for somebody like a therapist, if you're looking for a new business partner, if you're looking for more clients, you can set intentions revolving around that time, because that could also be your 7th house. Now, I do notice that it looks like the new moon is going to make an opposition to Chiron in your sign by about 5 degrees. So it can be showing you that partners want to help you, they want to work with you, and it's really showcasing where there's still some work to do on the self-healing, self-love, and like managing pain or isolation or literal wounds. It could be that, Chiron and Aries can be about wounds, and where we can bring people in that can kind of help build us up and they can kind of support us. Venus at the time will be in the 7th house. So that's pretty fortuitous for romantic relationships. I do feel like this is kind of saying that many Aries and Aries risings may actually bring in new relationships as a result of this particular new moon. And in 6 months' time, that will become a full moon next year. Now, it's also good for, collaborative opportunities and emotional balance and, renewal of partnerships. So you guys will see that as well. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see Neptune retrograde back into Pisces. So it's going to leave your sign. Yay. You guys get a break for a little bit. I think with Saturn and Neptune going back into Pisces, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? It's not in your face anymore. It's going to be kind of in your subconscious. It's going to be in your dreams. It's going to be in the back of your mind. So I highly recommend that my Aries and Aries risings use the next couple of months, as Saturn and Neptune are in the 12th house, as kind of like a cocoon period. Like next year, you're going to become a butterfly. There's something new when it comes to your identity, your career, your dreams. Everything is going to be happening so quickly, especially if you're in the early 5 degrees of Aries or Aries risings. So, good time to have a solid meditation practice. Good time to be doing something that could be spiritual or something that is going to be compassionate or where you're helping other people. We don't want to isolate ourselves. We don't want to also fall back into self-undoing patterns, oversleeping, overdrinking, overdrugging, overly indulging, right? We don't want to do that. So with this particular retrograde, it is bringing spiritual introspection, imagination, and stuff that comes from solitude. So it's really kind of motioning that the deep subconscious is healing, but it can also blur some of your boundaries. You want to use it for creative dreams or compassion, and you want to be mindful that you're a little bit more prone to kind of getting hit with some of the cosmic sludge. Like you can get slimed by some of the things going on collectively. So if you're meditating, if you're taking salt baths, if you're clearing your auric field, you're less likely to kind of get hit with that stuff. And you might notice that there's a bit of an uptick in your dreams or your intuition over the next couple of months. Both of them will stay there until the beginning of 2026. Now on the 22nd, we will also see the sun ingress into Scorpio. So it's like a Scorpio party in the sky. Sun, Mercury, Mars are all going to be hanging out in Scorpio in your 8th house. Huge period of self-transformation. The sun rules your 5th house of romance, creativity, and children. And with this ingress, really it's spotlighting transformation on shared assets. But this is also going to boost vitality in intimate matters, and it affects you by really illuminating power dynamics. And there is this potential for rebirth as the sun goes through the sign. The sun will square Pluto, so it does also mean that, there could be some challenges in achieving your dreams, and you realize that you have to really dig deep and figure out, what am I afraid of? What do I need to let go of? What's not working? And that will be the process that you'll go through, throughout October into November. Now, on the 29th of the month, you're going to see Mercury ingress into Sagittarius. So it will leave Scorpio. It'll go into your 9th house. And obviously, the 9th house is your philosophy. It's education. It's travel. It's, the bigger meaning of life. And Mercury deals with what you read, what you think, what you believe. It also deals with your health and your schedule. And so something to think about is that because Mercury is shadow, those of you guys who are trying to kind of travel, from later October, really all the way through November, there can be travel plans that could change. I would recommend booking your travel plans before Mercury goes into shadow this month. If you have to book flights or accommodations or car rentals, do it before. If you, feel that inkling, because the 8th house is about insurance, where you're like, let me get a refundable ticket, or let me get insurance on my trip, or, maybe let's just wait and see how something plays out before I go somewhere. Not a bad idea. Some of you guys might feel like with Mercury going into the 9th house that you want to travel, or you're wanting to, read new authors, or you're wanting to take a course or a lesson of some kind. And I think that that's a wonderful way to use the transit. Certainly Mercury will start coming into a trine with Neptune. So you might be wanting to learn about other cultures, other countries, other languages. The problem is that not only is it in a sign it doesn't function well in, and it's in shadow, the problem is that you will see the very same day that Mercury will come into an opposition with Uranus in Gemini. So my thoughts is that, you're expanding your mindset. You're like all about big ideas on the 29th. And, the shift is bringing some kind of adventurous communication, and it's affecting learning or publishing or legal pursuits. However, the opposition to Uranus the very same day in your 3rd house of communication, siblings, travel, transportation, can spark some insights or some disruptions in beliefs versus daily exchanges. So it's really encouraging innovative thinking, but it's really saying be careful for erratic debates, stay flexible and grounded in your ideas, acting to, prevent any miscommunications. And this miscommunication can be with a lawyer, with a teacher, with a mentor, with somebody in a different culture, somebody from a different background. And it definitely makes me feel like you might get involved in an intense, heated debate with a friend or with somebody online, or even a sibling or a neighbor, just about the state of the world. And you might be dealing with somebody who doesn't have the same perspective as you. You might also be dealing with somebody who is ill-informed. And so there could be a little bit of like some mental back and forth that can kind of go on there. Anyway, as for the rest of your reading, the best days that I have for you guys and the most challenging days. So good love days are going to be on October 4th, the 14th through the 16th, the 20th, and the 27th. Now, you'll see lots of opportunities where things just might kind of go your way, or things are a little bit easier. This is going to be on the 1st, the 11th, the 19th, the 20th, the 27th, and the 29th through the 31st. Those are going to be your star dates. If you're looking for good career days, I'm really liking, the 14th through the 30th. I think that's where you're going to see a little bit more headway. And your good money days can be on the 8th and the 9th of October. With that being said, obviously we have the challenging days where you're going to see a little bit more stress or a little bit more tension. Those will be on the 9th, the 13th, and the 27th of October. Now, for your guys' tarot reading, I'm actually reading the Marigold Tarot. Decided in honor of Halloween to kind of bust these out because there's like skeletons and stuff all over them. So let's see what the tarot has to say for you guys for the month ahead. The card that I got for you is the Knight of Rings. Okay, so this is obviously the Pentacles. Knight of Pentacles is slow and steady, right? Slow and steady wins the race. Like, let's hold our horses this month. There is a sense, I think, when it comes to finances or things that are going to be said, that you need to be cool, calm, and collected. It can also be talking about an earth sign. So a Taurus, a Capricorn, a Virgo, these people can kind of be popping up for you. But this can also be a message about money. And I do think you're going to get one, especially with Mercury conjunct Mars. Maybe you get wind that, they're letting people go from the office, but you're getting a boost, and you're moving to a new department. Maybe it means that you get a letter or something from your bank about, that if you apply for a loan, that you're going to get a low interest rate. Maybe it means that an investment that you've made is potentially going to pay off. But be careful with being too quick or too swift with making money moves. Think everything through, be grounded and be practical and logical, because we need November to kind of come through to see what's going to get sorted out in terms of what is owed to you. I hope that's helpful for you, Aries and Aries risings. Definitely let me know how the month plays out, and I'll catch you guys back here next month in November. Take care. Hey, Taurus and Taurus risings. Welcome to your October 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about what you've got going on this month. And I'm going to talk to you all about Venus first. So we've got some sweet and some salty aspects that are going to be kind of happening this month. So your ruling planet is Venus. That rules you. Wherever she is where you are. And she will actually be beginning the month in your 5th house, okay? In a fellow sister earth sign. So I think for the most part, Venus transiting the 5th house and Venus trining some of your Taurus sun, moon, or rising placements is actually really great. The 5th house is also where you had that solar eclipse in Virgo. So it means that this is the house of creativity. This is about romance. This is about joy. And obviously emphasizing kind of like practical expressions when it comes to love and artistic refinement, even entertainment, maybe even your children. Now, after October 13th, it's going to move into Libra. So the first half of the month is going to be dancing in your 5th house, and then it's going to move into the 6th house. And this is sweet and salty. The sweet is Venus loves being Libra. This is one of the signs that she is kind of at home in. And obviously Libra does deal with relationships. This is a sign that in conjunct or quincunx is used, so it might kind of rub you a little bit the wrong way. And Venus in the 6th teaches us that all things we love require work. Okay, whether that's working on our health, working on our relationships, watering the plants, walking the dog. And it looks like there can be a lot of togetherness and doing things with other people. So Libra is kind of like a pair. So something to think about is when it moves into this house, it's shifting the focus to harmonious routines and service. So this means kind of like earthly, pleasure through detailed creative pursuits, really transitioning, into daily life and potentially improving wellness, sprucing up your office, right? Focusing on your relationships with your coworkers, maybe joining a new gym. And all of this is going to require balance to avoid, that kind of overcritical energy that we have been kind of dealing with recently with Venus, obviously in Virgo. The other transit that I want you to really focus on is also going to be, the fact that Venus, when she enters into Libra, she's going to trine Uranus in Gemini, so she'll bring you spontaneous changes or opportunities for positive growth in your health. And that could be through changing what you're eating. That could be changing your health and your lifestyle. That could be you're learning something new about health and wellness. It could also bring you new financial opportunities as well through the support that you're getting from coworkers or maybe applying for jobs or doing interviews. And she will also trine Pluto in your 10th house, transforming your career. So you might have a partner helping you in some way transform your health or your work. And I don't know who it's going to be, but I would say lean into that because it's going to be really nice. Watch out for the opposition to Saturn and also to Neptune. That's where things get a little tricky, but we'll talk about that in just a second. All right, so let's start first with October 1st. This is going to be when Mercury is still in Libra. So Mercury is going to start the month in your 6th house of health and habits. And it will come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer in your 3rd house of short distance communication, learning, siblings, vehicles, and the mind. So that square is a little tricky because, it represents that there's tensions that are going to come up. That's work-related talks. And there's going to be expansive ideas. There's going to be like, what if we did this? What if we did that? And it can almost feel like it's overwhelming daily tasks with big picture thinking. So I would be focusing on clear messaging to enhance learning, avoid scattered energy by prioritizing tasks. So it's preventing mental overload. Don't try to overload your schedule, right? Or be, trying to kind of rush around and do too much at one time. This could also be a little tricky for traveling or for transportation. Slow down. Don't try to overdo it. And you might feel like it's just overwhelming trying to kind of plan or strategize either a trip of some kind or some kind of educational pursuit. On the 4th of October, you will see Venus still in Virgo conjunct the South node in the 5th house. Tricky energy. On one hand, it can mean that there is a romantic person from the past that comes back, right? Or a younger person that comes back, or you're reconnecting with your daughter or your son, or maybe there is some kind of news coming up from, a romantic partner. Maybe you reconnect with your inner child, or you go back to an old hobby or something that you haven't done in a long time, and you're like, I really miss this. On the other hand, Venus in the South node is trying to really release past romantic kind of issues or creative patterns, and it will affect you by kind of clearing out outdated joys for more authentic self-expression. So if you're feeling like it's time to release something or get rid of something, it could be a recreational habit. It could be, you're kind of going, okay, I'm adopting a new kind of healthy routine. I'm not going to be drinking and staying up late and doing that kind of stuff. So it could be that as well. And then on the 6th of the month, we're going to see Mercury ingress into Scorpio. Okay, so this will actually be the first planet that's going to move into your 7th house, your opposite sign. Something to think about is that Mercury deals with money, resources, and possessions. It also deals with romance, children, and creativity, and it goes into the 7th of relationships. Obviously, this month, you're going to deal with a lot of polarity, okay, October and November. And that could be a little challenging for you guys because it means that it's about what other people are saying, what clients want, what your therapist thinks, what your astrologer is saying, all that stuff. The positive is that it does really put an emphasis on deepening partnership discussions in Scorpio. And it intensifies relational insights, and it's about really affecting negotiations with kind of probing honesty. The challenge is that you are going to see Mercury right off the bat come into a square with Pluto and Aquarius in your 10th house. So there could be some intense conversations about your relationship and your work schedule. There could be a little bit of a dilemma with a business partner or with a client. There could be some tension about balancing your relationship and also your professional kind of reputation. So watch out for communication at that time. It can be a little intense. And then we are going to see on October the 6th, there will be a full moon in Aries in your natal 12th house. So the 12th house deals with obviously subconscious culminations. Think back to the solar eclipse that we had in the spring of 2025 that was in Aries. This is kind of that kind of fruit that's coming from that period of time. Many Taurus and Taurus risings have realized that they either need to have more time for quiet reflection, they need to be working out in private, they need to have a spiritual practice. Some of you guys have been feeling a little lonely or isolated with Saturn and Neptune having been in your 12th house. And maybe it's showing you where there's some blind spots. Maybe it's showing you where you're hiding away from something, or you don't want to deal with something, or you don't want to confront someone. At the time of the full moon, Mars is the ruler, and it's going to be in your opposite sign in Scorpio, which means anything that you are afraid to deal with or something that you're hiding, it's going to come out. The truth is going to come out, whether it's a conversation you don't want to have because you feel like it's going to start a fight, or if you feel like it's something you've been thinking about, but you don't know how to address it. This is going to give you some kind of breakthrough or some kind of epiphany about how you need to handle some of these more sensitive topics with another person. It will reveal hidden emotions affecting, obviously spiritual release, and there can be kind of closure that can kind of come up for you in isolation. Take care of your health, get adequate rest, and make sure that you're not kind of isolating yourself too much. Now, on the 11th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Virgo oppose Saturn in Pisces. So it'll be in your 5th house of creativity, playtime, children, hobbies, and it'll oppose Saturn. This is a little tricky, very similar to the same energy that we saw with the solar eclipse obviously in Virgo with the opposition to Saturn and Neptune. Positive is that I think Venus in the 5th house is, what do I love? What do I enjoy? What do I want? What do I want to grow and create? And you might feel like with Saturn in the 11th house, friends don't support that. They don't understand. They're not there to celebrate what you're creating or who you love or what your kids are doing. You might feel like maybe you post something and you're not kind of getting the feedback from your audience or your community or friends that you were kind of anticipating. And that opposition brings up tension with groups. So this really challenges fun with social responsibilities, and it's also about encouraging structured creativity and networks. My advice to you is, really focus on embracing discipline to turn some of these limitations into long-term creative stability. Just because other people don't understand it or they don't like it or they don't celebrate it doesn't mean you shouldn't do it or you shouldn't enjoy it. That's kind of the long and short of that. On the 13th of the month, you'll see Venus ingress into Libra, which I feel like is going to be in many ways a lot easier for a Taurus or a Taurus rising, because at least it's in a better sign. But this will be several weeks of, sprucing up your office. This is also a time that I would be focusing on spending a little bit more, indulging a little bit more on your health and your habits, working out with a partner, focusing on inter-office relationships and how you can kind of build trust and kind of collaborations with other people. This is also about, improving daily harmony and positively affecting your routines. So maybe you're getting a pet, right? Maybe you're joining a new gym. Maybe you're checking in with your doctor. Maybe you're working out with a partner. Whatever it is, it's like you need some kind of companionship throughout this process. And like I said, the trine to Uranus is great for changing what you're eating or your finances. And also the trines to Pluto is going to definitively help you kind of get better organized with the support of somebody else or your organization and commitment to make some big changes in your career. Now on the 13th of the month, we're going to see Pluto stationed direct in Aquarius. If you happen to be like 0 to 3 degrees of Taurus sun, moon, or rising, you're going to feel this a little bit more because obviously it's squaring you. So you're under a very rare and unusual Pluto square. Obviously it's been uncomfortable for Tauruses, like adjusting and kind of like all these updates and changes that are going on with your career or professional life. But now Pluto is coming back online. So this basically means that he's resuming his power when it comes to your professional transformation. This is really empowering authority pursuits, and it's really purging, I think, outdated ambitions. And a lot of this is going to be about how you present yourself and also who you're connecting and collaborating with. So there can also be big status changes going on with business partnerships or marriages or committed partnerships here as well. Now, on the 16th of the month, you're going to see the sun in Libra square Jupiter in Cancer. So where the action is really on your day-to-day health habits and routines, that square to Jupiter is very similar to the Mercury square that we saw earlier in the month. This is really amplifying work energy versus communicative growth. And it's about seeking balance in details and ideas. And I would say this is really about having more moderate enthusiasm to avoid burnout in some of your routines. Too much texting, too much doom scrolling, too much work. Like these things can just create like mental overload. And to me, it seems like it's a good time to kind of step away from that, go for a walk, do some breath work. On the 20th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Scorpio. And Taurus and Taurus risings, you guys really got to pay attention to this because it is the pre-shadow, the pre-Mercury shadow. So it's going to be starting to show you some of the sparks of the miscommunication or the issues that are going to be coming up ultimately in November when Mercury retrogrades in Sag from your 8th house of joint resources back into Scorpio of committed partnerships. But this is also where we air things out. Mercury rules your money. Mercury rules anything revolving around children, love, and relationships. So when it retrogrades back into Scorpio, it means that you might be going back and forth revolving around what you're spending on kids, if you stay in a relationship, if you're still in love with somebody, dealing with joint expenses and assets and like who has what's yours and what's somebody else's. So with Mercury conjunct Mars here, in particular, 17, 18, 19, 20 degrees Taurus, this will directly oppose you. So it means that somebody is going to be a little confrontational or somebody is going to be a little combative or somebody is really adamant about kind of getting their point across or kind of getting their words in. Now, my thought on this is that this is going to be more connecting to firing up partnership or relationship talks. Certainly with the pre-shadow, it's suggesting reviewing relationships and, kind of channeling this energy into what are we doing together? What are we creating together? And how can we work as a united kind of force to have more romance, have more joy, have more creativity in our life? But I do think that there can be for some Taurus and Taurus risings, partners from the past that might be emerging or they're kind of coming back or there's reoccurring conversations about things that have happened in the past. So watch for that. Now on the 21st of October, we're going to see a new moon in Libra in your 6th house. This will be happening around 28 degrees. So, if you are a early degree Taurus, it's just starting to oppose you. So you might feel like that opposition force, but a new moon here is really about planting new seeds revolving around health or job changes. So it's kind of seeding new productive routines. With Libra, you're, obviously a little disjointed, but both of you guys share the same ruler, Venus. So it means that if you need healthier habits, if you need an assistant, if you need to hire some help for something, or if you're looking for a new doctor or somebody to kind of help spruce up your style, this is the time to go and seek the people who can kind of help you do some of these things. I do think it's beneficial for you guys, and I really feel like a lot of it can be work connected because it is starting to kind of come into a square with Pluto. So if you need to hire somebody to help you get things in order, definitely consider doing that because it's going to help you have a little bit more power at work. Now on the 22nd of October, Neptune will retrograde back into Pisces. So we're going to have both Saturn and Neptune hanging out in Pisces in your 11th house. Basically, this is enhancing kind of idealistic group visions. This can mean that it can bring back friends from the past. It can also deepen kind of social compassion, but you can see that there's some lines that are being blurred with friendships. Certainly Saturn and Neptune, in this house can show you that you're either hanging out with a bunch of people who are a little bit more bohemian, they're artistic, they're spiritual. Maybe you're getting involved in some of these groups. Maybe you're wanting to put together a meditation group or you're joining something like that. But it can also show you where some of your friends are just kind of like downright like AWOL or, potentially even acting a little cuckoo bananas. So just keep in mind that there needs to be better boundaries, I think, with certain people, and you need to be kind of getting more clear about what your goals are in certain group dynamics. Then you're going to see on the 22nd as well, the sun will ingress into Scorpio. So we're going to be starting Scorpio season. So with Sun, Mercury, Mars, all in your 7th house, this means it's all about your partnerships. Okay, that's what this is about. And it might mean that in a nutshell, there's a lot going on with your partner. It can also indicate with the sun in the 7th house coming into a square with Pluto that there's more to be said about relationships or clients and business partnerships versus, or how they're kind of adapting or navigating some of the changes going on at work, or what needs to actually kind of change when it comes to your professional life or your career. This is also about kind of revitalizing partnerships. Scorpio is about regenerative energy, so it's going to be highlighting relational dynamics. And then on the 29th, we will see Mercury ingress into Sagittarius, and Mercury will move into your 8th house, which deals with intimacy, joint finances, psychological matters, money owed, money borrowed. And this is going to be about kind of probing joint resources a little bit more. And it's really kind of affecting deep financial talks. While Mercury is your money and it's going into the 8th house, you're looking to get paid, or you're looking to negotiate or settle something. Mercury also rules the 5th house of children, so there could be deep intimacy talks or discussions revolving around pregnancy, budgeting, insurance. Those kinds of things can be coming up here as well. And what you're going to see also on the 29th, which is the finale, and this will happen several times because Mercury's in shadow, is Mercury will start to come into an opposition with Uranus. So that means that likely there is going to be either some shocking, surprising, unexpected news revolving around an investment or a joint asset that could dramatically shift or change your financial situation. This sparks sudden value shifts, and it's really encouraging you, I think, to really think about, being innovative when it comes to your resource management. My advice is remain adaptable, but ground decisions, to really kind of sidestep any potential financial surprises. It can mean that you're uncovering just how much money, is being wasted, or how much debt you have, or maybe you're getting a tax kind of letter, or maybe you're trying to deal with a settlement, or trying to kind of cash out on something you've invested in. So, it can be a little volatile with some of those oppositions, and there could be a little bit of back and forth, particularly regarding, changes with your career. Some of you guys who own businesses might be saying, hey, it's time for me to adjust, I'm going to be adjusting my fees, and you're getting ready to tell people that your fees are going to change in, 2026. Others might be having just a sudden drastic change that's kind of going on with work, and suddenly a company is getting bought out, or something is kind of shifting. So it's going to really depend on your own personal chart. Now, for the best and the worst days in October, the best days for a Taurus or a Taurus rising for love is going to be the 4th, the 13th, and the 14th, the 19th and the 20th, and the 29th through the 31st. You'll see opportunities that are going to come your way that are going to be beneficial for you, or you just might notice that things are just going a little bit more, in the direction of where you want them to. That'll be on the 4th and the 5th, the 7th and the 8th, the 14th, 19th, 21st, and 31st of October. Money days are good on the 10th and the 11th of October, and the challenging days are going to be the 2nd, the 9th through the 11th, the 13th, and the 25th. Hopefully that's helpful for you, my Taurus and Taurus risings. I am working with the Marigold Tarot this month, my favorite kind of like Halloween deck. And I'm going to ask the cards what you guys need to know for the month ahead. The card that I got for you is, of course, the Hierophant. Sorry, there's a bit of a glare. This is your card. So it's talking about structure, routine, kind of keeping your cool and thinking about some of your status and like your long-term plans, right? And this is also about doing things according to the book. And maybe you kind of feel like with some of the transits that are kind of going on this month that you're like, all right, I need to kind of grow up a little bit, or I need to be a little bit more mature, or I need to commit a little bit more. Or maybe this is about some big decisions that are going on regarding your relationships or your marriage. The Hierophant can be about your marriage. So if you're in a committed relationship, I feel like this is about really thinking about the commitments you made to someone. If you're in a working relationship or a partnership, same thing. It can be a time when you're going and seeking counsel with someone. So you're talking to a doctor, you're talking to a lawyer, you're talking to a pastor, or a guru, somebody who is giving you some kind of feedback, who's going to have that higher level of perspective and also knowledge and education that can help steer you in the right way. And I kind of feel like this is going to be really pertinent, especially for those of you guys who are feeling like, oh, I need to talk to a lawyer, or I got to talk to an accountant, or I need to talk to a therapist, right? That can be stuff that's coming up. Don't look at this as a bad thing that you're getting some kind of guidance, because it's going to help you feel a little bit more grounded for the month ahead. Good luck, Taurus. Let me know how it goes, and I'll see you here next month in November. Hey, Gemini and Gemini rising. Welcome to your October 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about the month ahead. We're going to start off by talking about Mercury, which is your ruling planet. You know, wherever Mercury goes is where you are. And Mercury is going to be moving through Libra in your 5th house until October the 6th. And then it's going to spend pretty much the rest of the month in Scorpio. And the very end of the month, it's going to go into your opposite sign of Sagittarius. So we have to really kind of keep an eye on this and look at these transits very closely. Mercury rules you, your body, your actions, and also your home, your emotions, and your family. So the fact that it starts the first couple of days in your 5th house, it basically means that the 1st through the 6th, it's still about creativity, it's still about dating, it's still about romance, it's about having fun. And then when it shifts into Scorpio in the 6th house, this is going to be more putting an emphasis on, you know, work-related things, anything connecting to, you know, health, scheduling, habits, organizing your home, taking care of family, managing your pets. That's going to be the stuff that you're going to really focus on. And then once it gets to the 29th of the month, it's going to be entering into Sagittarius, your opposite sign, and it's going to be in your 7th house of committed partnerships and relationships. So it's going to be expanding partnership dialogue. So this means that, you know, early in the month, creativity, fun ideas. And then mid-month, it's more analytical routines, health habits. And then as you get into the later portion of the month, there's going to be more communication and relationship stuff going on, and it will enhance adaptability in relationships. But also it's cautioning against having more scattered focus because it's going to be in Sag, and Mercury is going to go into shadow. So in November, Mercury will go from your relationship house, 7th house, into your 6th house of health habits and routine. So it tells me that there's a lot of relational things that are going to kind of get worked out. And I don't know if it means that, you know, it's more the relationships that you have with your fellow coworkers. If it's the relationship to your job and you're like, I'm not liking this, there's some tension. It could mean that, you know, you're also seeking to get some kind of guidance when it comes to the health of your relationships, or maybe you're trying to find a therapist, or you're trying to find somebody who can kind of help you work through some of your emotional or psychological kind of issues that may be coming up for some of you guys, because that's what Scorpio is about. So it really depends on your chart. But pay close attention to the shadow, pay close attention to the days that Mercury is making aspects, okay? And also Mercury will come into conjunction with Mars in Scorpio, and then it will oppose Uranus in your sign. So it's going to be a colorful month for Geminis. Let's get started with October 1st. Right off the bat, we're going to see Mercury will begin the month in the sign of Libra. So it'll be still going through your 5th house of romance, playtime, and creativity. And it looks like it's going to come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer in your 2nd house of money, values, and resources. This is a day that you're likely going to overdo it. And I don't know if it means that, you know, you're overdoing it because you're like really fixated on a hobby, or you're spending a lot of money going on a hot date, or there's just like a excess expense that you have for one of your children. But squares create tension, and here there's creative tension with financial growth. So it's like, I want to create, I want to have fun, I want to do this, but to what extent, right? What's it going to cost you? So watch for the overspending on fun, children, or romance. And I would say set budgets to really balance joys and resources. This could also mean like you're spending a lot of money on the concert tickets, right? Or, you know, you're, building a playroom for your kids, or you're going ham on an entertainment system, in your home, that kind of stuff. On October the 4th, you're going to see Venus conjunct the South Node in Virgo. So Venus will still be moving through your natal 4th house. And obviously Venus is what you don't see coming. It's about kind of hidden shadow side of your subconscious. And it's about romance, creativity, and children. So I see this as, you're releasing family patterns. And you've been in that since the solar eclipse in Virgo in September. It's also affecting emotional security by clearing past comforts. So I would really like to see, actually, because Venus is connected to your 5th house, do you have too many art supplies, right? Does your kids have too many stuffed animals? Is there just too much stuff in the house? And do you need to kind of go and donate and purge things? Venus's connection to the 12th house would be good for that. I would definitely go and donate, lightly used or loved items. So that way you can kind of free up some space. And it looks like you're going to be trying to get creative and figuring out how to bring the new things in. And your kids might be outgrowing beds, or they might be, coming home to visit. That could be something else that could be kind of coming up with Venus on the South Node. On October 6th, we're going to see Mercury ingress into Scorpio. So it's not so much that the mind is now focused on love. Now it's focusing on health habits and routines. This is really sharpening health and work analysis, and it's boosting productivity through having a lot of detail. And this is good for Gemini and Gemini risings for purging, detoxing, cleansing, whether it's health-wise, if it's going to be also about doing a deep clean on your home. This is a time also that you really want to pay attention to pets and anything revolving around the health of pets, in particular because of the incoming Mercury shadow. Now, if you're looking for a job, you want to join a new gym, you want to check in with a doctor, this is a good time to do it. And then on the 6th, we're also going to see a full moon taking place in the sign of Aries. So Aries is friendly with you. Air and fire, they sextile each other. So I do think that, you might find under this full moon that there is an emphasis on connecting groups, right? So, Mars will be the ruler and it's going to be in Scorpio in your 6th. Go and take a kickboxing class, go and do a hot yoga class, maybe go and work out with your friends or go and do some power walking with your fellow employees at lunch. There could be parties, there could be gatherings, but there could also be a little bit of tension that could be coming up revolving around, group collaborations at work. So it depends on, how it hits your chart, but the full moon in the 11th house is a culmination of a solar eclipse that we had in the spring earlier this year in Aries. So really what this is doing is it's kind of saying that this is revealing social insights and it can be impacting or affecting certain social connections and friendships. Parties and things can kind of happen here too. I like a full moon in the 11th house. It just looks like it's going to be like a party that's more like coworker related, or maybe all your friends are getting together and, there's some scheduling issues that's going on to kind of like see everyone. We will see on the 11th, Venus in Virgo moving through your 4th house of home is going to come into an opposition with Saturn in Pisces. So it's mirroring the same opposition we saw during the solar eclipse in Virgo around September 21st last month. And you got to pay attention to this because every time we see an opposition to Saturn, there's going to be a roadblock. And as a Gemini, you're going to go, is it about work or is it about home? And you're getting pulled in two different directions. And, Saturn's back in your 10th house now where there needs to be more focus and commitment to your reputation, your career. Neptune's going to go back there as well. So I think with, this opposition of, Venus in your 4th and Saturn in your 10th, this is challenging home harmony with professional duties. And my advice is to really prioritize self-care to maintain balance between family and ambitions. And it's likely that you're needed at work, but there's something that's going on at home that's also, kind of pressing. And then you're going to see that's not a good day for like relocating. That's not a good day also for dealing with in-laws. That's not a good day for, if you're building or trying to sign a lease, or if you're trying to design a home, or if you're trying to do furnishings, like there's going to be some delays and some challenges. And then on the 13th of the month, we're going to see Venus ingress into Libra. So it's going to move into a fellow sister air sign. So it's better for Gemini. Venus loves being in Libra. It loves being in the 5th house. It's very romantic, very fun, very playful. So if you're a single Gemini or Gemini rising, get out there, mix and mingle. Go out and be where there's art, where there's craft fairs, where there's live music, where there's, gatherings and things where there's going to be entertainment, because that's where you're going to have the most fun. This is also really good news revolving around creative self-expression, children, romantic matters, all that fun stuff. And I think with its ingress, it's enhancing romance and creativity, and it'll bring joyful expression. I love that right off the bat, it trines Uranus in your 1st house. So this can indicate that there is opportunities for major creative breakthroughs, amazing self-expression, having fun, kind of like being really in touch with your inner child. And I also love that it's going to trine Pluto in Aquarius in your 9th. So it can promote like long distance relationships, traveling with partners, courses and classes revolving around creativity and art. Where it's a little tricky is that it is still in opposition to Saturn, and now it's coming into an opposition with Neptune. So there's this sense of what you're creating, what you do, and what you love, and you're going to feel like you're not really feeling the love from other people, or you're not sure if you can see if other people are supporting or appreciating or giving you the necessary kind of support or feedback for what you're kind of creating. Now, on the 13th of the month, we will also see Pluto stationed direct in Aquarius. So if you're, 0 to about 2 degrees of Gemini or Gemini rising, Pluto's still kind of trining Uranus in your sign, so you might really feel that. And Pluto is connected to health habits, routines, legal matters, your schedule. And with Pluto coming back online, really what this means is it's now about being a little bit more aware of some of the philosophical transformations, the education transformations, legal transformations. And this is really about empowering expansive visions and like how you see the world. On the 16th of the month, the sun in Libra will come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer. So the sun in your fifth house is going to square Jupiter in your second. Similar to the beginning of the month when Mercury and Jupiter squared, so you want to reference back to that about overdoing it, overspending, being overly confident. I could see this as, for some of you guys, being in a situation where this is amplifying self-expression, but it's also bringing up like resource expansion. So you want to avoid excess to kind of protect financial stability. I think you guys are going to be feeling like you want to create, you want to have fun, you want to party pretty much all month long. And you could be doing Jupiter and Cancer things, overjoyed, right? But overspending, overeating, overdoing it, spoiling your romantic partners, your kids. Not necessarily a bad thing unless you're like a grandparent. But, you get the vibe that I'm saying. There's a lot of stuff that's kind of going on here with some of the squares. And I do think that if you're focusing on what you love and if you're directing that energy into, what you're building and creating with a partner or the home that you're creating or even a creative business, I think that it can be beneficial. Just pump the brakes a little bit. All right. So then we're going to see on the 20th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Scorpio. And so this is significant for you because you're Mercury, and Mercury also represents your home, your emotions, and you. While Mars deals with your health habits and coworkers, and it's also directly connected to your friends. So one thing I know is that Mercury and Mars in the sixth house can create fevers, digestional issues, mental stress, anxiety, kind of feeling like because there is this buildup of tension or frustration, it can manifest as health-related matters. So you have to really kind of keep an eye on your health. The other thing is this could be conflict that you're having with coworkers. There could also be potential, I knock on wood, injuries, particularly involving speed or heat or like burns or like cuts or abrasions. So be very careful, especially if you're like, oh, I'm just, trying to kind of clean and organize and put together an office, and then you like jam a finger or you stub a toe. That kind of stuff can happen. So be careful with just trying to do things too quickly. Watch for tension in the workplace. Watch for potential job changes that can happen. Some of you guys might be kind of feeling like if you're under the weather, you're wanting to work from home. But with this conjunction, it's really energizing work talks. I just think that the pre-shadow is prompting a need to review some of your routines. So some of you guys might be like feeling like you have a lot of extra energy and you want to work out. Great. Just don't go and, pull a muscle or tear something. That's the only advice I would give you. Now on the 21st of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Libra, taking place in your fifth house of romance, creativity, self-expression, children, having fun. Fellow sister, air sign. So if you're like a 27, 28, 29 degree Gemini or Gemini rising, it's going to trine you. And Venus, the ruler, will also be in the fifth house. So I like this for you guys. I feel like this is a time where, you're planting new creative seeds for relationships, for getting pregnant, for self-expression, artistic projects. And also like new romantic starts. So if you're wanting to connect with somebody new, if you want to start a new hobby, if there's something that you want to do that's more self-expressive, art, music, dance, writing, any of that stuff, good time to do it. And there's going to be a huge focus on just the heart space, I think, with the fifth house. And then you're going to see on the 22nd of the month, Neptune's going to retrograde back into Pisces. So now you'll have Saturn and Neptune in your 10th house, a little tricky for my mutable signs. So if you're a Gemini or Gemini rising, that's like 25 to 29 degrees, you're still under a very rare and unusual Saturn and Neptune square. In the 10th house, this is where like all like the karmic roosters come home to roost. So you're more in the spotlight, there's more visibility, work can feel challenging but rewarding. It's also trying to get you to, kind of show up and like be a boss in some way or take your career seriously and build the career of your dreams. For others, it could mean there's confusion revolving around, well, who's running the ship? What do I really want to do? Where is this company going? And you're going to be dealing with this energy until about the beginning of 2026, around about February. My advice is to really pay attention because Neptune can really blur your career perspective or your ideals. However, it does deepen your intuition when it comes to your profession. So if you're an artist or if you're a musician or you're a healer or you're in a nonprofit or maybe you work in hospitals or like the mental health world, it can be beneficial for you for sure. On the 22nd of the month, the sun enters into Scorpio. So now it's going to be highlighting for the next couple of weeks the sixth house of your health habits and routines. This is really important for my mercurial signs because this is going to be highlighting also where the Mercury retrograde is going to kind of be taking place next month. And just know that when the sun enters the sixth house, it's about kind of illuminating your daily tasks. So it's going to really boost your focus on health. Some of you guys might start journaling. Some of you guys are going to start a walking routine because of the connection to the sun. This might also be a time where communication at work is going to be very important. And then you're going to see on the 29th of the month, Mercury, your chart ruler, goes into Sagittarius in the seventh house of relationships and partnerships. Now, the positive is that you want to be in relationships or connecting with other people, or you're kind of going back and forth with somebody, or you're doing business or working with clients. Maybe you're looking for a new manager, a therapist. Maybe you're trying to meet someone. The challenge is that Mercury doesn't do well in Sag because it's in its opposite sign. It's also a challenge because it's in your opposite sign, and it's in shadow, which means that it's getting ready to turn retrograde. And you will see in November when Mercury turns retrograde, it's going to conjunct Mars, which means any kind of issue that might have come up at work, or any kind of issue that came up in a relationship that didn't seem like a big deal, it's definitely going to get aired out, and it's going to kind of send you into a bit of a tailspin as it opposes Uranus in your sign. Uranus rules your beliefs. It's also about your perspective. It's about how you see the world. It's about your education. And likely this is going to set up some pretty intense, heated debates that you have with other people that you might be close to or in a relationship with. Mercury in opposition to Uranus in your first house is going to spark sudden relational shifts, encouraging personal innovation. And this is about embracing change, but communicating calmly to avoid conflicts. Some people might see that you're kind of like an extreme perspective in some ways, like about how you see the world. And they can be a little combative or confrontational about you just simply making statements or citing, articles or talking about what you've learned about the world. And somebody can be a little bit of a heated debate with you. So watch for that. All right. That's the long and short of October. Here are the best and the worst days for the month ahead. Your best days for love are going to be the 4th, the 7th and 8th, the 18th, the 24th, and the 29th of October. Your opportune days, where things might go a little bit more in your favor, are going to be the 3rd, 8th, 10th, 13th, 19th through 20th, 25th, 28th through the 31st. Money days are good on the 12th and the 13th. And the days that you need to watch for that can be a little stressful or more challenging will be the 1st through the 4th, the 6th, the 14th, the 16th, the 24th, and the 29th. Yes, some of these days overlap, but you guys are ruled by Mercury, so there's some days where it can be challenging, but where there's challenges, there's opportunities. With that being said, let's take a look and see what the tarot says. I pulled out my Marigold Tarot deck just in time for Halloween for you guys. And let's ask the tarot, what does Gemini need to know for the month ahead? The card that I get is Justice. Sorry, it's a little bit of a glare. There we go. Oh, the irony. The irony that your chart ruler is going into the 7th house, and the 7th house deals with fairness and diplomacy and balance, and also sometimes having to call people on their shit, right? I think that this is just a warning that's like, hey, the scales are going to get a little thrown off this month. You're going to see some stuff that's going to happen where it's going to be like, do I say something or do I not? And eventually it will kind of come up. So if there's somebody at work that's making sly comments, or there's something that's just kind of off in a relationship, like it will eventually kind of come out next month in the retrograde. But this is also the card of Libra. This is about Libra season. So it's also reminding you that it's all about love. It's all about what makes you happy. It's about what you're able to create. And it's about learning to kind of keep the balance, and that the relationships who are the most important to you, you can work out some of these kinks and some of these miscommunications. Maybe it's about being a little bit more lighthearted. It's also pointing to this Libra new moon. That's going to be really significant for you guys, especially if it's anything to deal with matters of the heart and romance. But the relationship scales are about to be tipped, and there is going to be a sense of you kind of going, okay, if somebody's not making the cut, like, should I be holding out for something that really makes my heart sing? And I think some of you guys might be thinking about that. I also feel like this is about karmic law and effect, that, what's meant to happen or who's meant to kind of come and go or what's meant to get washed out is going to. And there's not really a lot you can do with it other than speak your truth and just be direct and be kind of honest with other people, and expect some of that miscommunication, pre-shadows start to kind of kick up where, Other people are going to start acting kind of kooky, and they can kind of project onto you with that opposition with Uranus. That's like, it's not me, it's you, you know? And try to practice patience if you can, and try to be patient with other people as you go through that retrograde in the 7th house, because they're going to be back and forth with how they communicate and what they think, and how that's impacting your relationship with them. Hope that's helpful. Gemini and Gemini risings, I'll catch you guys back here in November. Hey, Cancer and Cancer risings. Welcome to your October 2025 horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you. How are you guys doing post eclipses? You good? For the most part, they're relatively friendly with your chart. Okay, so I know that you're a little bit more sensitive to what goes on with the lunations. Obviously, you're ruled by the moon, and the moon's changing signs every 2.5, 3 days. So it's beneficial for you guys to know where the moon is. Watch my Sunday astro weather if you want to see her weekly, to really kind of see where these emotional fluctuations are going to be happening. But I do want to talk about the new and the full moon really quick, because I think that's going to be really pertinent to you guys, especially because they are happening in angles of your chart. They're happening in cardinal signs. So first, we're going to see on October 6th, there will be a full moon in Aries. This is going to be taking place around that 13, 14, 15 degrees. So if you have anything Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising within those degrees, it's going to square you, okay? This goes back to the solar eclipse we had in the spring of 2025, where we had a solar eclipse in Aries in your 10th house of career, where you were, really going through some kind of career reconstruction. You had a Venus retrograde there, you had a Mercury retrograde there, you had a solar eclipse, and then Saturn and Neptune went into that house. So what's interesting is now by the end of October, Saturn and Neptune are going to be out of that house, and you're going to have a full moon. So you're going to have the opportunity to see some kind of career culmination that you've been working towards the last 6 months. More on that in a minute. But when you have a full moon in the 10th house, it means that you are kind of in the spotlight. So some of you guys might be starting jobs, ending jobs, launching projects. Maybe you're giving presentations, you get some kind of recognition. Some of you guys might be retiring, you might be quitting. It depends on where you're at in life and in your chart. But that's something to think about. And when the moon is in Aries and it's full, that means the sun is in Libra. And that makes, both Jupiter, but also just Cancer in general, a T-square for a lot of change going on at home and also in your career, and it can make you more emotional. It pays to stay organized. Even if you're like, hey, I'm a stay-at-home mom, or I'm retired, whatever, it pays to be organized and focus on your health, because some of the 4th house and 10th house things doesn't mean it's about going to work or cooking and cleaning. It could mean that you're like, I maintain my life, but there's stuff going on where people out in the world need me, or it's parenting duties, or, my mother-in-law needs me. And it's going to bring up for you that if you stay organized, you stay scheduled, you stay healthy, you'll be able to kind of keep the balance, right? Now, you will also have a new moon that's going to be taking place in Libra. That's going to be taking place later in the month in your 4th house. And if you happen to be 27, 28, 29 degrees of Cancer, this is going to square you. It's also slightly squaring Jupiter in your sign. Positive is that a new moon is a new opportunity. So it's basically saying, look, if you want to move, if you want to reorganize your space, if you want to redecorate, you want to sell your house, you want to build a house, you want to move in with a partner, all of these things can apply. Venus is the ruler, it'll be in the 4th house. So it's going to be great in that sense, where if you do want to invest more in property, if you are wanting to beautify your space, if you are wanting to throw a party, or if you want to host more, you can be kind of planning and preparing for that over the better part of like the next 6 months. And I think it'll be a very busy holiday season, knowing that Venus is at home in the 4th house and also rules the 11th. So some of you guys are going to be hosting, or you're kind of getting your house in order or decorated, and you're getting ready for like the holiday festivities. All right, so those are the moons. One other thing I would say is that we're going to see a couple of squares to Jupiter in your sign this month. Okay, so some people are going to kind of yank your chain a little bit. I call these growing pains, like Jupiter squares, especially in the angular houses, is kind of like a growing pain. And it all comes back down to Jupiter being the ruler of your 6th house of health, habits, and routine. Maybe there's a lot of work that you have to do on fixing a house. Maybe you've got a busy schedule. Maybe you're taking care of family. Maybe you're taking care of animals. I don't know. Or there's just a lot of work. And when you see squares that are going to be coming from your 4th house to your 1st house, first things first is if you're healthy and you're organized, you'll be able to manage it. But if you're not, if you've got too many irons in the fire and you're trying to kind of do too many things at one time, it is possible that you're getting exhausted, wiped out, or you're just really emotionally a little bit on edge because of how many things are needed from you on the home front, Okay? All right. So let's start with October the 1st. This is the first square that you're going to experience right off the bat, where Mercury, which is going to spend the beginning of the month in Libra, is going to come into a square with Jupiter in your first. Mercury is communication in the mind. So this is like dealing with family members, dealing with neighbors, this is dealing with siblings, emails, phone calls, all of that stuff, even documents or thinking about moving or traveling or trying to organize people, coming and going, looks a little overwhelming. And it looks like there could be some unexpected changes with your home or with your family. And you're like, okay, that was a curveball. I didn't know I was hosting Thanksgiving this year. I got to figure out how I'm going to feed 20 people, that kind of stuff. And it could just feel like there's just a lot of having to get stuff in order. So I think that with Mercury in your fourth, square Jupiter in your first, this brings up tensions and family talks and how it's kind of clashing with your vision, your schedule, and your personal growth. And it can overwhelm your emotions a little bit. So you need to kind of stay grounded on this day and avoid any over-exaggeration in your self-expression. And you might just notice you're a little bit more sensitive. And then on October the 4th, we're going to see Venus conjunct the South Node in Virgo, which will be taking place in your third house, which can indicate that there's something going on either with a female relative, like a sister, aunt, cousin, mother figure, or something connected to a female neighbor where, somebody is checking in, they're coming back, they're calling you, they're wanting to connect with you. Maybe it's even a friend that's reaching out to you from the past, being like, hey, how are you? What's going on? But remember that the South Node is about releasing old ways of communicating in the third house. It's about, yes, people from the past can come back, but it's kind of saying, all right, you know what? I'm not going to communicate with my sister like that. I'm going to be patient. Or, maybe you notice at the time where you're having a falling out with a female family member or, they're not wanting to kind of communicate. This will definitely affect kind of sibling or local ties with this conjunction. Somebody's like, hey, I'm not coming to your party, or like, I don't agree with what your kid did to my kid, so I'm not going to be there. Like, there could be those kind of like stupid tips. And then you're going to see on the 6th of the month that we're going to have Mercury ingress into Scorpio. And so it's going to go into your 5th house. And you're going to see a lot of Scorpio energy come the tail end of October. Now, Mercury deals with communication, news, information, learning, short distance trips. It's also connected to what you don't know, what's hidden, your intuition or your subconscious, and it's going to move into the 5th house of children, creativity, dating, self-expression. Mercury entering this house is really about deepening your creative thoughts. It's also enhancing romantic expression. So some of you guys might be going on short distance trips. Maybe you are on, the apps trying to meet people. Maybe it means that, you connect with somebody from the past who you used to kind of be dating, which is possible with Mercury going into shadow over the next month. Maybe you're getting back into the dating game if you've been taking a break, right? It could mean any of these things. But I think that this is definitely a time to think about, how you can change the way you look at romance, how you can be more in touch with your inner child, and be willing to take risks and have a little bit more fun. Now, on the 6th of the month, we're also going to see that full moon in Aries. So we talked about that being some big kind of turning points for your career. I would just say, with a full moon in the 10th house, this is a culmination of career matters, and it brings public recognition or closure to your professional life. Then we're going to see on the 11th that Venus in Virgo in your 3rd house will come into an opposition with Saturn in Pisces in your 9th house. Now, Venus is, once again, family, right, or goals and community or parties, and it will oppose Saturn. So there can be this sense of somebody saying, I want to come and visit you, but I can't. I wish I could be there, but I'm not going to be able to make it. There can also be this feeling of like not seeing eye to eye with like a teacher, a legal professional, a mentor, a guru. And it's possible that with this opposition, it's mirroring some of the themes from the recent solar eclipse in Virgo from September 21st, where we saw an opposition to obviously Saturn with the eclipse. So oppositions bring challenges. The challenges are in regards to communication and beliefs or travel. And it challenges learning with more disciplined kind of philosophy. And I would just say, stay committed to studies or ideas for a longer term vision. This is not a time to be like, oh, this book is boring, I'm going to get rid of it. Just take a break and come back to it. It's not a time to decide that you're dropping out of your courses or that you're, going to cancel, the holiday festivities because somebody can't come. Just take a breath, wait till the next day, the dust will settle, and you'll be able to kind of resume some of your plans. On the 13th, we will see then Venus ingress into Libra. which is a great transit because she's at home and Venus is going to be blessing your fourth house. And this is about beautifying your space. So if you're thinking about decorating, if you want to bring in a designer, if you're looking for a new apartment or a new home, if you are hoping to have a female friend come and stay with you, or a family member is coming to stay with you, like a woman, that could happen at some point throughout this transit. And I think that, for the most part, is really harmonizing your home life and creating more balance, and it can improve family relationships. The challenge is off the bat, Venus is going to oppose Neptune. So there's this sense of being like, okay, I've got some home stuff going on, or some entertaining, or some stuff I have to be kind of cleaning up or designing. And you might be asking yourself, like, how am I going to get out of work and swing this? Or somebody at home needs me. I got to kind of ditch out of work early. Or why am I putting so much effort into my space if, like, I don't know if I'm going to be living here? I might be changing my job. Like, should I be buying a house right now? That might be kind of coming up for you. So watch out for misunderstandings or miscommunications in regards to home and kind of family and work dynamics. And the other thing that I would say is that the positive is that on the same day, Pluto is going to go direct, right, in other people's money, joint assets, and finances. And Venus will trine Pluto. Venus will also trine Uranus. Some Cancer and Cancer risings might have a real estate breakthrough, or they might have money that comes from a joint asset or from an inheritance or an investment from a partner that could make some of your dream home and living situations come through. Or there could be like a payout or money that you've been waiting, or an investment that you've made, you can cash in on. And then you're like, okay, boom, now I can actually feel like I can, cover rent for the next 6 months, or I can go and buy the new couch, that kind of stuff. All right, we're going to see on the 13th with Pluto going direct, it basically means that Pluto is just kind of resuming the power revolving around joint assets. It's also intimate transformation, and it's really about empowering shared resources, and like something is going to shift there. So you're feeling like taking a risk. So it might be like what you're investing into your home. It might also be in relationships. Now on the 16th, this is another kind of gotcha. Somebody's going to yank your chain day when the sun in Libra comes into a square with Jupiter in Cancer. So it's mirroring what happened earlier in the month, I think around, was it the 6th? No, around the 1st, when Mercury squared Jupiter. So when the sun squares Jupiter on the 16th, remember the sun is in your fourth house of family and Jupiter's in your first. So it's amplifying home energy and like a lot of relationship stuff going on at home, and the pressure that it's putting on you when it comes to, scheduling and organizing things, or your health. So really it's amplifying the energy of, finding this balance between your inner security with personal ambitions to kind of prevent overreach. Overspending certainly can come up with the sun, overspending on, how you're decorating your home or entertaining, or, feeling like you're wanting to be overly organized and planning things. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Just take it easy that day because you're going to have a very busy schedule. And then you're going to see on the 20th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Scorpio. Now, for the most part, all the Scorpio energy going through your fifth house is pretty friendly for Cancer and Cancer risings. And what you're going to find is that it's just kind of really amplifying stuff that's going on revolving around dating, romance, creative projects, investing, gambling, trading, that kind of stuff. And children, your kids can be definitely a theme here. I feel like with Mercury conjunct Mars, we're taking into consideration Mercury rules your 12th of what's unseen, third house of communication, and Mars is going to represent, some kind of passion or creativity. So you could have a dream, you feel inspired, you wake up, you're writing it all down and you're putting it together, you're writing a story, you're creating a project. You could have a dream that you hear from an old lover, right? Or you might be like, I feel like I'm going to meet somebody, and then boom, you meet someone like very quickly, especially because it's at a 19 degrees. So your relationship with your inner child, your relationship with a romantic partner, your relationship with a sibling, your relationship with a neighbor, somehow there is either opportunity for creative collaboration or there could be a little bit of tension. I would say that, this is really just firing up creative debates, and keep in mind that Mercury is in pre-shadow. So it's about really in October and November, it's going to be about reviewing fun pursuits or dating. And in November, Mercury will retrograde from Sag back into your fifth house, where I feel like you're trying to kind of get on a schedule where you're making time to complete some of your creative projects, or you're making more time for dating. This could also mean that, you're looking for some kind of care when it comes to your children. where you need somebody to babysit so you can like go to a concert, you know, or maybe you're like, hey, I'm dating again. I'm a single parent. I need to find somebody who can kind of watch my kid so I can get out there and like mingle. So that might be something else going on. And just rethinking relationships here as well. That's going to be a big theme. And I think that Cancer risings can be one of the signs where somebody from the past can definitely come back. That can definitely happen. You can be dealing with that in the pre-shadow. All right. We have on the 21st of the month, a new moon in Libra, around 28 degrees. So if you have anything, I would say 27, 28, 29 degrees, this is going to square you. And obviously when the moon's in the fourth house, it's at home. You're planting new seeds when it comes to your home and your living situation. This is giving you the opportunity to really focus on, okay, if you need new beginnings when it comes to initiating family changes or property changes or buying or selling or renovating, signing leases, this can be something that you're considering. Just keep in mind, Mercury is in shadow. And I could definitely see with Venus being here, it's like a lot of you guys feeling like your home is refreshed and renewed. Still slightly squaring Jupiter. So it's like maybe you're kind of proud of yourself of everything you were able to accomplish and kind of put together and plan. And you'll see that kind of unfold over the next 6 months. And I also feel like a lot of this is about how you're helping and you're serving your family, or how you're bringing people in to kind of fix or kind of improve things in your home. And Venus being there does talk a lot about like having a great deal of warmth and joy within your home and family space. So that's really great. On the 22nd of the month, Neptune retrogrades back into Pisces, and we will have both Saturn and Neptune in Pisces until the beginning of 2026. Obviously, it's taking some pressure off of you. If you're an early Cancer rising, it's also taking pressure off of your career. And when it moves into Pisces, actually like October, November-ish, you know, Saturn and Neptune are going to be trining Jupiter in your sign. So that basically means that you're going to be more spiritual, you're going to be more philosophical, more willing to travel, you're going to be shifting your views and your philosophy about the world. Some of you guys will return back to places that you've traveled. Others will be making the decision to go back to school if you have not already. So this is really enhancing a spiritual quest, I think, and it's really deepening kind of faith exploration or just how you see the world. Because it's so close to Saturn too, it is potentially about long distance relationships, planning weddings, graduations, and ceremonies. I could see that being a theme as well. All right. And then on the 22nd of the month, the sun enters Scorpio. So we've got all these planets having a Scorpio party in the 5th house. And now the sun is going to kind of represent, creativity, and it's highlighting joy. It's highlighting dating, children. And it's also money. So you're like, I'm willing to kind of, hey, I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to go on a date with that person, or I'm going to invest in that stock. Or some of you guys might be feeling like you just want to kind of get out and, have some fun. So lots of passion and creativity, I think, for the rest of the month, really into November. And then what you're going to find is the transits wrap up on the 29th when Mercury leaves your 5th house and it goes into your 6th house. Now, I'm kind of the frame of mind that even though Mercury does not do so well in Sag, right? It's in the opposite sign of Gemini. And even though it's going to be in shadow, so you're going to see some of the effects starting to come up of the November retrograde, Mercury does like being in the 6th house. And Mercury also, Mercury retrograde should not be feared. I'm a big believer that we need these Mercury retrogrades to kind of clean things up. So, the fact that Mercury conjunct Mars makes me feel like earlier in the month, you got really passionate about something. And now you're like, okay, now I got to make this a thing. So if you're trying to launch a business, or if you're trying to do a creative, kind of side hustle, this is about you going like, I need to get my schedule in order. Mercury likes being in the 6th house because of its association with Virgo. And remember that this is about cleaning up something, right? It's connected to the South Node. So taking action or some services needed to improve a website, work on social media, come up with a content schedule. Mercury in the 6th is going to be great for organization at work. It's also strong for health and habits and focusing on those things. So if you want to start a biking routine, a walking routine, a breathwork routine, if you're looking for work, if you're looking to get back into work, I know that there's been a lot of Cancer and Cancer risings that have been telling me that they've had some financial issues, or they've had some health problems, or they haven't been working. So this could actually improve expanding work ideas and getting serious about your health routines. The only challenge is that when Mercury enters into Sagittarius, it inconjuncts or quincunxes you by sign. So it's going to represent either a health or work matter you don't see coming, and it will oppose Uranus, which is in your 12th house. And Uranus is going to be more about psychological issues, It's also going to be about intimacy issues. It's going to be about secrets. And, whenever you're dealing with the 6th house, it's about your routines, and the 12th house is about your mental health and like the spiritual effects. So you got to watch your health with some of the transits coming up. I feel like Mercury in the 6th is really kind of exposing some of the unhealthy subconscious tendencies or natures. So if you're sleeping too much, if you're hiding things, if you're not talking about your feelings, and also it can definitely spark some hidden disruptions in your daily life. So this is about kind of adapting to routines and trying to be flexible to kind of uncover innovative solutions, whether that's health-wise or if it's going to be at work. Okay. Now, for the best and the worst days in October, you have got the best love days on the 4th, the 14th, the 19th, the 20th, the 23rd, the 24th, the 28th through the 29th. Now, there's going to be opportunities for you on the 28th. I think that's going to be one of the better days for you. And you can see good career or reputation things happening on the 12th and the 13th of October. Money is looking good for you on the 14th and 15th and the 16th of October. And the 15th can be a challenging day. That's really the only kind of tricky day. Unless you're getting hit by the squares from the full or the new moon, just keep an eye out on the 15th. With that being said, I've got the Marigold Tarot that I'm using this month in honor of Halloween. Let's ask the tarot what you guys need to know for the month ahead. The card that I get is the Knight of Swords. Okay, I'll put it on this side so you can see a little bit better. The Knight of Swords. So this deals with, obviously, it can be an air sign, so a Gemini, Aquarius, or a Libra. Watch for these people. But this is about communications, information, news, messages, traveling, learning. And it can be about being a little quick or swift, or that there could be some impending messages. So I'm kind of getting the vibe that with Mercury conjunct Mars, that's very Knight of Swords, right? He's rushing, right? Mars, he's got a weapon. Mercury is information. It's connected to air. I think there's going to be some important conversations about work and also about your romantic relationships this month. Some of you guys might meet an air sign. I wonder, are you going to meet a Libra? Are you going to meet a Scorpio? Maybe. Could you meet an air sign? Maybe. I think that this is going to be about creative writing. This is about intuiting information and listening to your intuition with some of the oppositions to Mercury. This is about being strategic, planning ahead and knowing how to kind of execute tasks and like coming up with a schedule and a plan so you feel like you can get everything done and you're not being left depleted. In order to do that, not only do you have to use your noggin, but you also have to be communicating and telling people what you need. Okay, so really kind of think about that. Keep that in the back of your mind. I hope this is a great month for you guys. I'm excited to see how some of these moons play out, and I will catch you guys back here in November. Good luck. Hey, Leo and Leo rising. Welcome to your October 2025 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well, and I'm excited to chat with you after these eclipses. I know that you're equally like Cancer impacted by the solar eclipse and to some extent the lunar eclipse. So let me know how you guys are doing post-eclipse season. Let's jump right into it, and we're going to talk about some of the aspects that are going to be happening with the sun this month. Now, as you know, the sun is your ruler, so it's going to be continuing to move through Libra in your 3rd house at the beginning of the month. This means that it's going to be continuing to enhance short distance trips, communication, siblings, contracts, and anything to do with learning. Now, it'll stay there until October the 22nd, and then you're going to see the sun shift into the sign of Scorpio. So it'll be hanging out then for the rest of the month and into November in your home zone. This is really going to be focusing on your home, your domestic stuff, your roots, as well as your family. This means that also, there is going to be this focus from kind of shifting from kind of relational themes to family matters. And this is going to be boosting confidence through connections as well as inner security. Watch for transits, like when the sun goes into Scorpio, it will come into a square with Pluto in Aquarius, so it can bring up some challenges with family relationships and partners, possibly having conversations this month and next month about changes on the home front. Now, something else to consider is that early in the month, we will see while the sun is still in Libra, it will also come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer in your 12th house. We'll talk about all of what that means. We're going to get started first with, obviously, the October 1st, Mercury in Libra square Jupiter in Cancer. So at the beginning of the month, Mercury is still moving through your third house where it's pretty strong. And this is really focusing on intellectual stuff, learning, short distance trips, vehicles, and siblings. And when it squares Jupiter in your 12th house, it's going to be kind of highlighting tensions with ideas versus subconscious growth. Trying to get you out of your comfort zone. This is also possibly bringing up some idealistic dreams that are kind of clashing with the day-to-day and what you can actually get done. You can have some like writer's block here. There can also be some issues revolving around what you want to do versus what you can actually get done and facts. My advice is just really clarify your thoughts to better kind of integrate your intuition effectively. Journaling or meditating can be really helpful, and also thinking things through before you have important conversations. Listen to your dreams and also that inner guidance with Jupiter in your 12th. Now, on October the 4th, we're going to see Venus coming into conjunction with the South Node in Virgo. The beginning of the month, Venus is still moving through your financial sector, and Venus deals with communications, trips, as well as anything connected to Taurus, which is about your career and your status. So when Venus hits the South Node, we're dealing with the past, releasing and letting go of things. This might mean that you're releasing, outdated patterns or values. There can be some possible money loss or some changes going on with relationships with people at work. There can be some financial fluctuations and changes here. As you know, you're still coming off of the solar eclipse last month where you were setting new intentions with your resources, but this might mean you have to let some things go. This can affect your financial or your self-worth related matters. And I would watch out for, added expenses and dramatic changes with your finances or your personal style. And also there can be a sense of if something is owed to you, it can come back to you. So hard work and effort professionally and in any kind of media, writing, or learning can be beneficial, and you can kind of get credit where credit is due. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury's ingress into Scorpio. So it will leave Libra and it's going to go into your 4th house where there's going to be a lot of action the latter part of October into November. And there's going to be a lot of planets moving through Scorpio. This is going to be really highlighting anything revolving around, probing family talks, deepening your insights when it comes to your family, your domestic zone. And Mercury not only rules your possessions and your money, it's also connected to your goals. So it's possible that you're really focused on, we've got some family planning stuff going on. Maybe you're talking about moving. You might be reviewing contracts or things revolving around vehicles, and there could potentially be some up-and-coming family or group-oriented kind of events that are taking place at home. Something to think about is that when it comes into Scorpio and when, Mars and the Sun are in there, it's all going to be coming into a square with your sign. So at least a lot of the stuff that's taking place throughout the next month is quite private. It can be highly emotional. And while Mercury is entering into this particular house, it is going to start clashing with Pluto in your 7th house. So it can mean that you're trying to focus on money and finances, property values, and goals with the home and family. But you might feel like there is some challenge or some opposition going on with certain relatives, roommates, or potentially even your romantic partners. It looks like the discussion in October and November is going to be, are we staying or are we going? And equally, are we building together or are we drifting apart? Now, on the 6th, we will also see a full moon in the sign of Aries. This will be taking place in your 9th house in, the sign that is a fellow sister fire sign. So if you have anything around that 13, 14, 15 degrees of Leo, it will actually be trining you. And obviously, this is going to represent an opposition between the Sun in the 3rd house of the mind, communication, and short distance trips, and the moon in your 9th house. Positive is that I do feel like for a lot of you guys, this is a culmination of what has been built over the last 6 months. In the spring of 2025, we had a solar eclipse in Aries in this 9th house. Many of you guys were setting intentions revolving around ceremonies, graduations, long-distance trips, publishing, or legal matters. And now it's coming to this culmination period. So many of you guys might find that there is this focus on going on a big trip or studying or traveling. And at the time of the full moon, we're actually going to see the ruler Mars in your 4th house. So are you considering a big move? Are you thinking about going and visiting family? Are you going to be seeing a loved one, go off to school? Is there going to be some big family celebration? These things can definitely be taking place over the next couple of weeks. just really focus, I think, with Mercury in, in your fourth house, and also with this new moon, on having better communication. That's going to be, on this full moon, on having better communication with family so you can plan some of these events. The full moon is also going to be culminating your beliefs, and it might be revealing travel or philosophical peaks. So some of you guys might actually be traveling at the time of this full moon. Now, on the 11th of the month, we're going to see Venus in Virgo come into an opposition with Saturn in Pisces. Now, this is all taking place still in your financial house. You guys are coming off of those eclipses last month where you saw a culmination in Pisces full moon in your 8th, the lunar eclipse, and then the solar eclipse that is to take place or has taken place, depending on when you listen to this, in your 2nd. So as you see Venus go through the 2nd house and make an opposition to Saturn, this is going to be really bringing up some limitations when it comes to intimacy or when it comes to finances. And this will be challenging resources and kind of showing you where there is some shared limits. It might mean that you're feeling you're having to pick up the check or picking up the tab for something, that you're struggling with a partner who's not working, or they're not contributing, or there is some block or hang up that's coming up when it comes to investments, taxes, mortgages, inheritance, savings. So money can feel a little tight. Not the best day to be making big decisions about traveling, major investments, or large purchases. So definitely be careful with that. And I do feel like this is going to show you that there is a resource challenge coming up, but it's trying to get you to build better disciplined financial habits for long-term security, emotional or financial, with other people. Then on the 13th of the month, Venus is going to enter into the sign of Libra, where it will be kind of gracing your 3rd house. So many of you guys might be feeling like, okay, now communication is a little bit better. You can be negotiating with people. Some of you guys may be contemplating making a change to your vehicle or improving your vehicle, picking up a new gadget, or potentially even like a laptop or a phone, anything like that. Venus does rule your 10th house of career, and it's also connected to your 3rd house of communication. So when this happens, it's really bringing up a much more charming kind of diplomatic vibe. And you might notice that you're spending more time with siblings or with neighbors. This is also a wonderful time to be improving some of the relationships that you have with your local community. On the 13th, we will see Pluto turn direct in the sign of Aquarius. So if you happen to be an early degree Leo, 0 to about 3 degrees, you're under a rare and unusual Pluto opposition. It's been a doozy, right? And it was last year with some of like the retrogrades in opposition to Pluto, where there's been a back and forth with some kind of friendship, relationship of some kind. What I like about Pluto coming back online and going direct is that it basically means it's going to be resuming major transformations in your partnerships. And this is really empowering relationship evolution. Pluto represents your home and your family. So it's interesting that there's a lot of talk there this month. Pluto then comes online and it will trine Venus, which means there may be conversations with relatives or with partnerships about a move. I know this sounds crazy, but I really feel like for a lot of Leo or Leo risings, this is definitely going to be a big theme throughout this next couple of months. And I feel like for many of you guys, Venus trine Pluto means through strong communication and alliances, we can actually, improve our relationship, or we can improve family relationships, or potentially make a change with a living situation. Venus will also trine Uranus, which rules your 11th house, which rules your 7th house. So you might be making a big announcement to your friends about your relationship, or, somewhere you're going. It could also be a very social time. So parties and kind of celebrations are likely to come from this trine with Venus. Good time to send out invitations or make big announcements online as well. Now, on the 13th, we'll see Pluto go direct. Then on the 16th, we will see the Sun in Libra square Jupiter in Cancer. So this is where you're going to get tested a little bit, as the Sun is kind of highlighting in your 3rd house, communication, learning, contracts, negotiations. That square is going to feel a little uncomfortable. Jupiter rules other people's money and investments or intimacy matters, and it's also connected to children, dating, and relationships. So when you see the square come through on the 16th, it's going to be amplifying mental energy, and it's going to be showing you where, there is some kind of mental energy that's kind of being challenged by some kind of hidden emotional or home expansion behind the scenes. My advice is just, try to be curious, but avoid mental overload. This can be a day where there's too much communication, too much travel. Maybe there's too much kind of indecisiveness or feeling back and forth. You might also feel like you need to kind of sit and think about things before you make a big announcement or any plans regarding education or moving. And I would meditate on things or journal on things before you make a move. On the 20th of the month, we will see Mercury conjunct Mars in Scorpio, and this will be happening in your natal 4th house. If you happen to be like 17, 18, 19 degrees of Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising, this will square you. But to be honest with you, I don't necessarily feel like this is a bad thing. Obviously Mercury represents your possessions, your resources, your money. It's also kind of going to be connected to your goals with home and family, while Mars is going to rule long distance travel, relocation, and your home. So this is where we put, our words in alignment with our actions, right? And I think for many of you guys, you might find that the positive is that it's like mind over matter when it comes to tackling home and family goals. It's also great for organization, or if you're thinking about, buying or selling homes, that might be something that's kind of coming up. And when this conjunction happens, it's going to energize home discussions. It can also bring up some unexpected kind of financial challenges at home. So it's like things that you need to fix, things that you need to improve, things that you need to transform, right, Scorpio? And I think that a lot of people are probably going to find that there could be some intense conversations with family or with roommates that can kind of come from this, especially since Pluto is connected to Scorpio and it's in the 7th. So you might face some opposition from other relatives or friends or even a partner if you are suddenly wanting to move or make a change in your living situation. My advice is don't spend too much money improving a home. Try to be crafty as much as you can. And also try to, be strategic if you're going to be having discussions with family or with roommates, because obviously tensions can kind of rise when Mercury, the mind, comes into conjunction with Mars, the god of war. Now, something else to consider is that Mercury is now entering shadow on this day, and Mercury won't turn retrograde until, early November. It will actually start the retrograde in the 5th house of children or romance and retrograde back into the 4th. So it can mean that November is a month where your home is changing because of children. Maybe they're coming back home to visit you or moving back in with you. Maybe you're thinking about what's going to be best for your family in the long run, and if it's actually best to improve a living situation by moving, or maybe you're thinking about making a change with moving in with a partner, or a partner's moving out. So it really depends on your personal astrology, but just know that this is the very beginning process of starting to see, okay, what actions do we need to take at home, and how you're going to work that out and be creative with some of the home shifts that will be coming next month. Now, on the 21st of the month, we will see a new moon in Libra, and that'll be taking place in your 3rd house. Pretty significant for you. Libra is friendly with Leo, but a new moon means that the sun and the moon are conjunct. So it means that you're planting new seeds of intention revolving around communication in the mind and trying to kind of work together with another person. I do think that it is about also planting seeds for learning. It inspires new ideas. If you want to start a new website, if you want to start a blog, a podcast, or if you want to, launch a new media channel, this can be a good time to do it. If you happen to be a later degree Leo, 28, 29 degrees, this will square you. So just kind of keep that in mind that, if you're an early degree Leo, this will square you. So if you're a late degree, it's going to sextile. But if you're an early degree Leo, it's going to square you. And you might feel like you're kind of under the gun a little bit to communicate with people in your local environment, or to initiate a contract, or to have a conversation. But for the most part, I actually like this new moon. I think with Venus being in the same house, those of you guys who are wanting to launch new creative or collaborative or writing related things, if you want to start a new course, or if you're wanting to focus on relationship communication, Venus being there is actually going to be very helpful in your 3rd house. And some of you guys might be thinking about getting a new vehicle. The 3rd and the 4th house deal with vehicles. So with a retrograde that'll be there next month, a new moon that's there this month, I'm wondering if some of you guys are thinking about making some changes with your transportation. It's possible. On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see Neptune turn retrograde. It's going to leave Aries and it's going to go back into Pisces. So Neptune obviously is connected as a modern day ruler with Pisces, and both Saturn and Neptune are going to be sitting in your 8th house for the better part of the next few months. So until about February of 2026, they will be hanging out in your 8th. And we know that the 8th house deals with transformation, joint assets, partners' money, inheritance, taxes, and also emotional, spiritual, or psychological healing. So as Saturn and Neptune are now sitting in this house, Neptune is kind of blurring the lines when it comes to, intimate relationships, joint finances, but it can also deepen transformative intuition. And some people may consider going back to therapy. They might be resolving a tax matter or a joint financial matter. You're just going to need to use a little extra clarity when you're dealing with finances. Also on the 22nd, we'll see the sun ingress into Scorpio, and Scorpio season is going to begin. So you'll have Sun, Mercury, Mars, all in your 4th house. Positive is that obviously the 4th house is going to be under construction here for like the next 2 months. And Scorpio likes a good transformation. Wherever the sun is where you are. So the 4th house means that maybe you're at home more, maybe you're visiting family, maybe you're having a father figure or a man come and visit you at home. The challenge is that the sun is going to start squaring Pluto in your 7th. So that means that you're applying pressure to a relationship and being like, where is this relationship going? Are we going to get married? Are we going to move in together? Are we on the rocks? And do we need to make a change in the living situation? Just be really in tune with, whatever is getting illuminated with your home or your family. And this is also going to be boosting emotional foundations as Scorpio is a water sign. Finally, on the 29th of the month, you're going to see some Mercury things happening. So with Mercury, we're dealing with money and resources and goals. Mercury will enter into your 5th house, Sagittarius, a fellow sister fire sign. So what I like about this is that, especially if you're an early degree Leo, having Mercury in the 5th house is going to inspire you to be a lot more creative, to have fun, to focus on romantic talks, to be dating, to be creating, to be playing, and focusing on your children. Maybe you're investing more energy with your relationship to your kids. Maybe you're dating again and getting back on the horse. Maybe it's possible for some of you guys, because Mercury will turn retrograde there next month, that you're reassessing an existing relationship. Some of you guys will find that there is a little bit of tension with Mercury going into your 5th house because it will immediately oppose Uranus in Gemini. Uranus in Gemini in your 11th is highlighting the fluctuation and change with your friends, your goals, and your networks. And likely there could be some kind of static communication socially revolving around who you're dating, what you're creating, and how you're having fun. Now, Uranus rules your relationships, so it can mean that there can be some relational issues that can be coming up as a result of who you're dating, what you're creating, or what's going on with your kiddos. What I like is that it does spark social and creative surprises. I think it's just about embracing unexpected ideas. You just want to channel them constructively. If you're somebody who is thinking about having children, keep in mind that this can be something that can come up with the Mercury retrograde. If you're thinking about starting a new creative business or a hobby, you're going to need the process of this month and next month to kind of work out some of the kinks. And I do like the fact that when the retrograde happens next month in November, it's going to conjunct Mars. So it does tell me that you're really being more heart-centered and you're trying to make more time for the people, the things, the hobbies in your life that you love the most. So you'll see that kind of get worked out next month. So that is October in a nutshell for you guys. I hope that was helpful. And I've got some positive days and some challenging days just to kind of mark in your calendars. Now, for love for Leos, I like the 4th and the 5th, the 7th and the 8th, the 13th and the 14th, the 18th and the 24th through the 26th of October. You'll see opportunities that things are going to go your way on the 21st and the 28th. For your career or your reputation, the 14th through the 16th of October are the best days, and some of the best money moves are going to be on the 17th and the 18th of October. However, you have a number of challenging days this month. That'll be on the 2nd, the 8th, the 16th through the 17th, the 19th, and the 22nd through the 24th of October. With that being said, I've got the Marigold Tarot that I'm working with this month. Let's ask the cards what you need to know for the month ahead. the card that I get is the High Priestess. Put it on this side. Ooh, I love these cards. Aren't they so pretty? I'm just going to come out with it. I think it's a combination of the fact that, you're dealing with a lot of water in the skies, and, fire signs don't always manage that very well. Looking at, Saturn and Neptune, which will be retrograde back in your 8th, which is asking you to do some soul searching and really reevaluate what needs to come to an end and what's kind of transitioning to bring new things in. Jupiter in your 12th house, which is talking about keeping the faith and being optimistic about what you're creating or what you love or desire. And this flow of all this Scorpio in your 4th house of talking about deep emotional home and family bonds that are transforming. The High Priestess is known for already knowing that some things are coming. She's just kind of waiting for that to kind of arrive, and she doesn't act, she just receives. Taking time to reflect, taking time to be alone, taking time to really ask yourself what's getting flushed out of your life, and being optimistic, and also having this knowing that even though things can feel a little chaotic on the home zone this and next month, that all good things inevitably come to an end, and that there is a shift that's happening. And I think intuitively you're going to feel this. Listen to your gut. Maybe you're getting readings, maybe you're pulling tarot cards, or you're doing some kind of divination this month to give you more insight. And I would just say, trust what your gut is telling you. Hope that's helpful, Leo. I'll catch you guys back here in November. What's up, Virgo and Virgo risings? Welcome to your October 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you're thriving post-eclipse season. Just want to do a check-in. How are you guys doing? I know that was a biggie. Even like doing your reading, I'm like, oh, I gotta take a breath. This is the month where things are going to stabilize a little bit. All right. So that's the good news. The other thing is that, now that we're getting out of eclipse season and things are starting to settle, even though things are going to calm down, we are going to see this month that there is a lot of mercurial things that are going on in the skies. So that Mercury is your ruling planet. So what you need to know is that up until October the 6th, Mercury is going to be hanging out in your 2nd house of money. Okay. Money, values, resources, really focused on your self-esteem. And then you're going to see on the 6th, it will shift into Scorpio, your 3rd house, where it's strong. This is going to be now your mind is on traveling, learning, moving, talking to siblings, dealing with vehicles, maybe planning short distance trips. And, Scorpio is a sign that is very emotional. There's a lot of depth and there is a lot of details. So it can be really important to be going for walks, doing some journaling, doing some reflection. Also, this can be a month where communication is going to be incredibly highlighted because Mercury will come into conjunction with Mars, and then it will also come into shadow. All right. So my thought is this month is that, pretty much October 6th on is really good for having better, clear communication, maybe doing a little bit of studying or some research. And then as you get to October the 29th, Mercury will shift into Sagittarius in your home zone, where some of you guys are either going to be going home, connecting with family. Maybe there is a sense of reassessing your home and also your living situation. And that's because Mercury is going to go into shadow. And eventually in November, it will turn retrograde in Sagittarius. So what you need to know is that signing leases, buying cars, planning trips, buying gadgets, not the best time to be doing that during the shadow period. So ideally, you're going to be doing this before Mercury goes into shadow, or you're going to be waiting until November to see where the dust settles. And I think that there is just going to be a lot of static because Mercury doesn't do well in this sign. And because of its opposition to Uranus, it seems to imply that, there's a lot more focus on what's going on in the home, and the home may be changing in some way because of this ever fluxing kind of situation with Uranus in your career house in the 10th house. So Mercury conjunct Mars will happen several times during the Mercury retrograde shadow, and then in the Mercury retrograde, and then Mercury in opposition to Uranus will do the same thing. So some of you guys are feeling like there is this tension between what's happening inside versus what's going on out in the world in your career. All right. So with that being said, one other thing you're going to want to watch is also Venus conjunct the South Node. So that'll happen for you this month as well. So stay tuned. I'll break it all down for you. Starting on October 1st, we're going to see Mercury in Libra in your money house, where your mind is on your money, your values, and your resources will come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer in your 11th house of socializing, networks, and your goals. My thought on this is that squares create tension. It's possible that there can be tension in values with group, related matters, whether that's family, friends, work collaborations. And there is this sense of possibly over idealizing your social status, or you're spending a lot on, connecting and collaborating with friends, and that, you're going to parties, you're buying gifts, you're giving people things. So there can be a sense of overdoing it socially, or overdoing it when it comes to expenses relating to social events. So, I think that this is about really reassessing who your friends are, and also your budget and your values. And you really want to focus on kind of protecting your resources, because that does come up a couple times, both at the beginning of the month and later in the month when the sun squares. But this could also mean fancy dinners, outings, gatherings, parties, and you're like, well, it's money well spent. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see Venus conjunct the South Node in Virgo in your sign. So if you've got anything 17, 18, 19 degrees of Virgo, Venus will be conjunct the South Node here. And it's important to watch, because the theme for you with the eclipses and planets conjunct the South Node, and also I think, just everything that's gone through there has been about what am I letting go of? What am I releasing? So remember that the second house deals with Venus. So it can mean that you're giving something up of value. Are you letting go of a personal possession? Are you cutting your losses in a relationship that you no longer value? Are you, having some sense of being detached from material possessions? Are you changing your style? But the South Node in the first is about releasing self-patterns. So this is really affecting your personal identity, and you're kind of clearing something old away. So I think a lot of you guys are approaching relationships differently now. I think you're also making a decision to change something about your personal style. And maybe it means that, there is a sense of really reinforcing a lot of self-love and needing to really prioritize and invest in yourself. Now, on the 6th of the month, Mercury changes signs. It goes into Scorpio, where it's strong in the 3rd house. And this means that, it's really sharpening your ideas, and it's really boosting communication depth. Emails, meetings, phone calls, scheduling, all of that stuff is really significant. And it's about getting down to the details of something. Scorpio is very psychological. The 3rd house is communicate. So you might be looking a lot more at, why am I thinking the way that I'm thinking? Why am I communicating the way that I'm communicating? Some of you guys might feel like you're entering into therapy. Some of you guys might be also thinking or focusing more on media, writing, anything connecting to blogs or YouTube channels, if that's something that you do. And you might be studying as well. But one thing to consider is that when Mercury goes into Scorpio, shortly after, it's going to square Pluto the very next day. And this is trying to bring up some of your kind of more negative thought patterns, or the way that you're communicating with people at work, or whether or not, you're feeling like you're reading into things too much. So just keep in the back of your mind that, yes, it's sharpening ideas, it's boosting how you communicate with more depth, but you're going to assess, where some of this kind of negative thought pattern loops are impacting your health or your day-to-day routines and your relationship with your job. You will also see on the 6th that there is a full moon in Aries. Okay, so that'll be taking place in your 8th house, which is kind of hidden, spiritual. There is a sense with the 8th house of self-transformation, Aries, and anything revolving around assets. So child support, spousal support, mortgages, debts, loans, big payouts, payments due, and psychological reevaluation is definitely going to be the theme. So I think about how this was seeded in the spring of 2025. We had a solar eclipse here where there was a huge focus on self-reflection. And then also we had Saturn and Neptune go into this house. So dealing with joint finances and other people's money is a theme, karmic entanglements with other things. And it does look like that at the time of the full moon, Mars, the ruler, is going to be in your 3rd house. So some of you guys are looking at dealing with documents and paperwork. It could be tax related. It could be contracts. It could be negotiations. You could be having some conflicts or squabbles with siblings over money. There could be some changes going on with expenses revolving around a vehicle. And there could also possibly be a sense of you guys feeling like you're having to kind of dip into your savings to pay for either traveling, moving, or school-related matters. So keep that in the back of your mind. On the 8th house also, this can culminate intimacy, and it does reveal shared resource peaks, but only if you're willing to approach some of these conversations and discuss, what you guys have jointly together. And if you can afford to do things like move, buy a car, or, make some changes in your home environment. On the 11th of the month, Venus in your sign in Virgo will be in opposition to Saturn in Pisces in your 7th house. So, if you're watching this in early September or mid-September before the solar eclipse, September 21st is a solar eclipse that's going to be in your sign, okay? And that will feature in opposition to Saturn. Then Venus comes through your first house of self, where you're focusing on yourself, your embodiment, but the South Node has been there, so you have to kind of let go of something that you have always valued or held on to, and then it opposes Saturn. So it's mirroring some of the themes of September 21st eclipse. Saturn oppositions feel like somebody or something is cold, distant, withholding something, love, affection, communication. And it's not an easy day for relationships, both with romantic partners, spouses, clients, working with therapists. And it can definitely feel like, there is a challenge revolving around self-love with Venus in your first and, relational duties. Those duties are Saturn in your 7th. That, are you being selfish? Are you focusing too much on yourself? Are you not being generous or being open? Are you not willing to share resources or part of yourself with somebody else? And are they withdrawn in some way? Or is somebody kind of at a distance or far away? My advice is really foster patience in connections. If you want to have stronger bonds, not a good day to have serious relationship talks, commitments, marriage, or partnership mergers. And this is a time where relationships can be tested if you're not on the same page about values or money. On the 13th, Venus will then shift into Libra, where it's going to be in much better standing. Venus likes being in the 2nd house, where it's solid with income, and also really likes being in Libra. And what I like about this is that Venus is going to come into a trine with Uranus in your 10th house of career. So there could be some good fluctuations and changes happening with your career that can boost your income and your self-esteem. And Venus will also come into a trine with Pluto in the 6th house of health, habits, and routine. So if you're focusing on a better balanced diet, you're going to be more productive, you're going to be feeling healthier. If you're having healthier self-esteem, you know your worth, you can really stand up for yourself at work, make the necessary changes, and also make the kind of scheduling changes that you need to make. The challenge is that for you, you will also see not only Venus oppose, Saturn, but then you're going to see Venus come into an opposition with Neptune in the 8th. And Venus is your money, Neptune is your partner, Virgo. Is there a sense of somebody keeping secrets of finances? Is it you? Is it somebody else? Do you have a partner that is lying to you about what their, debt is, or what their, what they've been spending, or what loans they have? Are you not on the same page about what somebody is willing to contribute? Is there a sense of not being clear about what's yours versus what's ours? Something like that can happen. So you got to be really careful with deception when it comes to money and relationships. And I do feel like, this opposition to Neptune is definitely going to be a bit of a stinker. So watch for that, especially when it comes to, kind of getting scammed by other people, or people trying to kind of falsify things with resources, right? Then we have got on the 13th, on the same day, we will see that Pluto is going to go direct. So Pluto will go direct in Aquarius in your 6th house. And this means that Pluto is now resuming work transformation. It's now kind of setting up for you some major changes revolving around where you're working, how you're working, what your health is like, and things kind of connected to your routine. And I think a lot of it's communication-based, a lot of it's mental. But that's definitely something to watch, especially with like Pluto and Uranus trining. And you can see some pretty significant health shifts happen as a result of this. Then on the 16th of the month, the Sun in Libra will square Jupiter in Cancer. Okay, so this is kind of similar to earlier in the month when Mercury squared Jupiter. Now the Sun will square Jupiter. And my interpretation of this is that, it's amplifying your resource energy with the Sun in the 2nd house versus social expansion. The key here is to balance giving to prevent depletion of your own resources. And I'm wondering if you're going to be getting on somebody else's case about how much money, they're spending, kind of going out, socializing and partying. Somebody else could be getting on your case about, how involved you are socially, what you're spending on clothes and, parties and gifts, or what you're doing with friends. And the sun represents what's kind of hidden and self-undoing. So there can also be a sense of overdoing it when it comes to, a lavish lifestyle and kind of going out with other people. And it could be a day where there could be some pretty significant social expenses. So you want to watch for that and try to keep an eye on your budget. And then on the 20th, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Scorpio. So this is that day that I was talking about. No, it is at a 19. So this is relational. It deals with Libra. So it can be about a relationship that you have with a sibling, with a neighbor. It can also be about your relationship. Mars rules other people's money. Mercury rules you, and the third house is documents. So something you've written, said, something that's documented, something that can be financial or personal or very secret is now suddenly coming into light. And when this happens, basically it's firing up your mind and it's making you a little bit more defensive, or it's making you a little bit more willing to, stand up for yourself, which can be positive. However, Mercury Mars is like pedal to the metal in the third house, right? So you need to slow down. Don't act reactionarily. Don't be, speeding. Don't be jumping to conclusions. Don't be quick to, fire off emails or send texts because you might regret them. And part of the reason why is that Mercury enters shadow this day, which is very important for you. In November or in early November, Mercury will turn retrograde in your home zone, and it will turn retrograde in Sagittarius and go back into Scorpio. So I could see some Virgo risings that impulsively buy a vehicle this month and regret it because they suddenly have a change in their home or their family situation, or they impulsively sign a lease and then they realize that because they were scrambling to try to move or make changes in their living situation, things don't go according to plan. So Mercury retrograde shouldn't be feared. You guys are going to work through this next month, but with Mercury in shadow, with Mercury hitting Mars several times, the things you say can have big consequences financially, but also emotionally with other people. It can kind of cost you. So think all of that stuff through, especially if you want to get gadgets or cars or sign contracts or leases. And I would just say, just take your time when it comes to communication and try to be patient with other people. On the 21st of the month, there will be a new moon in Libra, which will be taking place in your second house of money, personal possessions, income. This is where you do your money manifestation. You're focusing on your self-esteem, your resources, and your self-worth. What I like about this new moon is that it does have Venus in this house. So it is saying that your mind is on your money. You're looking to find better balance in relationships and also the relationship with yourself. And you can be seeing an opportunity for boosting your income. I would really focus on that. And I think that for many of you guys, this is going to be planting seeds for new financial beginnings, and it's going to be initiating some kind of growth over the next 6 months when it comes to your values and resources. On the 22nd of the month, Neptune will retrograde back into Pisces. So it's going to dip back into the 7th house. It is the modern day ruler of Pisces, your relationships. Saturn, Neptune, and the North Node are there. You just came off of a lunar eclipse there. And for the next couple of months until February of 2026, Saturn and Neptune are still trying to shore up some karmic relationship matters. Some of you guys are still dealing with not being able to find someone. Others are seeing relationships dissolve. Others are finding ways to be more vulnerable, more transparent, and really kind of showing up in a different way so you can forge stronger bonds in relationships and commitments. The truth is that Neptune is a little slippery, and it can mean that, partners are kind of back and forth, or they're in and out. They don't know what they want. And it can also indicate that it's blurring the lines when it comes to relationships with others. Now, it does deepen relational compassion, but I think that if you're somebody who's, Virgo or Virgo rising, that's like 25 to 29 degrees, you're still dealing with Saturn and Neptune in opposition to your sun. So there can be a sense of you going, why are they avoiding me? Or why are they lying? Or why are they drinking? Or why are they drugging? Or why are they so emotional? And use the next couple of months to really try to get more clarity in your relationships. You'll have throughout, next year to continue to work on this, but it's really important to be cautious about who you're partnering and kind of aligning yourself with. good time to get back into relationship counseling or to go back to therapy. Check in with an astrologer or somebody who you've spoken with in the past as well. On the 22nd of the month, the sun enters into Scorpio. So you're going to have Sun, Mercury, Mars all hanging out in the third house. The sun represents kind of creative stuff behind the scenes, and it's lighting up the third house, which is going to be really focusing on vitalizing your communication and highlighting new ways of connecting or new ideas. Short distance trips, anything to do with writing, learning, or media is going to get kind of highlighted here as well. And you might feel a little bit more secretive in your communication. If you're having really prominent dreams, I recommend writing them down. They can have some kind of symbolic meaning throughout the next month. And then we will see on the 22nd also, as the sun comes into the third house, it's going to start squaring Pluto. So it's going to kind of show you where either some of those negative ways of thinking or communicating or some difficult communications with coworkers or issues revolving around your mental health and your work and your schedule are going to kind of come to the surface, and you're going to become a little bit more aware of it. Finally, on the 29th of the month, we're going to see Mercury enter into Sagittarius. So it's going to be in your home zone. You'll either be more focused on your home, organization, responsibility for your home. It can mean you're visiting family. Maybe family's coming to visit you, or there could be just more connection. Maybe you're working from home for whatever reason. And obviously, this is expanding home thoughts, and it does affect your family life. However, Mercury does not do well in this sign because it's a Jupiterian sign. It's opposition of Gemini, and it will oppose Uranus in Gemini in your 10th house of career. So if you're 0 to about, I would say 6 degrees or so of Virgo, sun, moon, or rising, this is a doozy for the next month because of the retrograde. And when Mercury opposes Uranus, it means that, there's some tension between home and career, and it's going to spark some professional or home disruptions. My advice is, adapt to plans, be flexible, and look for innovative outcomes. Some of you guys might feel like this is about your job changing, so your home is changing. Others are going to go, well, actually, I'm having to kind of take a step back from work. There's a home and family matter, or I'm moving. And it can be kind of difficult feeling like you're juggling, both things at the same time. Once again, Mercury will make several oppositions to Uranus throughout the retrograde shadows and the retrograde itself. So you'll see this kind of come up again in November. All right, Virgo. Well, for the best and challenging days of October, I think your best days for love are going to be the 1st, the 8th, the 10th, the 18th, the 23rd, and the 25th through the 29th of October. You'll have opportune days on the 3rd, 8th, 10th, 13th, 19th through 20th, 25th, and the 28th through the 31st. Now, there's good career days on the 23rd through the 31st of October and good money days the 19th through the 20th. As for your challenging days that might bring some stress, the 1st through the 4th, the 6th and the 7th, the 14th, 16th, 24th, and 29th. All right, well, let's take a look and see what the tarot says for my Virgo and Virgo risings and what you guys need to know for the month ahead. The card that I got for you is the 4 of Coins, okay? Which for me is like, what do I hold on to and what do I let go of? Which I think really makes sense with Venus conjunct the South Node. There's a lot of like, okay, I'm not quite who I used to be, but I'm not sure who I'm going to be yet. And there can also be a lot of back and forth over what you hold on to versus what you willingly give up, whether that's a thing, if it's finances, if it's a person. And this can mean that it's reminding you that like money it's an energy, it's a flow. If you're holding on to it too tightly and you're not, investing or you're not spending it or you're not using it wisely, like you're not going to bring in more of it. And if you're too loose and too fluid with money and you're just kind of throwing it here and there, you're also not going to be able to retain it. And so I can see with some of the squares to Jupiter that there can be a overdoing it. And I can also see with some of the conjunctions to the South Node that there is a sense of being like, it's okay, I need this to kind of burn off some steam. So this is about practicing moderation in everything this month, whether it's relationships, money, food, right, indulgences, and not holding on to some things too tight. I hope that's helpful for you, Virgo. Definitely let me know how the month goes, and I'll catch you guys back here in November. Hey, Libra and Libra rising. Welcome back to my channel. These are going to be your horoscopes for October 2025. I hope you guys are doing well. We're going to talk all things Venus, and then we'll get into the transits for the rest of the month. Obviously, Venus is your ruling planet, so she will continue her trek through Virgo until about the 13th of October. So the first 13 days of the month, Venus being in the 12th house, you kind of still feel a little hermity. There is a sense of you still feeling like you need time alone in nature. You want to be isolated. Maybe there are spiritual practices that you're doing. Maybe you are resting. Maybe you are just feeling like you need to unwind and recuperate a little bit. I think with this transit, something to kind of consider is that, this is really promoting compassionate solitude. And then also there can be like hidden affections that can be going on, or some like romance behind the scenes. And throughout that transit, Venus will come into conjunction with the South Node. So Libra risings in particular, this can be about a period of going through some grief or some longing. This can also be a period where you need to kind of keep an eye on your health, because Venus represents your first house of self and the 8th house of emotional or psychological things. So you can be a little sensitive with that conjunction. But the good news is that after the 13th, Venus is going to be moving into your sign. So for all Libra, Sun, Moon, or risings, Venus coming into your sign is very positive. It is going to be enhancing your self-charm as well as your identity. And this means that really early in the month, there's more the sense of spirituality, withdrawn, and healing kind of vibes. And then it's going to shift for the rest of the month into, more personal grace, fostering inner peace, and your outward appeal. So if you're a Libra rising, it can be really beneficial, because as Venus comes into your sign, it's going to trine Pluto in Aquarius. So it's making you feel creative, youthful, energetic, want to date, want to have fun. And it's also going to trine Uranus in Gemini in your 9th. So it can mean that, you're indulging in, your appearance and making changes and improving your look because you're going to a conference, you're traveling, you have a long distance relationship. And also it means that you're going to be feeling a little bit more kind of like youthful. So take those photos, especially maybe like when the moon is conjunct Venus. That can be some good days to do that. Really paying attention to your look, your aesthetic, your health, and your personal charm is going to get a boost. And then also there will be a new moon that's going to be in your sign this month. So if you have any Libra placements, 27, 28, 29 degrees, this new moon is going to be conjunct one of your placements. So it's going to be pretty potent also for setting new intentions for how you look. So the month starts off with Mercury in Libra in your first house, where it's been very much about your communication, your connection, your beliefs or your ideas. And it will come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer in the 10th house. Woof. As a Libra rising myself, I think I underestimated the impact of when planets would go through Libra and then come into a square with Jupiter. It's just like, it's growing pains. So with Mercury in your first house, squaring Jupiter in your 10th, there is going to be tension with self-expression and how you communicate with Mercury in your sign. And there's some clash with career growth. And my advice is just communicate thoughtfully to align your personal voice with your professional goals. There can almost be this sense of like kind of feeling like you're losing your mind, or like mentally, communication is a little frazzled because there's just so much growth or responsibility or need to show up at work. And remember, Mercury rules your 12th house of solitude. So if you're not resting well, if you're not taking breaks, there can definitely be a sense of kind of overdoing it and feeling like you're spreading yourself too thin in terms of, either family responsibilities or like work responsibilities this month. Now on the 4th, you're going to see Venus conjunct the South Node in Virgo. And this is a day that you want to put on your calendar, that you want to mark that. And I don't even know what day this falls on, so forgive me, other than it's the 4th. But this is a day that you're going to probably be feeling like you want to be left alone. Staying in bed, not feeling so great, being down, needing to be in nature. I mean, this is a day that I would play hooky and go to the spa and get a massage, personally. This is a day that I would keep my schedule kind of light, because it means that this is about you releasing subconscious patterns, and that if you're willing to let go of some of these old work or health patterns or mental patterns, that it can create some kind of spiritual clearing. Right? So remember, Mercury is the ruler of the South Node, and it's going to be in your sign, which just squared Jupiter. You might go, okay, it's been too much work. I need to wind down. I need to disconnect. Do that day. The 12th house can be foreign lands. It can mean health institutions, hospitals, anything to do with retreat centers, spiritual centers, temples, churches, that kind of stuff. So you need to do something where you're going to have some downtime where you can kind of like zen out. Now on the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury ingress into Scorpio. So Mercury moving into your second house is really putting an emphasis on your finances and probing your finances. And it's going to be bringing up lots of like deep value talks. So because Mercury deals with your philosophy, your beliefs, and education, as well as the 12th house of subconscious feelings, there can be a lot of intuitive feelings revolving around making investments, purchases. 12th house is losses. So Libra risings, you need to be very careful with impulsive spending this month. And I think that happening simultaneously with the 6th, where there's a full moon in your opposite sign, Aries. So if you're a Libra, sun, moon, or rising, 13, 14, 15 degrees, this full moon will be very personal for you, as the moon is in the 7th house and it's opposing the sun that's hitting your chart in those degrees. Well, a full moon in the 7th house means it's bringing all of the attention to 7th house people. So whether you're meeting with a therapist, there's a blowout with a relationship, there's a huge emphasis on clients, there's a huge demand for business. Maybe you need to have serious kind of conversations and talks revolving around financial matters and values in a relationship. I think it's very strong for business personally. The downside is that, Mars is the ruler, and Mars is going to also be going through the 2nd house. So there could be squabbles or conflicts with people over money or values, okay? But the full moon is a culmination of partnerships, and it's revealing relational peaks. This dates back to the solar eclipse that we had in the spring this year, where we had a solar eclipse in Aries, and this is completing that cycle. So this is going to be a doozy, and I really feel like for some Libra risings, it's going to be like a make or break time in relationships. Equally, this could be a time where, you're taking stock in what you have and you're building stronger, and you're feeling valued and chosen and more financially or emotionally secure with a partner. Now, as Neptune and Saturn still kind of dances along, your descendant, who knows? We'll see. There's a lot of things still to be revealed about relationships, but right now your mind is on your money. Now, on the 11th, you're going to see Venus in Virgo, still in your 12th house, come into an opposition with Saturn. Another day you're going to want to mark on your calendar, because when Venus and Saturn oppose, you're not happy, because that means that you're not getting something, or something has to come to an end, or there needs to be a change, or there is a block or a delay in some way. Venus is your health. Saturn represents your home, your happiness, your dating life, your children. And the fact that it's, retrograde back in your 6th house tells me that something about the way you're working, your routine, your health, like it's not sustainable. And I think that this really is kind of bringing up for you, it's challenging your ability to find joy when it comes to your daily duties or the work that you're doing. Once again, there could be some health challenges. You're feeling under the weather. And this is about integrating solitude with routines to have a better kind of sense of well-being and feeling more so balanced. So think back to what happened with the solar eclipse, September 21st. That eclipse should have shown you very quickly that's like, okay, am I feeling like I'm kind of getting squirrely because I'm not healing something, or I'm not changing my, my habits, or I'm not eating well or sleeping well? This is also going to be another reality check kind of connected to that. And I would say be careful with changes with your work and your lifestyle. Be careful also with financial stuff, as Venus rules your 8th house. So there could be some challenges revolving around debt or loans. And then you're going to see on the 13th of the month, then Venus gets into your sign. So it's like, man, Libra, I look at this and I'm like, you don't really get a break, until like the 13th. That's when things are going to start to kind of ease up and subside. So if it's your birthday this month, first of all, if I forgot, happy birthday. Second of all, don't look at the first half of the month as, the second half is just going to be like crap. It will get better. I think with Venus going into your sign, obviously, like I said, it's going to boost, your appearance, your harmony. There's going to be more personal allure. And what I think is interesting is that on this day, Pluto goes direct in your 5th house of children, creativity, self-expression, and dating. And it will trine Pluto. It will also trine Uranus, like I said. So there can be breakthroughs with what you believe and what you love, and traveling and learning and your philosophy. The only hang up is that Venus still has to oppose Neptune. And I look at this as you're going, look at how amazing I am. Look at how well I'm doing, or, look at how much I've changed or transformed, or how confident, you may be. And you may feel like somebody doesn't see that somebody doesn't recognize that they're not giving you the feedback, the support, the compliments, that you're feeling like rejected or, not wanted in some way. So if you pour the energy into Pluto in your 5th and Uranus in your 9th, where you're traveling, you're keeping things light, you're having fun, you're focusing on yourself, you're not going to notice some of the downside of the opposition to Neptune. And it's possible it can bring some illusions in regards to relationships, or somebody is idealizing you in some way, or you can't comprehend or understand why somebody isn't reciprocating the connection. Then we get to Pluto going direct in your 5th house. So this is going to resume creative transformations. It's empowering romantic evolution. It's empowering your heart space, self-expression, creativity, and anything revolving around children. And on the 16th of the month, this is another day where you can spread yourself a little thin. The sun in your sign in the 1st house is going to come into a square with Jupiter in your 10th house. I'm like internally laughing reading this because I'm like, yeah, this all checks out. This basically means that it's amplifying your ego, and it's going to bring up some, kind of, well, what can I do, or what do people want, or do people see me? And you're really pushing for some kind of professional expansion. So you can be a little overly enthusiastic or cocky. My advice is seek moderation to prevent overconfidence when it comes to public roles. Okay. Then on the 20th of the month, you will see Mercury conjunct Mars in Scorpio. Now, Mercury, the mind, goes through the money house. It deals with losses, subconscious, what's hidden, intuitive hits about traveling, about education, or about money. And when it conjuncts Mars, Mars rules your finances and your relationships, and it's at a 19. So your relationship with your values, your money, and your resources, or a relationship, is certainly up for review in October and November. Positive is that it's really energizing financial debates. It's helping you earn, but it can also burn a hole in your pocket and suddenly you're spending a bunch of money. Consider that this is the first time Mercury will conjunct Mars. It will happen a couple times. So my advice for a lot of Libra risings is be very careful when it comes to spending a bunch of money, because next month, Mercury will turn retrograde from your 3rd house back into Scorpio in your 2nd. Now that tells me some Libra risings are going to buy a car, they're going to book travel, they're going to buy gadgets, they're going to, start planning trips, and then they're going to reevaluate and reassess and realize, hold on, wait a second, I could have gotten a better deal if I had just waited, or I really don't like this, now I want to take it back. Save your receipts, keep the tags on things. I also feel like there can be fights about money with partners. That can definitely happen. And because this is the pre-shadow, it's starting to show that there is a reevaluation or a reassessment of just what it is your financial goals actually are. Now, this is now leading us to the 21st, where you're going to have a new moon that's going to be in your sign. So if you have anything 27, 28, 29 degrees of Libra, sun, moon, or rising, this new moon is very personal for you. It means that this is now planting a seed that deals with self, appearance, and new beginnings. So it's initiating identity and renewal. Now, the moon deals with your career, the sun deals with your goals. So this is about how you're presenting yourself to the world. So if you want to start a new 6-month cycle of, I want to improve my image, I want to improve my career, I want to focus on my goals, this is the time to do it. Very potent for Libra placements, as Venus, the ruler, is going to be sitting in your sign. So it does mean that it's going to give you a much added boost when it comes to transformation, charm, and all of those good things. Look for the identity renewal with that. 22nd of the month, Neptune retrogrades back into Pisces. Okay, so you're going to see now Neptune and Saturn are sitting in your 6th house. You get a little bit of a reprieve. But basically, Neptune rules the 6th house. Here it can blur work ideals, and it's really about deepening your intuition when it comes to your health, your habits, and where and how you're working, how you serve people. And remember that Saturn and Neptune in Pisces has no boundaries, and there's lack of boundaries. So it can be about, are you having health issues because you're working too much? Is your mental health suffering? Is your sleep suffering? Are you looking for a job? Are you wanting to address a health issue or an issue with a pet, or issues revolving around, your habits? So between now and February, it's really trying to get you to kind of iron out some of these issues and be more mindful of your routine And intuitively, I think like with Mercury retrograding back into your second house, it's going to be both about money management and how you're working, as well as your health and how changes in your diet are going to be happening over this next month. Obviously, it's a lot about what you're learning about finances, what you're learning about health. That is going to kind of help you kind of redirect some of this energy into November. Now, on the 22nd of the month, the sun is going to enter into Scorpio. So now the sun is sitting in your second house where it's just a powerhouse. Sun, Mercury, Mars. That's like money, resources, values, like what I am. And this is a chart that's about being confident, right? Like I'm Libra rising. I have Sun, Mars, Mercury, all in Scorpio in my second house. And something that has always stuck with me is like, you're going to get paid as much money as you think you're worth. And if you're selling yourself short, or if you're playing it small, or if you're not investing in yourself, you're never going to get anywhere. So I think that this is a time that's really about looking at how you can transform your relationship with yourself and also your values, and you can really strengthen your finances. It will illuminate your values. It will boost financial focus. The only hang up here is that you are going to see that the sun is going to come into a square with Pluto in your fifth house. So this is about you getting really gung-ho about your money and your finances. And there's going to be a challenge where, maybe you're pouring a lot of money into kids or into dating or into a creative hobby. And it's like, well, how much? And are you getting super fixated and obsessed with a partner? Or are you spoiling them? Are you getting super fixated and obsessed with a hobby and you're spending a lot of money on it? So be careful how much money you're kind of putting into some of your your extracurricular activities, I guess I would say. And then finally, we're going to see on the 29th of the month, Mercury will enter into Sagittarius in your third house, where now the mind is on learning, short distance trips, communication, cars, transportation, media, websites. And remember, Mercury will retrograde here. So, I keep thinking about this and I'm like, well, every Mercury retrograde I've observed, it's like a taillight goes out of my car, or I randomly hear from my brother out of the blue, or there could be things like, I'm redesigning or reworking on something on my YouTube or on my website, right? So these things will happen for a lot of you guys. And with Mercury going into the third house, it's activating your ninth and your 12th. And it will come into an opposition with Uranus in your ninth house. So this basically means that even though you're expanding ideas, you're learning, you're wanting to plan trips, and you're getting, really in deep with media and communication, that opposition to Uranus in the ninth house of beliefs is going to spark some philosophical communication surprises. My advice is stay open, verify facts to navigate any disruptions. There could be disruptions with travel, learning, certainly with romantic partners at a distance, or some kind of confusing communication with people who might be speaking a different language. There could literally be kind of getting lost in translation. So with that being said, Libra, your best and most challenging days in the month of October, well, the best days, especially for love, will be the 2nd through the 4th, the 13th, 14th, 29th, and 30th. Now, the opportune days where things are more likely to go your way are going to be the 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 14th, 19th, and 31st. For good career days, look for that on the 12th and the 13th. Money, kind of days that are going to be positive will be the 21st through the 23rd. And the days that are the most challenging, which you might have some stress, is going to be the 2nd, the 9th through the 11th, the 13th, and the 25th. So let's consult the tarot. Let's see what you guys need to know for the month ahead. All right, the card that I get is the Six of Swords. Do I stay or do I go? That's kind of the feeling that I get. Six of Swords is like usually getting in the boat and kind of going off to somewhere where things are going to be cooler, calmer, and collected. And something about this makes me feel like that's going to be challenged for you in this next month. It's like, do I go on the trip? Do I not? Are we signing the lease? Are we moving? Are we not? And it does mean that things are going to calm down in terms of kind of the mental chatter, but it does look like there's going to be some disruptions, and you're trying to come up with a game plan to figure out how you can get from point A to point B. Whether that's in a conversation, if that's a trip, if that's going to be in a relationship. I do think that this does talk about like traveling overseas or long distance trips or, long car trips. So there can be some unexpected travel that can be coming up. But it can also mean that you're getting some much needed kind of R&R and like some time away from things. So if you're doing some of this stuff, I would recommend doing it while Venus is in the 12th. because it means that it's going to be better for rest and recuperation, and you're not kind of getting hit with some of the Mercury retrograde shadow that'll happen later in the month. But let me know if something changes with your transportation or with moving. It could definitely happen. Anyway, good luck, Libra. Happy birthday. If you guys have a birthday this month, I'll catch you guys back here soon. Hey, Scorpio and Scorpio rising. Welcome to your October 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Happy birthday if you have a birthday this month. I know that Scorpio season is upon us, so I hope it's a good one for all of us. All right, so we got two planets that we got to look at for Scorpio. We have to look at Pluto and we have to look at Mars. So let's just get the Pluto stuff out of the way early. Pluto is still in Aquarius. It will be there for like the next 20 years. So you guys are going to get sick of me saying this. But what is interesting about Pluto this month is Pluto will go direct. Okay, so you are Pluto and it's in the 4th house and it's going to get a couple checks this month with some squares. And we're also going to be seeing that it's going to come back online. So predominantly, I would say with the 4th house focus, it's going to be about amplifying your personal assertiveness, your passion, your physical energy when it comes to your home. This is also going to be about kind of channeling some of your power into some changes that you're going to be kind of like making on the home front or emotionally or with family. Now, simultaneously, you're actually going to be seeing Mars going through your sign all month long. Okay, so with Mars moving through the 1st house and in Scorpio, it is strong. You are assertive, you have a lot of energy, you have a lot of drive. Get up in the morning and do something so you don't like choke somebody out because you might be feeling that this month. The other thing to think about is you're also going to see Mercury coming into conjunction with Mars. And this could actually be really positive for just being super goal focused and going after what you want. And I'll talk about this more in depth, but watch for that because that Mercury-Mars conjunction will happen a couple of times. And the day that it does, it is actually sparking a Mercury retrograde shadow where a lot of Scorpio and Scorpio risings are going to be not only reevaluating their finances, but also their approach towards their self-esteem, their appearance, and things like that in the months to come. You'll see that more in November next year. Now, Pluto stations direct on the 13th, and I really feel like Mars and Mercury and the sun in your house is going to be pretty bold. One other thing that's going to happen is the sun will go into Scorpio this month, and it squares Pluto, so that means that you're having to take some kind of necessary action to deal with, change, or transform something about your home, your family, or your roots, and there could be some power struggles going on between you and another person on the home front. All right, watch out for that Mercury retrograde shadow as well. I know this seems like super early, but I'm telling all of the signs because it's going to be a doozy. And I'm especially telling you because Mercury will retrograde back into your sign in November. So it'll actually start at the very early degrees of Sag and it'll go back into your 1st house. So major dramatic changes, spending a lot of money on clothes, spending a lot of money in general, taking risks with money. Also anything to do with like cosmetic surgery and stuff like that can be a little dicey as we're getting into the Mercury shadow. So just put the scissors down, Scorpio. Okay. That's all I have to say about that. All right. Starting on October 1st, we're going to see Mercury in Libra in your 12th house where it will begin the month, coming into a square with Jupiter in Cancer in your 9th. Now, this is bringing up some of the subconscious thoughts, especially thoughts, communications, maybe stress regarding relationships and how it's kind of clashing with your beliefs or your growth about family, Jupiter in the 9th. Traveling challenges, especially if you're traveling internationally, and there could be some reevaluations of your beliefs and some delays with education. My advice is just take time to reflect deeply while Mercury's in your 12th house to kind of integrate some of these new goals that you have for education or travel, and try not to kind of get confused and really think things over or talk things over with partners before you're planning trips or anything in regards to like getaways. Then on the 4th of the month, Venus will conjunct the South Node in the sign of Virgo in your 11th house. So, you're going to have a solar eclipse here, October 21st, and there's going to be a lot of themes kind of coming back from the eclipses into October. Venus rules committed relationships and partnerships. It's also directly connected to the 12th house of secrets and self-undoing. So it is possible that with Venus conjunct the South Node in your 11th, you're having a falling out with a friend. Obviously, I hope not. It also could really affect your social relationships or a connection that you have with a group or a network. There can be this feeling of somebody deceiving you or kind of gossiping or slandering you, and you're like, that's not a friend. It could also mean that there is some reconnection or, like running into, in a social setting, somebody who you have dated in the past. It can mean in a positive sense, because the South Node can be about what's coming back, that somebody is coming back from the past. An old friend is checking back in. They're wanting to support you. They're kind of there for you, or they're wanting to kind of connect. Now, on the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury move into your sign. So this is positive in a number of ways, because first of all, the first house is what you do when you get up in the morning. And I want a lot of my Scorpio and Scorpio risings to have a morning routine. Get up and work out, get up and meditate, get up and write. Do something that's going to kind of burn off some of this like mental energy with Mercury and Mars here. But Mercury is about your goals and socializing, and it's also about change and transformation. And Scorpios start change and transformation with affirmations, their mind, and how they think. So getting up in the morning and doing something that's going to be mentally, kind of challenging with Mercury and Mars, I think can be beneficial. And this is really sharpening your sense of self-expression and how you're addressing people. So if you're going to have meetings or presentations, try to do it in the morning this month. And it's really boosting, I think, your personal insights about what direction you're taking with personal and financial change, as Mercury is connected to the 8th house. I think a Scorpio rising is a little friskier this month with Mercury and Mars. It's kind of like a sexy energy in the first house. You might be feeling like a little bit more rambunctious when it comes to, partnerships and wanting to connect with people first thing in the morning, or wanting to kind of, have some sexy time. I'll leave it at that. I think that with, that Mercury ingress, the same day that we're going to have a full moon in Aries is interesting. We've got a full moon in the 6th house, which was seeded back in the spring of 2025. So 6 months ago, we had a solar eclipse. And since then, you've had retrogrades in this house, Neptune in this house, Saturn in this house. How's your health doing, Scorpios? As a Libra rising, I went through all of this, so I know. But as Scorpio sun, I'm getting like a second go round with this, so it's real fun. But a full moon in the 6th house is either going to bring an acute awareness of what's not working, what's wrong with your health, or what's going on with conflict with work and your coworkers, or it's going to bring some kind of culmination where you're like, look at how strong I've become. Look at how healthy I've become. I've stuck to my routines. I've been committed. Maybe some of you guys are going to have a new office. Maybe some of you guys are going to have a new job. But the 6th house is really culminating work and health matters, and it can reveal health issues if you're not careful. Now, here's what's positive, is that during the time of the full moon, Mars is the ruler and it's in your sign. So that means that you're really geared towards what? Productivity, work, having more routine, getting up and doing things. I'm telling you, if you guys have a to-do list in the morning, you're going to get so much work done. And this is about really feeling, I think, enthusiastic and feeling empowered about how much you're able to change your health and your routine. And if you're looking for a job, you're going to be hitting the pavement, going to interviews. Now, on the 11th of the month, Venus in your 11th house in Virgo will come into an opposition with Saturn in your 5th house in Pisces. So very similar opposition to the solar eclipse that we saw on September 21st. Venus is in the social kind of setting in your 11th house. It rules your relationships with networks and communities or others. And it's opposing Saturn in the 5th house. So it means that you can feel a little disgruntled because you're not getting the feedback that you're wanting from other people. If you're an artist, if you're a creator, if you're posting photos of, your kids or whatever, you might feel like, why isn't anybody liking what I'm posting? Or why isn't anybody, supporting what I'm doing? Or friends can be more critical of my boyfriend or of what I love or what I'm kind of working on. So this will challenge, some of your friendships. You'll see some limits, and you might feel like certain friends aren't making you feel loved or appreciated or wanted. I feel like this is about really looking at, who's in your corner and committing to more meaningful social ties, especially for more creative fulfillment. Now, on the 13th of the month, Venus ingresses into Libra, so it's going to be hanging out in your 12th house where it's kind of more subconscious and subdued. On the positive, Venus can do well here. This is about really harmonizing relationships in solitude. It can improve some kind of spiritual love, but there can be a sense of having some questions or confusion about relationships and feeling like a partner is like away for some reason, or, maybe it means that there is an opportunity to kind of have romance kind of behind the scenes. It's also possible that this is like more about bed pleasures, like Venus being there means there could be a lot of romance, but it's, it's kind of hidden. Relationships with foreigners and people from faraway places can definitely happen here. So I would just say, as Venus goes through the 12th house, focus more on meditations on love, have quality downtime and nights and evenings with existing relationships and partnerships, and look for opportunities for spiritual healing. Now, when Venus makes her ingress, what's interesting is she's also going to trine Uranus in your 8th house, which brings up changes in intimacy, relational matters that are financial. And also she's going to trine Pluto. So that's positive. It looks like there can be some kind of releasing and healing of some kind of like relationship karma and finally letting go. And I like to see Venus and Pluto harmonizing with each other, because that means it's good changes for you on the home front and with relationships. The challenge is Venus will oppose Neptune in your 6th house. So you have to watch your health and your habits, particularly in relationships, and whether or not you're not giving enough to your relationships because you're highly focused on either a work or health matter. Now, on the 13th, Pluto is going to station direct. So it's going to end its retrograde, which has been in the sign of Aquarius. So we talked about how Pluto kind of coming back online is positive. And what this is going to do is it's going to empower you when it comes to making changes in your home zone. So this is empowering family evolution, moves, changes with parents, and anything revolving around kind of cleaning up family karma. Then you're going to see on the 16th of the month that the Sun in Libra in your 12th house will come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer in your 9th. So it's mirroring some of the Mercury-Jupiter squares that you saw earlier in the month. My thought on this is that, it's going to amplify hidden energy in relationships and how it's challenging your belief about family, about, your education, about travel. And this is really about balancing introspection with the Sun in the 12th house with optimism and avoiding over idealization. So it can be like trying to plan too many trips, trying to be too overly enthusiastic about, an education or a travel matter. And the Sun is also about your career. So there can be a sense of you going, well, I need to actually know when to kind of take downtime and not like overdo it with work. Then you're going to see on the 20th, this is a day to watch, Scorpio, especially if you have anything 18, 19, 20 degrees. There is going to be a Mercury-Mars conjunction happening in your sign, okay? So if you're born like the 10th, the 11th, or the 12th of November, this is going to be right on your sun. So this is a day to watch for a number of reasons. One, it's in your sign. Two, Mars represents you, and it also is going to represent your health. And Mercury is going to represent anything connecting to surgery, psychological matters, hidden matters, joint finances, and also goals, networks, or communications. So, you may be really fixated on your health goals and having a change. That's a positive way of looking at this. You may be participating in community events or organizing things at work or gathering friends together. But what I don't like about this is it tells me that there can be some conflict that you're having with friends or with people at work, and that there could potentially be some harmful speech or communication, or you could get really short-tempered or kind of agitated, and then you can just be like, and get into a tiff with somebody online or with somebody at work, or that you could be revealing information that can be particularly damning, or something that could even be like secretive or intuitive. Those of you guys who are Scorpio or Scorpio risings, you might be having an intuitive hit about something, or you're doing some research, or if you're in media or anything about exposing something, you might be like, I have some information, that I want to share with people. I can go either way on that. I think that as this joins up, the positive is it's firing up self-talk. So you're motivated to create change. You're motivated to go after your goals. The downside is that, I do think that, you could be a little combative and confrontational. And this is going to happen several times. Mercury will conjunct Mars during, the shadows and the retrograde. And this is the day that Mercury is getting ready to go into shadow. So it is implying that it starts with something you say or some action you take. or some secret you keep. And then when Mercury turns retrograde next month in Sagittarius, it's going to go from your money house back to your first house. I mean, some Scorpio risings are going to see a pretty drastic change with their income because of something that they say in a public setting, or because of something that they say that upsets a certain group or disrupts a certain group, or, kind of cuts them off from certain people. So mind your P's and Q's, Scorpio. And this also means that part of the change is going to stem from the changes that come from spending and also investment. So you're going to be like, I need to, make this investment, or I need to scale back on my budgeting, depending on what you got going on. Now, on the 21st, you'll see a new moon in Libra in your 12th house. So this is kind of behind the scenes where you're planting new seeds revolving around spirituality, rest, and imagination. A good time to have time away with a partner. So if you can get away, I would do that. And this is also about your subconscious and like new beginnings that stem from getting quiet, having alone time, having time to meditate or reflect. And it's really about initiating a new sense of spiritual growth. What I like is that Venus is here. And it means that it can mean that you can be working, creating, romanticizing, and having some downtime with a partner. And it can basically play out for the better part of like the next 6 months. The other way I look at this is that Venus being your 12th house lord, being your 7th house lord in the 12th, some Scorpio risings are going to have a lot of karmic things going on in relationships, whether partners are coming in, partners are leaving, there could be secret relationships that are kind of going on. And so I would just be really mindful about who you're taking up with behind closed doors, because if you're doing some stuff that's like unsavory in a relationship, it may potentially come out throughout these next 6 months, particularly with Uranus going back into Taurus here soon in your 7th house. All right. You can also feel like a partner is just kind of like icing you out a little bit. Usually Venus in Libra is good, but I could see some Scorpio risings are like, why is my partner like not coming to bed? Why are they watching TV late? Are they coming home late? That stuff can kind of happen. And it's harder to find that connection with somebody when Venus is here. Then you're going to see on the 22nd of the month, Neptune retrogrades back into Pisces. So it's going to be going back into your 5th house with Saturn. So now Saturn, North Node, Neptune are all going to be in your 5th house. And Neptune is the modern day ruler of your 5th house of romance, creativity, and children. What you will find is that over the next several months, between now and February, it's wrapping something up. And so if Neptune is about idealizing things, spirituality, music, self-expression, and art, and Saturn is form, you have more time to be serious, but yet creative with a hobby in how you're navigating, raising children, having children. You can get a little bit more serious or get more clarity on dating. And this is a time that you may go back to an old hobby or some kind of creative artistic expression. So if you sing, if you write music, if you play an instrument, right? These things you might do. But the thing about Neptune is that Neptune blurs the lines. So in the 5th house, it's good for creative visions. It can deepen intuition, but it can create some confusion revolving around romantic relationships or younger people. So watch for that. However, I think that the 5th house is a nice place to have it. And being that there's so much water in the sky, I don't think you'll mind it. I know some Scorpio risings have been like, well, it's made me a single parent, or it's made me, have a hard time trusting people with dating. That's going to be wrapping up here as we get to the beginning of 2026. Now, on the 22nd of the month, Scorpio season begins. So happy birthday to those October Scorpios as the sun enters into your sign. So sun rules your 10th house. All eyes are on you. And the spotlight is put on you. And there's going to be this sense of confidence and feeling kind of vitalized. And it's highlighting your personal power and also your leadership as it rules the 10th house. So it's a day to watch. But the next day, the sun starts coming into a square with Pluto. And this is where there could be a bit of a showdown where you're feeling like you need to take responsibility to make some big sweeping changes at home or with a living situation. Can be some power struggles that can kind of go on with that as well. So watch for that. Then finally, on the 29th of the month, Mercury enters into Sag and it dips into your 2nd house of personal values, finances, and money. Now, Mercury wants to do business or talk about exchange or finances in the 2nd house. And remember, Mercury is about your partner's money or inheritances, taxes, savings, retirements, 401ks, child support, spousal support. So with Mercury being in the second house, it means there's a lot of focusing on, trying to get other people to pay you, or you're wheeling and dealing, or there's a back and forth about money spent, money owed. And Mercury does not do well in Sagittarius, and it's also in shadow. Okay, so I want to focus on the positive. You're expanding your values. It's going to affect the way that you communicate and look at your financial ideas. You're more optimistic about money or travel or spending money on this stuff because Jupiter is the ruler of your ninth. The problem is it's going to oppose Uranus in Gemini in the eighth. So this means that, the eighth house is about intimacy or joint assets, and it's likely going to spark shared resource surprises. The key here is to really adapt financially, but secure your basics first. Make sure you got your cost of living covered. Make sure you got food on the table. Make sure you can pay your bills, all that stuff. If you then want to go to the casino, or if you want to invest in things, or if you want to loan money, or if you want to be, trying to take risks, by all means. But Mercury will oppose Uranus several times. And that you'll see that throughout the Mercury retrograde next month. It will also come back into Scorpio, and it will conjunct Mars again, which means if you're rushing to make any, financial changes, or if you're trying to quickly apply for a loan, or if you're trying to, consolidate debt, if you are trying to, pay off something, or if you're trying to apply for credit, you're going to have some issues. And if you're trying to negotiate with somebody, whether it's a home or family matter, like if you're trying to sell your house, or if you're trying to negotiate with a landlord on rent, if you're trying to, figure out how to deal with a property matter with family, there's going to be some tension, or there's going to be somebody saying, I'll give you this. And they'll be like, no, I want that. So there's going to be some back and forth here. Just don't make any risky, I would say, investments or purchases. I'm looking at least it's going to sextile Pluto. Some of you guys are going back and forth going, okay, well, do I want to buy property? Do I want to buy land? Do I take money out of my investment? And I think there's going to be some conflicts for Scorpio risings revolving around how much money needs to be in accounts to pay for things versus what other people are paying for, or what interest your bank is charging you, or what money is being withheld if you're overdrawn in accounts. So you have to be really careful with money this month. So watch for those surprises. Certainly they can be good. All right. I can see the other side of it where, no risk, no reward. So if you're willing to take risks, you might find that something pays off in the long run, and it can actually help mobilize making some bigger changes to your home front down the road. As for the best and most challenging days in October, Scorpio, we've got for love, the 1st, 4th, 5th, 14th, 18th through 20th, and the 31st. Now, the best days for just having better opportunities in general and feeling like things are kind of going your way, I would say the 5th, 14th, 19th through 20th, 30th, and 31st. Career days are good on the 21st through the 23rd. Money talks improve the 24th through the 26th. And the days that can be the most challenging or stressful will be the 2nd, the 7th, the 23rd, and the 24th. All right, well, let's take a look and see what the tarot has to say for my Scorpio and Scorpio risings. Come on, no whammies, no whammies. The card that I get for you guys is the 9 of Coins. Love it. I think we all want to see that if we are a October Scorpio. This is the getting everything you want card. This is the wish fulfillment card, right? And what if Venus going through your 12th house is some kind of blessing that comes out of nowhere that you can see coming, right? Certainly the trine to Uranus can bring certain money in. I think with Mercury retrograde, it could bring something in for you guys. I think that this is just about being confident, going after what you want, and wishes being fulfilled or being granted, and feeling like you have more than enough. Certainly, this is going to be a month of negotiating, though. And like I said, knowing your worth, knowing your value, I think is going to be a huge theme as you have, a retrograde in your second house and Mercury and Mars in your first. So, let me know if that wish is granted and if it's fulfilled for you guys. It might take a little bit of time. You might get wind that something is coming in and it doesn't really play out until next month. But it's looking pretty positive for my Scorpio and my Scorpio rising. So I hope that's helpful. I'll catch you guys back here in November. Hey, Sag and Sag rising. Welcome back to my channel. These are going to be your horoscopes for October of 2025. I hope you guys are doing well. I know there's been some shakeups last month with the eclipses. Certainly all the mutable signs kind of felt it. So I hope you guys are thriving post-eclipse season. We're obviously going to start off by talking about Jupiter because Jupiter is your chart ruler, and Jupiter continues and will continue for the rest of this year to be staying in the sign of Cancer in your 8th house. Now here, Jupiter is kind of hidden. You can't always see it, but it does mean that you're expanding shared resources still and intimacy. Jupiter is direct, at least until November, so make the most of the opportunities in October before that retrograde begins. Now, this is about opportunities through joint ventures, maybe emotional depth, merging with another person, changes with the home, and bringing in abundance and transformations. But it's also cautioning against excess in debts or secrets. Okay, so keep that in mind. 2 things. One is that you are going to see several squares to Jupiter this month. And that means that you're really going to have to take a look at what needs to change emotionally or what's needing to change with joint assets. It could also mean that there is some kind of growing pains that are kind of coming up for you. And you have to watch the debt usage that can be coming up this month with some of the Jupiter squares in the 8th. The other thing is we're going to go into Mercury retrograde shadow this month. So that doesn't sound like a big deal, but trust me, it's a big deal for Sagittarius risings, especially if you have anything from 0 to about 7 degrees, sun, moon, or rising. This is going to be really pertinent to you guys because in November, Mercury will retrograde in your sign. So you're going to start seeing the effects of some of this stuff coming up as early as like mid-October, and you really want to take note of that. Now, as a reminder, Mercury rules your relationships. So whether it is your spouse, your romantic partners, if it's your business partners, if it's your clients, Gemini is connecting to obviously siblings and neighbors as well. So it's how you communicate with partners or siblings and neighbors. And it also is connecting to your career status and reputation. And I know you guys have had changes there with the eclipses, but it can mean that your status is about to change. So whether it's, hey, I want out of this relationship, I want to be single, or hey, I changed my job, this is my new status. These are the things that are going to come up. Mercury will start its retrograde in your 1st house. So this is you, what you say, what you think, what you do, what relationships you initiate, who you're working with, what your professional status is. So there's going to be a spotlight on you. And when it retrogrades in your 1st house, it's going to be about your appearance. So you can be feeling like you want to change your appearance. It could also be relating to your health. You might be feeling like you want to reconnect with certain partners. You might be feeling like you want to go back into therapy if you've been in therapy, particularly in November, that might happen. And the Mercury retrograde is in the 1st, so it can also impact the way that you connect with people. You might be feeling like you're moving away from certain professional or romantic relationships, and also you need to watch your health. So this month and next month, when all the Sag risings look around and go, what the heck is going on? You have been forewarned. Now, Mercury will retrograde in conjunction to Mars next month. And Mars is the 12th house of self-undoing, isolation, subconscious, things behind the scenes, secrets. It's also connecting to children or things dealing with your childhood, self-expression, creativity. So we want to almost use October into November to be like, I want to get inspired. I want to create. I need to meditate. I need some alone time to, kind of heal some stuff emotionally. If there is tension in relationships, you might feel like you need a little bit of space, but space doesn't need to be a bad thing. And as you're reevaluating these changes going on in your relationships or your career, lean into a spiritual practice, right? Don't cut your hair. Don't make any drastic changes. I know a lot of you guys are going to cut your hair off or you're going to dye your hair. And you may regret it. Ask all the Leos who I told this to last summer because some of the harsh aspects. Now, when the retrograde begins, and even the pre-shadow, later in the month, it'll oppose Uranus in Gemini, which means, my God, you really want to be heard. You really want to communicate. You really want to connect with a therapist. You really need an astrology reading. You're really trying to get your partner to listen to you. And you are probably angry or you're short-tempered or you're agitated. And you just can't understand why certain people are acting crazy. Uranus in your 7th. But the truth is that if you meet crazy with crazy, it's going to burn the whole house down. Okay? So you have to be very, very, very careful with this. All right, so let's get into the month ahead. We're going to start first with October the 1st, and this is going to be when Mercury in Libra, in your social zone, where Mercury starts the month, comes into a square with Jupiter. So, look, sun, Venus will be there this month. Mercury will be there this month. There's a lot of social obligations. There's a lot of parties. There's a lot of connecting, going out and doing things. And that's totally fine. I think it's great. I think you'll enjoy it. The challenge is that when Mercury, which is about your professional standing and your relationships, goes into the 11th, it's almost like you're wanting to connect with friends, or you're needing to connect with people professionally, or there could possibly be, these group projects and things going on. But the square to Jupiter is about realistically how much it costs to put this on, or whether or not it's eating into your profit, or whether or not you're budgeting things appropriately. This can also create tension in group talks. It can be showing where you're trying to kind of connect with people more intimately, and some people may not want to participate or contribute financially or emotionally. And this is really about clarifying your shared vision to avoid any kind of like over optimism when it comes to like new business projects or new group collaborations. And I feel like a lot of you guys are going to be putting a lot of energy or money into it, and you may not have a solid head count of who's going to participate or who's going to contribute. And you might be a little dissatisfied with whether or not you're seeing the results that you wanted. On the other side of this, it could mean that you're spending a lot of money in, throwing parties, giving gifts, and you're having to kind of give stuff away because there is, engagements, birthdays, weddings, travel, things like that. Maybe a lot of networking also. You're trying to bring in new clients and you're trying to really promote your business or your position. So you could be feeling like you're giving treats away, you're giving gifts away, you're doing raffles and prizes, and maybe you're feeling like it's going to incentivize people to come to your business or use your services. Now, on the 4th of the month, Venus will conjunct the South Node in Virgo. So, obviously the South Node in the 10th house is kind of this undoing that you're going through with changes in your career or your reputation, and what career patterns you're releasing. And Venus rules groups and friends, and it also is connected to health and habits. So it means that, there may be friends that are supporting you as you're going through some career changes. There could be networking events, or maybe you're going into a different field. That can be more kind of social related, or things connecting to Taurus things, anything connecting to gardening, cooking, jewelry, crystals, anything also revolving around providing healing or helping services or health services, and you want to provide something new to people. So the other way I could look at this is that you could be reconnecting with people who you used to work with in the past. They can kind of be coming back up, for you to kind of reconnect with. But it does kind of affect your professional reputation. So there can be professional relationships that you're having falling outs with, particularly women at work. So watch for that. On the 6th of the month, Mercury will ingress into Scorpio. So you will have Mercury and Mars in your 12th house, which is kind of your subconscious behind the scenes house. And this is the house that deals with self-undoing, mental health related things, hidden things, your subconscious, your bedroom, your sleep, hidden enemies, foreign lands. So I think about how, Mercury entering into this 12th house, it's really probing your subconscious, and it's going to really deepen hidden thoughts. October and November, I'd like to have you guys keep a dream journal, because I'm pretty confident with the Mercury transit and also with some retrogrades, you're going to have some really prominent dreams. You're going to have some breakthroughs, either in therapy or some kind of healing sessions that can be very symbolic for you. I also think that this is very probing. So there can be, Mars and Mercury, nightmares, subconscious fears, trauma that's coming back up. And it's trying to get you to kind of work through this. And it can be a time where you feel like with Mercury in your 12th house that like partners aren't communicating very well, or they're kind of isolated in a way, or it's hard to kind of talk about some of your fears in relationships or partnerships. And I think that will inevitably come up in some way, shape, or form. Now, also on the 6th, you're going to see a full moon in Aries, which will be happening in a fellow sister fire sign in your 5th house. So if you have anything 14, 15, 16 degrees, it'll be trining your Sagittarius placements, which is nice. And this full moon is going to be obviously in the 5th house, which is about creativity. It's about romance. It's about children. It's about childhood related things. If you have kids, your focus is on your kids. If you're trying to date, your focus is going to be on romance and dates and relationships, completing creative projects, hobbies, launching personal businesses. This is a full moon that was seeded 6 months ago under a solar eclipse in Aries. And the positive is that, it's in a fellow sister fire sign. So I think you guys are going to be like, I had a date night, I had fun, I went out, I went to a party, I went to a casino, I saw a concert. And this is also Aries. So it's about what you create, what you love, right? And it can be about self-love. It can also mean that during the time of the full moon, this is about, what you are creating and how you're sharing it with other people, because the sun is going to be in the 11th house. So something that you're creating, you're sharing with your friends or with your audience. Could be art, could be music, could be some kind of news. Now, at the time of this, Mars is the ruler, and Mars will be in your 12th house. So it means that it could be a secret project you've been working on or something you've been keeping under wraps, and now you're getting ready to show everybody, this is what I've been working on. But it could also mean that you feel like somebody is kind of self-sabotaging, a situation. It could be you, that you're not opening your heart and letting somebody in and letting them love you. It could also mean that you're afraid to kind of continue on in a relationship, that you're afraid that you're going to be alone or abandoned, or there's some childhood wounds coming up. It could also mean that there is a sudden surprising change happening with your love life out of the blue, and somebody is either coming in or they're leaving. So, you got your pros and cons here. You guys will have to let me know how it manifests, but I feel like you have to watch out for either self-sabotaging your relationships or some unexpected surprises revolving around children. Whether it's something your kids tell you, if you have a kid, obviously touch wood, they have a fever, something goes on, Mars in the 12th house is, I'm taking them, to the emergency room, or I'm taking them to go and see a doctor. They could be keeping you up at night as well. You can be a little restless or having sleep issues because of what's going on with children in your love life. And I guess the positive is Sun, Sag, and Sag risings pretty soon are going to potentially find out they're pregnant. So if you're trying to get pregnant, a full moon can bring that in. And also the incoming Mercury retrograde that is going to be happening in your sign could also be you realizing that you're pregnant as well. So if you want that, baby dust. If you don't, you've been forewarned. You've got on the 11th of the month, this is going to be Venus in Virgo opposite Saturn in Pisces. So Venus will still be in your 10th house of your career and reputation, opposing Saturn. So this is mirroring a lot of what happened with the solar eclipse in Virgo on September 21st, where we saw the eclipse oppose Saturn, where you're like, what's changing at work and how that's impacting where I'm living. And I think a lot of Sag and Sag risings are trying to kind of free themselves from work, career responsibilities, and they're trying to get super hyper-focused on their home, their living situation, moving, parents, Saturn and Neptune are going back into the 4th house. So you have about 6 months to get things in order to figure out where you're living, get grounded on the home front, and make some big decisions with your home and your family. So Venus rules your goals and your friendships. It also rules your work. And when it opposes Saturn, nobody feels satisfied. There is this sense of feeling like there's challenges coming up with career and family limits, and you're going to feel pulled into different directions, particularly because it's squaring you by sign. So you're going to kind of go, well, there's one side of me that just wants to stay home and not go into work and just wants to sit here and rot. And the other side of me is like, no, I need to get out there and I need to focus on my career. And maybe that means I should move, right? And so you're kind of feeling both of these things. Try to structure ambitions around home and family needs for more stability. That's my advice, because Saturn is going to be the one that's saying, no, you got to get structured and figure out your home first before you can really see some of that change happening in your career. Then you're going to have on the 13th of the month, Venus will ingress into Libra. So she's going into her home sign. She's in the 11th house, where there's lots of support from friends and kind of social networks and groups. This is great for collective healing events. This is great also for working out with friends, for, giving presentations or kind of collaborations at work. And this is really harmonizing groups and improving social bonds. So there's going to be a huge focus on the relationship with people socially over the next couple of weeks. The same day, Pluto goes direct in Aquarius. So Venus will trine Pluto in the 3rd house of community, connections, learning, and she will also trine Uranus in your 7th house of relationships, where she could bring in a chance meeting, she could help heal an existing relationship. It can make things exciting and promote social activities and travel with relationships and meeting people. So I love that. Pluto coming back online, in your 3rd house basically means that it's resuming this sense of transformation in relationships to communication. So it's empowering your mind and bringing new ideas on. So where you're implementing or learning that there's new apps, there's new websites, there's new ways of connecting and communicating, that suddenly you're like, wow, I can communicate with people in a different way. Or, I found a new dating app, maybe I'm going to meet somebody, or I found a new online community. Now I feel connected. Pluto does deal with the 12th house, so it can mean that there is some subconscious breakthroughs, and you need to be really mindful of negative self-talk and kind of thought loops. And you're going to realize that like you don't have to feel like you have to struggle or deal with things alone. And so it's going to open up lines of communication socially and in relationships so you can talk about some of the things that have been bothering you or kind of, making you fearful. Now, when you get to the 16th of the month, the sun in Libra will square Jupiter in Cancer. Okay, so sun is about traveling, teaching, education. You are Jupiter, and it's in the 8th house of joint resources. This is another day where you could overdo it. And this means that it's amplifying social energy versus shared expansion. So it can mean that, hey, you do a fundraiser, you do a donation, you run some kind of GoFundMe, you're trying to crowdfund something, it could actually really pay off. But we don't want to be overly optimistic and assume that it's going to be like this massive over-the-top thing where you're going to make a ton of money, because we can get a little cocky or overly enthusiastic with this square. I think that this is really also about being kind of like moderate in joint endeavors and trying to focus on sustaining friendships and not making it all about getting too overly emotional about what is going on in the lives of our friends. It could also mean where, we're needing to be a little bit more generous, or we're needing to give to other people. Well, what are you giving? Emotional connection, emotional support, are people in need? Is there a cause or something that you're wanting to kind of get involved in? Now, on the 20th of the month, this is where Mercury will conjunct Mars in Scorpio. Mercury rules relationships and work. The 12th house is your sleep, solitude, behind the scenes, subconscious, or in your dreams. It's also about self-undoing. And that Mercury-Mars conjunction is pretty nasty for Sag risings. Because I feel like on one hand, there can be stuff going on in your mind and, anxiety, tension, frustration, agitation, things you want to say to partners, kind of feeling like something is coming to an end, whether it's a relationship or a job situation. And like you can get in your head and you can go to a dark place with these conjunctions. So what I want you to focus on is transformation. Sagittarius, you're a step above Scorpio. So you know that when you go to the underworld and you come back, you were kind of reborn and you have this new philosophy and you can do anything, right? You've been through the flames, you've been through hell. So you guys will be fine. But I think that there could be subconscious things coming up for you in dreams that's telling you that there's about to be a drastic shift in a relationship, or that you have to have a conversation, or that something is potentially brewing. And, I would say meditate on it, write it down, think about it, talk about it in therapy, but don't hold it inside. That's the one thing you don't want to do. Now, the 12th house is great for, detoxing, going to health centers, meditation events, retreats, where you can really process and purge some of this stuff and kind of get it out. But I also feel like the Mercury-Mars conjunction is really, it's bringing up frustration and agitation and maybe negative emotions like resentment, or anger that has been, kind of compartmentalized, that you have not dealt with, that needs to be dealt with in some way. And this is the very day that the pre-shadow begins for the Mercury retrograde. So it's saying it starts with some kind of internal frustration. The 12th house is subconscious. And as Mercury goes into Sagittarius at the end of the month, it is then going to be on your ascendant. Okay. And Mars is going to show up also in a couple of weeks. And when we get to early November with Mercury and Mars on your ascendant, if you've been patient in October, patience has worn thin. Then suddenly you start feeling like, you know what, I'm going to confront this person. They're being a lunatic, or I can't deal with the back and the forth, or they're in and they're out of my life. And you're going to be then the one taking your power back, going, do I want to stay in this job? Do I want to stay in this relationship? Do I want to stay, in this kind of status? And this is going to be about trying to find ways to better kind of communicate and express yourself. So be careful about what's kind of coming up subconsciously. I mean, I have a couple of Sag rising people that I know personally that I'm friends with, or their clients. And a lot of them are like, I'm going to, a medicine ceremony. I'm going to work with a healer. I'm going to a retreat. I'm going to a silent retreat. I'm going to rehab. I mean, I'm hearing all of this stuff. And I think that with Mercury and Mars, words can definitely, they can hurt, but it can also mean that you are actually being combative with another person, or you're making threats against another person, which, somebody is going to kind of go toe to toe with you in November if there is some kind of intense situation that's brewing. Okay. Not to be an alarmist, but I'm just giving you that heads up. So, watch for the pre-shadow to pop up. And, on the 21st of the month, we're going to have a new moon in Libra. And this basically means that now you can plant new seeds revolving around social events, parties, gatherings, having support from friends, people who can kind of pick you up and support you. Venus will be there as well. So it is saying that it's setting the stage for 6 months of focusing more on connection in your community and, group beginnings, initiating new friendships, joining groups, starting groups. Maybe this is going to be about helping friends and working out with friends and having healthier routines. Then you'll see on the 22nd of the month, October will retrograde back on the 22nd of the month, Neptune will retrograde back into Pisces. So if you happen to be, 25 to 29 degrees of Sag, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you're under a very rare and unusual Saturn-Neptune square. This is an opening square. So it basically means that, for the next 6 months between now and February, the universe wants you to shore up and kind of take care of any home or family karma related matters. Trust me, I know. I have Saturn and Neptune natally in my 4th house, so I know what you guys are going through. I feel like a lot of this is, if you guys haven't found a home yet, if you're trying to figure out where you want to live, if you want to go to a foreign land, if you need to sell a house or you need to deal with a house that has plumbing issues, mold issues, if you're having some confusion about where home is, between now and February, before these 2 planets go back into Aries, this is a time to wrap that stuff up. Okay, if you need to fix a house, you need to move, you need to sell something, this is the time to do it. And, Neptune is the ruler of your 4th house. So it is going to have you going, well, what do I have to finish up here and prepare before I go on to the next thing next year? Saturn and Neptune in the 5th house is going to be, how that's going to affect my love life, or if there's kids coming in, or if there's going to be changes in a romantic relationship that might impact where you're living. For right now, I would just say Neptune blurs the lines, and it can definitely make you idealize a home situation or reminisce about an old home or want to go back to somewhere that you've lived before. It does deepen your intuition. It might make you wanting to live in a foreign land or near water. But if you guys are buying homes under some of these transits, I would say be very careful. You need to be having the home thoroughly inspected. You need to look at the foundation. There could be water issues. There could be problems with the pipes in the kitchen. There could be mold. I've heard a lot of stories of mold, and just buying houses that start having issues. So be very, very, very careful in purchasing homes, because there could be things that are unveiled to you literally in December of this year and in March of next year where there could be some major issues. Okay, so just do your research. Now on the 22nd, the Sun ingresses into Scorpio. So you're going to have Sun, Mars, Mercury for a brief moment in the 12th house of isolation, separation, alone time, reflection. This is the season, Sag, where planets all go through your 12th house, and it's like this reevaluation of the last year. And there's a lot of, what didn't I like? What's got to go? What needs to change? Where I'm kind of being empowered and being reborn. So that way, as you go into Sagittarius season, whether you're a Sag Sun or a Sag Rising, you have a renewal. And I think a lot of your guys' renewal won't come until December, until after the Mercury retrograde is complete. And you may still need some rest and reassessment, or maybe you're still going through periods of kind of alone time or healing something. But this will be illuminating your subconscious, and it is kind of boosting your spiritual focus. The Sun also rules your 9th house. So some of you guys are going to be traveling to foreign lands, or you're going to be having some much needed kind of time away, or you're resting or recuperating. Maybe you're going on a vacation. It doesn't have to be a negative thing. Maybe you're just getting lost in your studies. Now, on the 29th, this is the grand finale, and this is where you pull out the red marker and you circle the 29th of October, because there's nothing scarier than these transits. This is where Mercury enters into your sign, and 0 degrees of any sign is the purest energy, right? So 0 degrees of Sag is like grinning ear to ear. Let me tell you this story, or let me kind of make a mountain out of a molehill. We can tell tall tales with Mercury in your sign. I love you guys, but that does happen. And when Mercury's in the 1st house, you have the megaphone. You have things to say. And it's like you want to tell your boss what's up. You want to tell your partner what's up. You want to be more assertive. And what you guys are going to find, God bless you, is when these transits happen in October and November and even December, because Mars will go through there eventually, you guys are going to learn very quickly that if you guys are shooting from the hip, figuratively speaking, saying things too quickly, getting short with people, not willing to work with a therapist, not willing to work with a partner, going toe-to-toe with people at work, you're going to get it from every angle. And then you're going to be like, well, what? I was just telling you the truth, or I was just telling it like it is, or that's just my truth, or that's just what I have to say. And people are going to be like, family, relationships, and people at work. And that's because all of this energy is going to start squaring the South Node, opposing Uranus, and it's going to start squaring all of this stuff. Sag, I'm rooting for you guys. I'm rooting for you guys because I want to see you guys look at things and go, maybe a lot of it is about how I approach certain conversations. And maybe it's about being more mindful of my tone or how I say things. Maybe it's going to be about realizing that there are some things inside of me I haven't dealt with, I haven't worked through, and I don't want to be projecting that onto other people. Or maybe I really am done and I need to find a better way to communicate that. So I say that because Mercury in your sign, it's about expanding ideas. It's also about personal communication, which is wonderful. If you want a relationship with Mercury in your first house, you're going after it. If you want to go after a job, you're going to go after it. And you're making announcements. The problem is that it's going to, come into opposition with Uranus. And Uranus is the ruler of the third house of how you communicate, how you drive, what you say online, what you're writing about, how you're dealing with siblings or neighbors. And there could be some back and forth tension between you and another person, could even be your partner. So with Uranus in opposition to Mercury in your sign, and Mercury rules Uranus, it means that you are going to be triggering other people. And they're going to go, and then you're going to go, what? What did I say? And they're just going to blow up. So this is sparking relational surprises. I think that this is about embracing shifts, but also communicating openly and in a way where you're not projecting some of your stuff onto other people. I don't know. Tell me if I'm wrong. Watch the month unfold. Watch what happens in October and watch what happens in November. And you're going to go, probably shouldn't have said that. Or there was a different way I could have handled that. Now, as for the best and challenging days that you're going to be seeing, the best days for love will be the 6th through the 8th, the 13th, the 18th, the 19th, the 23rd, the 24th, and the 27th. Opportune days for you where things might go more in your favor, I think will be the 7th and the 8th, the 18th, 23rd, 24th, and 27th. For good career days, you've got the 1st, 4th, 5th, 7th through the 22nd, strong. And then for money, the 1st, 27th, and 28th. Difficult, challenging communication days, I think, will be the 1st, the 16th, and the 23rd. Okay? But obviously, some of these dates are kind of crossing each other. So I think it definitely gets a little bit more increasingly challenging towards the end of the month. But let me know. So with that being said, let's see what the cards have to say for my Sag and Sag risings. What does Sagittarius need to know for the month ahead? The card that I get is the 6 of Coins. Okay, 6 of Rings. There you go. Sorry, it's a little shiny. Working together is the key here. How can we work together? Teamwork is the dream work. I think this is about trying to find ways to better communicate with people. And by all means, some Sag and Sag risings might have an experience where you're like, I'm just trying to connect to them. I'm just trying to work with them. And they're really difficult to approach. I get that. I understand. And yes, you guys might go into retreat mode. You might feel that a little bit this month and next month. But there is a sense of being like, can we work on it? And where you do have support. Because even though there is some tension in relationship dynamics, and or family dynamics, there is definitely a beacon of light with Venus and the Sun going through your 11th. It's like, call your friend in need. Go out with your friends, have lunch, spend time with them, right? Connect with them. Because if there's somebody who you're not getting the support or the communication from, there is going to be somebody else who's going to be there to help you. And this is about give and take. It's about balance, finding balance. And, when Mercury's retrograde in your sign, you don't always communicate very well, even when it's in shadow. When, your 7th house is retrograde, it means that relationships can kind of go in one direction and go into another. So this is about finding the time where it's like, okay, if you need some space, I'll give you some space. Let me go and do some stuff. I'm going to go and hang out with my friends or my family. I'll be back. We can talk about it. Come up with a word that is going to be your safe word that you guys use when things get kind of heated. And then you can take a step back and be like, we're going to take 10. And I do feel like there is opportunities to have support from people this month. I think that it's just a matter of you kind of recognizing and realizing the opportune times to connect, collaborate, and also talk to them and trying to kind of meet people halfway. Sagittarius, let me know how the month goes. I'm very curious. I'll be keeping my eye on you in October and November. Leave me your comments and I'll catch you guys back here in November. Hey Capricorn and Capricorn rising, welcome to your October 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to chat with you about the month ahead. Well, as you know, I'm going to talk all things Saturn, and there's not too much going on with Saturn this month. You are going to see some opposition energy, but I don't think that's anything that you can't handle. You've definitely been dealing with a lot of that recently since the eclipses. So let's talk about where Saturn is. He is currently still retrograde in your third house in the sign of Pisces. Now, truth be told, he is in a sign that is a little bit friendlier for Cap and Cap rising. So especially if you're a later degree Capricorn rising, you're still having sextiles from Saturn. So you can be really working with this energy in a beautiful way. Saturn is retrograde, and it's going to be in your third house all month long, helping you restructure communication and really focus on listening when it comes to sibling relationships or, studying. This is also about learning with compassion. And this means that Saturn is teaching you how to have disciplined ideas, but there could be potential delays in dealing with siblings, traveling, moving, short distance trips. And it's encouraging you to really practice having patience when it comes to your mental growth. Now, the other thing that you need to think about is you will be experiencing some oppositions to Saturn. So when you hear things like Venus in opposition to Saturn, pay attention to that. There's definitely going to be some themes about something feeling out of reach or something that's too far away, or that you're having to say no to something or you're having to delay something. Can be travel related, can be legal related, and it can also deal with communication. Now, Neptune will be retrograding back into the same sign as Saturn. And what you will see for the next 5 or 6 months is that Saturn and Neptune are going to be side by side in Pisces. So you're getting kind of reacquainted with Neptune in the third. Meditation, journaling, anything revolving around practicing active listening. This could also be about learning divination. Can be positive ways to kind of work through this. I've heard some feedback from my Capricorn and Cap rising. So far, it's been delays with moving or figuring out where you're going and issues with siblings. So I hope that's not the case, but you can see more of some of that stuff, in particular siblings that are having some struggles, mental health or with addiction. You can also find that communication with siblings can be a little tricky and that they can be kind of isolating themselves. So watch for that as well. Now, the month is going to kick off on October the 1st when we see Mercury in your career house, which Mercury will be spending the first bit of in Libra, will come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer in your 7th house. Now, if you happen to be like a 20 to 25 degree Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you're going to feel the effects of this because it's going to create a square. But essentially, when Mercury in your career house is squaring Jupiter in your relationship house, it basically means that there is going to be some tension that's coming up in how you're kind of communicating and talking about, where partnership growth is either helping or inhibiting something with your career. Now, it can also mean that this is about really negotiating carefully to kind of align your ambitions with relationships. So if the goal is, to grow your business and, your status, you need to work and actually hear the feedback and sometimes even the criticism that can come from family members, that can come from spouses, that can come from clients. We might also feel like with this Mercury-Jupiter square, you're a little overwhelmed with just the back and forth between a relationship or a client and, your work and your responsibility out in the world. So there could be some tension here, and it could represent, because Jupiter is what you don't see coming, and unexpected conversations that somebody is kind of asking you about, okay, well, how do we navigate this change that's going on at work? Or work is very, very important and very busy, and a partner can be feeling like they're kind of getting overlooked or they're getting kind of slighted. Business partners can feel that way as well. So it's important to kind of ask for feedback, get perspective, and maybe they can actually help you see some blind spots that you do not see. On October 4th, we're going to see Venus conjunct the South Node in Virgo. And, Venus does deal with your career and reputation. It also deals with romance and creativity or children. So with Venus conjunct the South Node, it basically is bringing up something connected to the past, releasing, old belief patterns, maybe something about, a kid making a change in direction with their education or with their schooling. There could also be a reconnection or hearing from an old flame that might potentially be traveling or, coming into town. This is also affecting your philosophical kind of beliefs. So you're kind of clearing out old beliefs about health, about habits, about work and routine. And there could be a change in direction with travel plans that can be happening on this day as well. Not the best day for like legal matters or anything revolving around, signing legal documents or planning trips. On the 6th of the month, Mercury is going to ingress into the sign of Scorpio, and that is going to be moving into your 11th house. And you'll see a lot of Scorpio energy this month. Mercury there means that you're taking your travel ruler and you're also taking your kind of work and health ruler and placing it in the 6th house. So I see this as, deepening group discussions, enhancing social insights, great for group meetings, collaborations, going to seminars, traveling with friends, kind of health-focused groups that you might be joining and like learning more about health and wellness, or job fairs. That can be something else that can pop up for you. On the 6th of the month, we're also going to see a full moon in Aries. So the full moon will be taking place in your 4th house of home and family around 14, 15, 16 degrees-ish. So, if you happen to have anything around the mid degrees of Capricorn, this is going to put the sun in your 10th house of career, the moon in your 4th house of home, and it will square you. My goodness, to be a Capricorn this month, because look at the sun, Jupiter, and also you're going to have that full moon and Chirons there. So you're going to get tested. There's definitely a grand cardinal cross showing up in the sky for you. And it makes the wheel of the chart turn. That's the positive. But a full moon in the 4th house is about culmination of home and family matters. So it's revealing some kind of family peak. It can mean that you're moving out of a home, you're buying a home, you're signing a contract or a lease. Maybe something's going on with a parent, or maybe something is happening with a roommate. Now, something to think about is that not only do you have this grand cardinal energy, so you're getting hit from all different angles, but this is a full moon that was seeded earlier this spring, which was actually a solar eclipse in Aries. So you want to go back to what's been happening emotionally or on the home front or with your living situation or your family since the spring of this year. I think about Saturn and Neptune going into your 4th house. I think about eclipses there. I think about retrogrades there. And it's very clear that what's coming is going to be a pretty drastic home or family change. And for some of you guys, it might start happening now. For some of you guys, you've already dealt with it. You've moved, or you're taking care of a parent, or you're trying to find your own home. For some of you guys, it may not materialize fully until spring of 2026 when Saturn and Neptune align here, but it's coming. So watch the full moon. I hope it's positive for you guys. I do think that the silver lining is that the ruler of the full moon is Mars, which will be in your 11th house. So I think it could materialize as a completion of home and family goals, moving in with a friend. It could also mean there's going to be a home party or a family gathering that's happening, and kind of uniting and bringing everybody together as one. But let me know what happens with that full moon. My interest is peaked looking at the Capricorn rising chart. Now, on the 11th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Virgo in opposition to Saturn in Pisces. Okay, so Venus is going to be hanging out in your 9th house, and Saturn obviously is you in the 3rd house. And this is going to be interesting because I actually kind of feel like you're the taskmaster. Even though Saturn's retrograde, so you might feel like you don't know how to respond or how to deal with the situation that comes up or what to say. Venus is going to rule your career, and it's going to be creativity. And I could think that this could, for some people, mean, there's a romantic interest at a distance. Maybe somebody is trying to get you to travel to them. Maybe there is a course or, a study that you want to, take, but it's too far away. It can mean that you're longing for a break or a vacation, but it feels out of reach. It could also mean that there is somebody trying to connect with you and you're like, nope, been there, done that with you. This is in the past. Or maybe there's a job proposal that comes from further away that involves teaching or traveling or education. But one thing I know is that when Venus opposes Saturn, it's almost like whatever we want is out of reach, but you're Saturn. So you're the one saying, not so fast. So I read this as, challenges and expansion with communication limits. And I think this is really about you being persistent when it comes to, broadening your horizons and learning. You may not be able to do it now. You may not be able to take the course or travel now, but it is coming down the road. And it can also mean that there is some kind of finale or reevaluation that's going on regarding a legal or educational matter. Then you're going to see on the 13th, Venus will ingress into Libra. So she goes into your 10th house of career, where your status gets a glow up. Professional relationships are incredibly important. Parenting issues and relationship status stuff becomes like a huge theme here. And this is really about harmonizing your career and your relationships with people at work. So whether it's bosses, if it's clients, all of these things really kind of get highlighted in your 10th house. And what's interesting is that this will improve your professional reputation. So like updating, professional headshots, your LinkedIn account, anything revolving around like going into work and like looking nice, like you want to dress the part. This is going to be very important, because I feel like with Venus coming into a trine with Pluto in your second house, there could be some good financial things happening as a result of, kind of rising up in the ranks at work, and you could have a positive financial shift. She will also trine Uranus in Gemini, which means that it could be promoting a second job or a change in your schedule or something that's more flexible. And if you're involved in anything that's like artistic, design, working with women, working with beauty, working with art, it's especially fortuitous for you guys. The only thing to think about is that when Venus makes her entrance, she will oppose Neptune. So there's going to be a lot of going, okay, I'm going into work, I look like $1 million, or I'm putting on my game face. But in reality, emotionally or on the home front, it's just kind of like there is this heaviness. And you don't want to overly idealize, a job or a home or a living situation when you go through the Venus-Neptune opposition. And Neptune can also mean that, you're dealing with like a sibling. So there's something going on revolving around a sibling's finances, and you're feeling like you need to step in and be like, do you need help? What do we need to do? What can we do to kind of remedy the situation in the matter? Now, on the 13th, Pluto will also go direct in your second house. So that means he's coming back online, and he is becoming more powerful when it comes to your personal financial goals. He's helping you transform, your second house so you can have a kind of financial evolution, and it is tied to the future of your goals and the networks that you have, and how networking can really improve your financial situation, whether that's with friends or professionally. Really loving the trine to Pluto and Uranus. I can't say that enough. All the earth signs are really going to benefit from that this month, so I think you'll see some good work and money stuff happen. On the 16th of the month, the Sun in Libra squares Jupiter in Cancer. So we're all of the action pertaining to, your career, your status, your work. Once again, there is pressure in relationships, or people are feeling like, I can't get a hold of you, or you're always working, you're too busy. I think that this amplifies your reputation with the Sun in Libra in your 10th house, and it does bring opportunity for relational abundance. So you could be meeting a lot of clients, there could be meeting new people at work, there could be just a lot of work going on. And really this is about kind of balancing your public image and your reputation for what you're known, to be doing or working with, making time for, Jupiter. And Jupiter rules the 12th house. So partners are going to feel kind of slighted, or they're not really seen. It could also mean that you're working with like a career coach, or maybe you're working with like a healer or an intuitive to kind of navigate some stuff when it comes to career launches and professional kind of endeavors. On the 20th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Scorpio, and this will be happening in your 11th house. Well, if this is your goals, your friends, and your allies, and if Mercury represents anything connecting to travel, education, your beliefs, work-related things, and Mars is going to be about the support of other people, I definitely feel like friends will kind of come in and be like your savior this month. And whether that means you have a friend that's very Scorpio-like, that's like, okay, what's going on? What do you need me to do? How can I help you? Or if you're going through a crisis and they're like, if you're like, what do I do? You call them and they're going to walk you through it. Mercury conjunct Mars is definitely energizing your communications with friendships, but it's more psychological, it's deep, and it can also energize group debates or group projects. Now, parties, gatherings, get-togethers are definitely a theme here in the 11th house. I would just say, keep in mind that, when Mercury conjuncts Mars, there could be a conflict with somebody online. There could be a heated exchange that you have with somebody. There could be, a fight with a friend. And I really feel like with Mercury, it's most positive for some kind of networking event. If you're either going out there trying to find a job, connecting with people, having group exercises, or maybe you're going to job fairs. Maybe you're going to be working out with friends, right? We need an outlet for that Mars energy. You'll do well. Just don't get, into some heated kind of political debates with people online or with friendships, because there could definitely be some tension over, your philosophical differences. This is also when Mercury pre-shadow begins. So next month, Mercury will actually start its retrograde in Sag in the 12th house of isolation and healing in the subconscious, and will go back into the 11th house. So some of you guys might feel like you have a blowout with a friend, or there is some tension, or maybe you're like, that's too much social media, too much Facebook for me. Boom, I'm gonna go MIA for a month and take a break. You may actually come back at the end of November, beginning of December, to kind of connect with certain people. And maybe you're just feeling like you've had some much needed kind of rest and you're ready to kind of socialize. Now, I think that for some of you guys, if you're trying to plan travel with friends, there could be some unexpected changes, particularly internationally. This could also be connecting to, some kind of mental stress or health-related things, which could limit you next month from being able to connect with people. So just be careful of what you say, because I think with the Mercury retrograde shadow, the pre-shadow, it's going to hit Mars several times. So there's going to be several discussions where things kind of get heated with other people. What I like, though, is that Mercury will trine Saturn. So you're going to kind of see some people kind of make themselves look like jerks, or they're going to act in certain ways that's going to justify for you to be like, and we're good here. We don't need to talk. We don't need to work together. We don't need to be friends. Like, you've said what you need to say no more. And you'll be able to realize that there's certain people that you can actually feel good about cutting loose, because it's going to give you a bit of like a mental break. Then we've got on the 21st of the month, a new moon in Libra in your 10th house. So that's going to be at like 28 degrees. So if you've got anything Capricorn, 27, 28, 29 degrees, it'll square you. And, this is where we're planting new seeds for the next 6 months when it comes to new career beginnings. So if you want to launch a business, if you're wanting to get a new job, if you're wanting to give a presentation to a boss, if you're wanting to have more career success, this is the time that you set those intentions. What's nice is Venus is the ruler will be here. So it does mean that there is going to be an opportunity for a lot of, reputation and career glow-ups, and also doing more creative work or things that are going to be more independent, or anything revolving around art and beauty is definitely going to be featured. Relationships with people at work is also going to be a big theme. Love can be found at work as well. Now, on the 22nd of the month, Neptune retrogrades back into Pisces. So it'll join Saturn in your 3rd house. And like I said, the theme here between now and about February is Neptune can blur lines, and he can blur lines in communication or ideas. This can deepen intuitive communication, but this can also bring miscommunications with siblings. This could also bring, problems with your vehicles. This can bring confusion when you're trying to learn or study a new language. This can mean that there is a need to kind of keep a closer eye on your local neighborhood and community. There can be some issues revolving around crime, and also issues revolving around security. Be very careful with Neptune and Saturn in your 3rd house when it comes to like mental health stuff. And this is a good time to be practicing meditation, journaling, as well as anything that's connecting to divination. So if you're wanting to learn astrology, if you're wanting to learn tarot, right? If you want to take a meditation course, great time to do it, because Saturn is going to be giving you some kind of form. And it's about you being a little bit more aware of how you communicate and making sure that you're listening. And some of you guys are going to have to be a little bit more stern with siblings. So watch for that. And then you're going to see on the 22nd, the sun will enter into Scorpio. So Scorpio season begins. Sun, Mars, and Mercury briefly are all in the 11th house, where there's definitely lots of social events on the horizon. This is vitalizing groups and highlighting your aspirations. The only catch is that the sun will square Pluto. So it means that there is a lot of stuff kind of going on in friendships and like social life. It can put the pressure on you to feel like you have to show up financially in some way. It can also mean that through some of the recent actions and things going on with friends, it's having you reevaluate, which friendships you want to hold on to. Now, last but certainly not least, we're going to see on the 29th, Mercury will enter into Sagittarius. So it'll move into your 12th house of the subconscious. So with Mercury moving into the 12th house, the positive is that this is expanding subconscious thoughts. This is about meditation and reflection, traveling to a foreign land, studying spiritual texts. This is also going to be a wonderful time to be getting involved in a meditation course, going to a retreat, doing some creative writing, learning divination. But the problem is Mercury does not do well in Sagittarius. It is in shadow, so you might start seeing the effects of, self-undoing, bad habits coming up, isolation, health-related matters, particularly, I think, connecting to the hands, arms, shoulders, and lungs. So you have to really take care of yourself as flu season is coming up. You might be feeling a little run down and under the weather if you're overworking or over-traveling, and you need sleep. And when Mercury goes into shadow, you might start noticing you're having some weird dreams, and they could be really symbolic about things in the future or giving you insights to your health. Now, what's going to happen is, obviously spiritual talks, good time for therapy, healing, getting a reading. But Mercury will make its first of several oppositions to Uranus and Gemini in your 6th house of health and habits. Whenever you're dealing with oppositions between the 6th and the 12th, it's like if you're not getting enough sleep, if you're run down, you end up not being productive and you're sick. And then if you're not taking care of your health or if you're not working, then you end up kind of feeling like a little squirrely. And so the 6th and the 12th house are sensitive in that sense where it's going to show you what's out of balance with the mind, body, and spirit. So this is going to spark some kind of routines or hidden surprises. You might find that if you're tweaking or changing your nighttime routine, you're feeling better and you're finding that you're more productive. This is also about adapting to new health practices and trying to do it mindfully. So this is why I really feel like breath work in particular, because Mercury is in the lungs, going for long walks after dinner, having a winding down routine where you unplug from any, media or gadgets. That's what you want to be doing in October and November to kind of navigate some of Uranus in the 6th house where there could be some sporadic things going on, where there could be some nerve issues, some stress, and also some sporadic changes that are kind of going on with your schedule. So you will see that happen several times going into next month. Now, with that being said, as for the best and most challenging days in October, you have good love days on the 4th and the 5th, the 23rd, the 24th, and the 29th. Now, there's opportune days for you on the 8th, 24th, 25th, and 29th of October. I like what's going on with your career, the 23rd, 25th, 27th, and 28th. And you have good money days on the 2nd, 3rd, 29th, and 30th of October. As for the challenging days where you might see some stress, you're going to have the 4th, the 9th or the 11th, the 14th, and the 19th. So, my Capricorns and Cap risings, let's see what the tarot has to say for you. I'm working with the Marigold Tarot for Halloween. What does Capricorn need to know this month? All right, the card that I get for you is the 8 of Wands. Keep it moving. That's the key. Stay focused. Stay focused on your goals. I think with the sun going through your 11th house, with Mercury and Mars being there, I think it's just very much like, what can I achieve and who can I connect and collaborate with to keep the momentum going? Whether it's relationships at work, friends that you're seeing in your off time, if it's just being more kind of goal-minded and going after what you want. I think the 8 of Wands is talking about a pretty dynamic shift and kind of like getting active. This is a card that's about making some tweaks and some changes to your health routines. For some of you guys, it's not necessarily that, you're doing too much. It's like, actually, I've been working a lot, but like, I need to hit the gym or, I need to get, back into training or, I need to be making that time at the end of the day for me to do that. And I feel like this is about some much needed inspiration and motivation and kind of like lighting a fire underneath your backside to make you realize that you have to kind of get up and get going. So maybe, surrounding yourself with people who are going to be active, living an active lifestyle. Look at what some of your friends are doing professionally, ask them for feedback or ask, for opportunities to kind of network with them. When you surround yourself with movers and shakers, you're going to find that that's going to inspire you to want to do the same. I hope that's helpful for you, Capricorn. I'll catch you guys back here in the month of November. Hey, Aquarius and Aquarius rising. Welcome to your October 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to chat with you about the month ahead and what you guys have in store this month. All right, well, obviously we're going to talk all things regarding your ruling planets. And there's a couple points that I want to make along the way before we get going. But first things first is Uranus is continuing to move through Gemini. So it's kind of in like the final moments here before it bounces back into Taurus in a few short weeks. where you can still have some fun. You can still reevaluate and reassess creativity, romance, and self-expression all month long in your 5th house. Now, this can bring back old romantic partners, reassessing creative projects, taking risks, as well as self-expression. I want to remind you guys that Uranus is still in a trine to Pluto in your sign, so you're feeling like doing things different, having fun, and kind of cutting loose. I do think that with Saturn retrograde as well, your traditional ruler, it is still hanging out in your 2nd house of money. I know the eclipses that we had this last month were very financial for you guys, and there was a lot of shakeups. So now you're kind of still reevaluating your budget, focusing on your self-esteem, and possibly even thinking about long-term financial goals. That will continue. Not much is going to change in that department. I think that I would just really be focusing on, some of the unexpected artistic pursuits, romantic opportunities, surprises with children, and breakthroughs in personal joy. And just embrace spontaneity. I think that's the name of the game. And obviously, it can be a little difficult when you're dealing with Uranus retrograde. So grounding out some of this stuff is still kind of getting worked out. The other thing to think about is you're also going to be seeing Pluto going direct in your sign. So if you happen to have early Aquarius, sun, moon, or rising, 0 to 3 degrees, you're under a rare and unusual Pluto transit. The last 2 years have brought a lot of pressure, a lot of personal transformation, and rebirth. Now you're going to start to see the effects of that as Pluto comes back online in your 1st house. So you're regaining your personal power, especially when it comes to self-expression. Your appearance, magnetism, and your career is going to be top importance as it rules your 10th house. We will also see that there is going to be a Sun square Pluto. So that will happen when the sun goes into Scorpio in your 10th house this month. I'll talk about it, but this is where there's definitely going to be a little bit of some dueling going on, some competitiveness. And I don't know if it's with a relationship, if it's with a boss, or something revolving around your career, challenging you and pressuring you to change and evolve. Now, on October the 1st, we're going to see Mercury in Libra. We'll start the month going through your 9th house. And honestly, there is a vibe of some of you guys that are going to be focusing on traveling, learning, long-distance road trips, things involving romantic relationships far away, or education that is going to be an emphasis this month. But Mercury rules expenses and money that, is coming out of your savings or joint accounts or investments. And you're splurging a little bit with Mercury and Venus in your 9th house this month. Mercury will come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer. So this tells me that you're a busy bee. You're trying to kind of balance work, health, and routine with getting away and making some things happen when it comes to travel or education plans. Squares bring tension. So you'll see that there can be tension revolving around travel and education or your beliefs and how it's kind of clashing with Jupiter in your 6th house, which is about getting work done. This is also about your health. Maybe some tension in kind of wrapping up work and projects while you're going to be traveling or away. And it looks like you can be overdoing your schedule a little bit. Try to integrate big ideas practically to avoid overwhelming your schedule and taking on too much, or where you can be feeling run down from, working too much or traveling too much. That can definitely be a theme. But it looks like your schedule is action-packed. Now, on the 4th of the month, Venus will conjunct the South Node in Virgo. And if you guys remember in, September, there was eclipses in Pisces in your 2nd house of money. There's the solar eclipse on the 21st of September in your 8th house, where you're trying to focus on joint assets, taxes, inheritances, bringing in more money and seeing things pay off. So we're continuing the themes of the South Node while Venus hits that, and Venus is going to be about traveling and education. It's also going to be about home and family. So it means that you're willing to kind of expend a little bit to get out of the house, maybe to travel, to improve your home. Maybe there is an inheritance or some kind of blessing that's coming your way from an investment that you've made. This can also mean that you're really releasing anything that's connecting to intimate patterns or relationships. Certainly, you can be blessed with Venus on the South Node, and something that is owed to you karmically can come back. This can be from family, partner's assets, or from family far away. But I think you're going to be splurging a little bit when it comes to really enjoying romantic relationships and traveling with the people that you love. Now, remember that this does affect your shared resources, and there is some kind of clearing going on. So if you feel like you owe something to someone, you need to pay them back or you need to reward them, that can be the theme here as well. Now, on the 6th of October, Mercury will ingress into Scorpio, and you're going to notice that the end of October going into November, there's just a huge focus on your career. There's a huge focus on status and work. And Mercury being there is kind of tying in your 8th house of other people's money. Obviously, it can be about negotiating bonuses or dealing with budgets or dealing with benefits. And it's also connecting to your 5th house, which deals with children, romance, and creativity. So as Mercury goes into the 10th house, your mind is actually going to be really focusing on deepening career talks. How can I make more money? How can we get creative with the business? Maybe it's going to be about responsibility revolving around your partners and their finances, teaching your kids how to be more responsible with money and resources as well. And I see, as Mercury is kind of coming out of that house and then it's going into the 10th house, it means that your mind is kind of shifting from focusing on, kind of being out and about to getting down to business with work. So it will enhance your professional, kind of insights. It's great for getting ready to make big decisions about your career or big announcements. But something to keep in mind is that when Mercury goes into Scorpio, it's going to square Pluto. So there can be work talks that can be challenging you, pressuring you to change. There could be difficult conversations with parents or even with bosses, and you may be a little reluctant to kind of go through some of these changes or restructuring or reorganization that can be happening in your career field. Now, the very same day on the 6th of October, there will be a full moon taking place in the sign of Aries in your natal 3rd house. Now, the 3rd house is the mind. It's about communications, contracts, writing, media, blogs, websites, short distance trips, siblings, and also anything kind of connecting to moving, maybe even vehicles. This was seeded with a solar eclipse 6 months ago in the spring of 2025. So you have to think about what intentions you have been kind of setting revolving around your writing, what you're learning, if the goal is to get a new car, if you're going to be studying something new. And this is kind of that culmination of communication. And this is really revealing that some idea is kind of coming to a conclusion. If you want to finish a website, if you want to make a big announcement, if you're wanting to plan a move, all of these things are very possible. And with Mars being the ruler of this full moon, and it's going to be located in the 10th house, it means that a lot of the communication contracts and ideas are going to revolve around business. So even though the sun and the moon will oppose in the 3rd and the 9th house, which does talk about traveling, communication, and learning, Mars in the 10th means that you might feel like you're on the road or you're kind of, at a distance or you're traveling and you're feeling like you're having to kind of get things in order relating to work, or you're having to spearhead or manage things that deal with legal matters, traveling, or communication. And you kind of have to show up and be the boss. Now, on the 11th of the month, Venus in Virgo will come into an opposition with Saturn in Pisces. And this is important because Saturn is one of your rulers. Now, Saturn is about, in the 2nd house, maintaining a sense of good self-esteem, budgeting your money, being resourceful, and not feeling like you always have to pick up the check. So when Venus goes into the 8th house, it's mirroring the same themes that we saw with the solar eclipse on September 21st, where there was a lot of dealing with other people's resources or your partner's money or money owed. And it was bringing up possibly, some kind of unexpected financial change or something that was due, which is really reinforcing the need for you to be really conservative with your spending. Now, Venus does deal with traveling. It also deals with your home and family. So you might be dealing with, a relationship or a family member that's at a distance. It can also mean that you kind of splurge and you're spending a little bit more money than you wanted to when it comes to traveling or home or education. It could also mean that there's delays or hangups or limitations with people coming to visit you. Now, I think that whenever we see an opposition to Saturn, it does bring a challenge or a delay or a setback. So in the 8th house, it really is about, challenges revolving around intimacy and knowing your financial limits. The advice I'd give you is build trust slowly for secure bonds. Not a good time to be initiating business negotiations, major luxury purchases, buying or selling. This is a time to draw a line and have a hard bargain with what other people are going to bring to the table financially or emotionally. Now, thankfully, after that opposition, we're going to see Venus on the 13th ingress into Libra. So she's going to go into a part of the sky where now you're indulging in, luxury vacations. Now you are focusing on taking those courses, traveling, learning, long distance relationships, and also being a little bit more optimistic and spending time with those that you love the most in some beautiful spaces and places. Now, what's positive about this is that Venus loves being in the sign of Libra. So maybe this means that you're traveling, maybe you're harmonizing your beliefs, and this will definitely improve expansive relations with other people like teachers, lawyers, or anything connecting to mentors or gurus. The challenge here is that Venus is going to immediately oppose Neptune, and that can mean that there can be some miscommunications about expenses or costs relating to travel or education. It also means that a family member can be talking to you about going through some financial challenges, and there could be some misunderstandings about money. So read the fine print, look through all the text messages and emails, make sure that you guys are on the same page. The positive is that even though it'll oppose Neptune, where I feel like this is about you going like, I'm going to see if they're going to offer to contribute, or I'm going to see if they're going to, pull their weight, or, if they're going to, be the one willing to kind of go the distance. If you can be patient and see if they will do it on their own, Venus will trine Pluto, which means you might see a nice change in relationship to certain people, be that family or romantic partners, where they're going to be maybe kind of being a little bit more generous with you, and you don't have to be the one who's covering all the expenses. Venus will also trine Uranus, which is your chart ruler, in the 5th house. So this is kind of indicating it's an opportune time to have a romantic getaway, to get lost, explore a new place, and have some fun and some romance. So I'm hoping that this is going to be really beneficial for you guys. I think in a sense of, feeling as if you can really focus on, like one-on-one relationships, and kind of feeling a little bit more optimistic about where relationships or education is leading you. Also on the 13th, you're going to see that Pluto will go direct. So this is that moment of empowerment, personal change and transformation, and changing the way you see yourself and your career out in the world. This is about Pluto coming back online. So you're now resuming that process of self-transformation after several months of being retrograde. This is going to be empowering your personal evolution, be that through your career or your appearance. On the 16th of the month, the Sun in Libra will square Jupiter in Cancer. And it's similar to the earlier in the month when Mercury was square Jupiter. And the Sun rules relationships, right? And then obviously Jupiter is in your 6th house of work and health. And Jupiter is about money and expenses. So I feel like this is bringing up for you, in a way, being a little overly enthusiastic about being able to juggle work and relationships or travel, or being able to focus on productivity, and education, and there could be just an abundance of stuff going on. This will amplify your philosophy regarding, your daily routine and also abundance. This is about balancing ideas with practicality and not overloading your schedule. And it feels like your partner might be really adamant about communicating and talking about traveling, and you're having to remind them like, yes, but, I've got this going on, I've got that meeting, I've got this thing with work, like we can't be doing too many things at one time. Now, on the 20th of the month, you're going to see Mercury coming into conjunction with Mars and Scorpio. And I want you to, Mars in Scorpio, I want you to really pay attention to this conjunction, especially if you have anything in Aquarius around 17, 18, 19 degrees, because it will square you. Pluto in your sign is also the dispositor, the ruler of Mercury and Mars. So it means that you have an impact how you decide to manage or handle conflict or challenging, kind of professional dynamics or competitiveness or fierceness in the workplace. It's all about how you approach this, and it's about being strategic. Now, Mars rules your career, but it also rules communication. And Mercury is connecting to other people's money and taking risks. So there can be a sense of you feeling like there is some pressure in communicating at work. This is going to really energize career debates. So if you're in a field where it's research-based or it's investment-based or it's anything connecting to psychological themes or uncovering things, maybe even like media, I could see that with Mars conjunction, this can be beneficial for you. And if you're a writer or if you're in communications, it means that you're really feeling the need to get your writing done, get the word out, and be heard, or you're just wanting to be heard or respected in the workplace. The downside is that it can create some conflict and some competitiveness, and it is going to show potentially where there can be some exchanges at work that we may potentially regret. And Mercury comes into shadow on this day. So it basically means that it is kicking off with a bang where there is going to be some kind of, shocking communication, or you're going to find out that there is changes going on at work or financial changes at work. And we will see Mercury actually go into Sagittarius at the end of the month. And then in November, it will retrograde from Sagittarius back into Scorpio. So I could see a lot of Aquarius risings thinking about leaving their job, or debating whether or not it's time to retire, or they're getting wind that there's some, stuff going on at work that they're not really keen on, and they're trying to figure out whether or not, they want to stay or they want to go, or if they kind of want to redirect their career. So my advice here is watch for some of the tension in October. Let's not make any knee-jerk reactions, not trying to, swiftly or quickly try to launch businesses or anything prior to the retrograde. You need to let the retrograde play out. Mercury retrograde can be beneficial because you could be looking at new ways to negotiate salaries or bonuses or benefits. It can also mean that throughout Mercury's retrograde back into Scorpio in November, when it's trining Saturn, it can actually improve your financial situation. So it's going to give you some kind of insight as to whether or not you want to stay and maintain your position, or if you want to go looking elsewhere. Now, the other thing to think about is that because Mercury is conjunct Mars, it can definitely bring up, I think, contracts and negotiations, and you want to take your time to really go through that. And it's possible there could be changes with your company, or there could be changes going on with the bosses at work. Now, on the 21st of the month, you're going to see a new moon in Libra in your 9th house, where you're planting new seeds when it comes to your belief, philosophy, planning trips, education, anything revolving around, optimism. And if you have anything in Aquarius around 28, 29 degrees, this will be trining you. So I think you'll like this new moon. Basically, Venus is there. So it's saying that it's seeding for the next 6 months, what I think is going to be more opportunities to travel, to get away and focus on education or learning. This can be a time where a new teacher is coming into your life, or you're adopting a new philosophy, or maybe you're taking courses or classes revolving around finance, beauty, or design. And there can be like a long distance relationship that can be kind of playing out, or a commitment to traveling more with a partner one-on-one more frequently in the next year. Now, on the 22nd of the month, you're going to see Neptune retrograde back into Pisces. So Saturn and Neptune will be side by side back in your second house of personal values, income, and self-esteem. This is really significant because you will see these two conjunct basically between now and February of next year, and then they will fully move into Aries once again. So all the more reason to be more critical of your spending and your expenses, to be very careful and cautious with matters revolving around investments, things that you're purchasing, that kind of stuff. Certainly with the North Node in the second house, you want more, right? More money, more fun, but you're also spending more on what? Jupiter things, health, and you're more consumed with working and like bringing in as much as you can. Now, Neptune can blur the lines when it comes to values. It can deepen your intuition, though, when it comes to making moves with your finances. So you got to trust your gut and watch where there's money that's going missing or like being spent on unnecessary things. Then you will see on the 22nd as well, the sun will ingress into Scorpio, where it is lighting up your relationship to your career, and you're dealing with either partners or clients. There can be a sense of you having to really be in the spotlight or be out at work a lot or be a lot busier at work. So that's positive. But remember, the very next day, you're going to see on like the 23rd, the sun starts coming into a square with Pluto. And Pluto is going to represent power struggles. The sun represents opposition. So you're going to have bosses that might be more critical or more demanding kind of expectations at work, where you're going to be kind of under the microscope a little bit more. So yes, it'll illuminate your career and boost your public visibility and vitality. But this is important to kind of keep the ego in check a little bit. Know that you are still feeling out the work situation and kind of deciding what direction you're going to be going in. And watch for some of the, the clashing that can kind of go on with superiors at work around that time. Finally, on the 29th of the month, we will see Mercury leave Scorpio and go into Sagittarius, where it's going to be in your social zone, where it's dealing with things like friendships, parties, socializing, networks, professional kind of connections and collaborations, and likely you're preparing your schedule for your holiday parties. Now, Mercury is going to deal with money owed and other people's resources. It's also going to deal with taking chances in romance. So if you're feeling like you're single, you want to get out there and you want to mingle, get out there, socialize, go to parties and events, and try to be where there's groups of people. You will also find that friends will be calling, they're wanting to connect with you, or there's going to be opportunities for you to connect and create or collaborate with other people. But here's the catch. Mercury does not do well in this sign. Here's the other catch. It's in shadow, okay? So while you're expanding groups and you're connecting with new, networks, there are some things that are going to be reworked. And my interpretation for Aquarius and Aquarius risings is that you're possibly kind of connecting and communicating with people at work, asking them how they feel about what is changing at work. And you're going to notice a shift in group dynamics. There might be, parties at work or like meetings or team building exercises, and they could be fun. But it could also mean with Mercury next month going back into your 10th house, you're really looking at like the group dynamic and seeing who is and is not meshing well with other people, and whether or not you want to stay in a position where you feel like people aren't working well together. Now, Mercury in your 11th will oppose Uranus in your 5th, and Uranus is your ruler. So that means that this can spark in a positive way, creative group dynamics, surprise parties, unexpected romantic connections. And it can also be about innovating in a collaborative sense, but you just want to stay grounded, because it seems like a lot of like the parties and the events and things that are coming up, they kind of seem half-baked and they're not kind of fully formed yet. And it might feel like with Uranus in your 5th house, you're trying to kind of help get involved with some of these changes that are going on with your friends. You're reevaluating your goals. There can be misunderstandings or miscommunications in group dynamics. And you might be feeling like you're trying to organize children's parties or holiday parties or gatherings or, something social, and you can feel like people are a little flaky. So you've got to be patient throughout October and November with friends. Yes, there can be misunderstandings, but there can also be friends from the past that can come back who you can reconnect with. There's also opportunities to make friends with, previous romantic relationships and partners and smooth over any issues that you've had if you guys had a falling out. Mercury will make this opposition several times throughout the shadow, both the pre-shadow and the post-shadow. So I think there can be some surprising things going on with not just friendships, but also with the relationships of your children. So if you have kids, their relationships can be changing. It can also represent where, some of your kids' friends and your children aren't getting along. So you might hear your kid come home and go like, well, so-and-so said this to me on the playground, and then you're like, well, do I get involved? What do I do? So just try to keep your cool, because later next month, Mercury and Mars will come into conjunction. I feel like it's going to be better for parties and socializing in November. It's also going to be better for group dynamics. And then we'll see Mercury retrograde do its thing. So let me know if there's some surprising meetings or connections or parties that you guys have. As for the best and most challenging days this month, for love, I like the 2nd and the 3rd, the 13th through the 15th, and the 17th through the 28th. Now, opportune days, you have a number of them. It'll be the 1st through the 5th, the 10th, the 11th, the 13th, the 14th, the 17th, the 29th, and the 30th. For good career days, I like the 1st through the 5th and the 10th through the 22nd. And for money, the 4th, 5th, and 31st of October. The challenging days where you're going to get tested are going to be the 7th through the 8th, the 23rd, the 25th, and the 29th. So with that being said, let's see what the cards say for you guys for the month ahead. What does Aquarius need to know for October of 2025? Ooh, the card that I get is the Tower. That's very Mercury Mars. It's like, what do you mean this is happening? Okay, don't get freaked out. But I would say, like, with the Tower coming up, that's very much a combination of Mars energy, and it's a combination of Uranus energy. So, can there be some unexpected changes going on with events that you have planned and you're like, no, it needed to be this thing? Sure. But the Tower is basically saying all hell is about to break loose. And I could see that with Mercury and Mars in the 10th, where you're like, okay, you know what? This is not a sustainable work situation. Something needs to change. Do I need to pivot or get out? I could also see with the Sun coming into a square with Pluto at the beginning of Scorpio season, that this is like a period where you're like, you know what? Am I witnessing the beginning of the end, of a business? Am I closing something? Am I quitting a job? Am I switching positions? Something is not sustainable. And I encourage you to lean into Pluto trine Uranus, because you can deal with crisis. You can deal with change. You are the person who's going to be bringing about this change in your career or your identity. You have to get creative and you have to be willing to take risks. The Tower is a difficult card. So you guys are going to have to let me know what kind of materializes here. I do think that there is going to be something that you're going to feel like is breaking down or crashing down, which is probably more so work or professionally oriented. But we want to make lemonade, and we want to focus on how we can get crafty and creative and find either new ventures, find new paths forward, or reinvent the way that we're doing our current existing job or position. Can't wait to hear your guys' feedback. Leave your comments below. I'll catch you guys back here in the month of November. Hey, Pisces and Pisces risings. Welcome to your October 2025 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. How are we doing? Can we do a bit of like a temperature gauge post eclipses? I know some of you guys are watching this like on the 18th of September. So some of you guys might have to come back to this and let me know. But I know that it's been a doozy for you guys with the eclipses last month. So I'm hoping that you guys are all thriving, you're doing well, and just know that this is the month that things kind of start to settle down after what feels like probably a pretty chaotic September. Now, I'm going to first start off by talking about your rulers. What you need to know is that Jupiter is continuing to move through your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, joy, and dating. So it is going strong. You have Jupiter direct for another month. Let's make the most of it, and hopefully some magic can happen. And then you have Neptune, which is your modern day ruler, and it is actually going to retrograde out of Aries in your money house back into Pisces in your 1st house. So Aries get a reprieve. They're passing the torch back to you. Between now and February 2026, Saturn and Neptune are going to be back in your sign. Saturn wants boundaries, a commitment to goals and responsibilities, and alone time. The North Node is saying the same thing. While we've got Neptune, which is going to be retrograding back to your 1st house, which is blurring the boundaries, revolving around who you are, what you want, and possibly asking you, why am I alone? What is going on? So try to make lemonade, lean into over the next month or two, Jupiter trine Saturn, where if you do have more alone time, you can be focusing on your hobbies, creative projects, finding new romantic interests, spending time with your kids, and really focusing and prioritizing on creating and bringing joy. But yes, you are kind of back in the gauntlet here for the better part of the next couple of months. Now, outside of some of that stuff, it looks like Neptune's going to drop back into your 1st house around October 22nd. It can bring up self-illusion, compassion, and spiritual identity. And this means that dreams and your personal presence is really significant. But watch for blurred self-perspective or perception, and use intuitive self-discovery while seeking clarity. Okay, so focus on meditation, spiritual practices. You can work with divination and really focus on visualizing your goals. That's the best thing that you guys can do, and be productive with this time with Saturn and Neptune back in your sign. Now, on October the 1st, we're going to see Mercury in Libra, where it will start the month in your 8th house of joint assets and other people's money. It rules relationships and it rules home and family. We're going to see Mercury come into a square with Jupiter in Cancer. So squares represent tension, and it looks like there's going to be tension in intimacy with creative growth. This is about probing deeply, but avoid overly idealizing having fun. This is also about not getting too deep in romantic relationships. There might be, conversations you're having revolving around children or investments or joint assets. Be careful with having a little bit too much fun with trading or investing. There could certainly be a sense of being overly optimistic about how it's going to play out. And Mercury represents your partners and Jupiter is you. So it tells me that there's some growing pains revolving around the obligation or responsibility of home and family and children. So it can materialize as, for some people, as, expenses or budgeting with kids or dealing with child support or spousal support or negotiating some kind of like separation or settlement, that can definitely come up there. On the 4th of the month, you're going to see Venus conjunct the South Node in Virgo, which can be a little tricky. Obviously, that South Node is dealing with kind of clearing out old relationship karma in the 7th house. And this is about releasing partnership patterns or feeling the need to be codependent or kind of attached to another person. It does kind of have a clearing out effect of relationships. So a relationship can leave your life or they can feel distant or disconnected. Venus represents other people's money. So there can be some themes revolving around other people being like, no, I don't want to share. I don't want to connect, or I want to separate assets. It can also represent where somebody is being a little bit disconnected in terms of intimacy and vulnerability. Now, Mercury also deals with your home. So it can also mean that there's somebody who is moving out of your, home, or, they're kind of stepping away from that closeness. Or there is a sense of people from the past coming back. Like you can hear from somebody from the past and they can be reconnecting in some way. And as you see, Venus connecting with the South Node, it is shaking out old communication patterns in relationships as well. On the 6th of the month, you're going to see Mercury ingress into Scorpio. So Mercury will go into your 9th house where, if you need to book a trip, travel, connect with a lawyer, explore studying. If you're interested in a long distance relationship, if you're wanting to explore possibly, traveling or moving to a foreign land, that can be something that can kind of come up here. And all this Scorpio energy that you're going to see is pretty friendly with Pisces. So I think that you're going to do pretty well with end of October into November. And what this really means is that this is about deepening your beliefs and enhancing your philosophical insights. Now, on the same day, you're going to have a full moon in Aries, and this full moon will be in your 2nd house of personal income and resources, self-esteem. So there's usually big money things that kind of come up during a full moon in the 2nd house, whether that's a check coming in, a payment that's due, a major purchase. And this is a, full moon that was seeded during a solar eclipse in the spring of 2025. So go back, think about around your birthday where we had all those retrogrades and eclipses, which were about you becoming more financially independent and, self-sufficient, or working on self-esteem or managing a budget. Now, with the full moon in the 2nd house and Mars being the ruler in the 9th, you're either spending money on traveling, you're spending money on courses, on education. Maybe you are flying or traveling somewhere. Maybe you're having to, pay for assistance with advertising, publishing, or there can be some legal expenses that can potentially be coming up for some of you guys. Now, on the 11th of the month, we are going to be seeing that Venus in Virgo will oppose Saturn in Pisces. So not only do you have to deal with the South Node Venus conjunction, but you've got Venus that's going to be in the 7th house and it's opposing Saturn. So, Venus deals with communication, traveling, and joint expenses. So it almost looks like you're either going back and forth with a relationship at a distance. Somebody's really interested in you, but you're like, no, what's the catch? What do they want? Why are they interested in me? Or you could be feeling like you're rejecting somebody's advances, or that there is going to be a difference of opinion, or not agreeing, or not being able to be diplomatic, or, sign documents or things revolving around marriage, relationships, money, ownership and possession. So there could be a lot of like, no, I'm not willing to settle for this much. I'll give you that much. Or, you could be arguing or going back and forth over physical, tangible objects. Certainly a full moon in the 2nd house can do that prior. So with anytime we have Venus in opposition to Saturn, there's going to be a challenge in relationships. And in your case, it's the challenges with personal duties and the commitment to yourself, Saturn in the 1st. And, what other people are wanting from you. And you might go, no, I don't want to be very accessible. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to negotiate with you. And you might feel like you need your space. And I think that, for the most part, what this is going to be doing is showing you that you need to commit to yourself. And this is about, by committing to yourself and having better boundaries, you can have better balanced partnerships and relationships. And obviously there can be some distance in certain relationships, and you could be focusing on communicating and getting to know each other over phone calls or like messages here as well. We saw the same opposition, by the way, during the solar eclipse. So I'm thinking that if some of you guys had the solar eclipse on the 21st of September and it materialized as somebody telling you, hey, I'm interested in you, you're taking your time. And if it materialized as a relationship getting eclipsed out of your life, the Venus South Node and the Venus Saturn opposition is about the actual separation and the breakup and the physical or the financial implication there. Now, on the 13th of the month, Venus then dips into Libra, where it's going to go into a sign that it likes because it's about balancing and harmonizing things, but it is in the 8th house of joint assets and resources, and this is where Venus goes through a transformation. So it can be good for harmonizing intimacy. It can improve shared bonds. It can be good also for therapy and psychological related things or healing. It could be really good for talk therapy because Venus is connected to your 3rd. And there can be better diplomacy, I think, with Venus in this sign. The only catch is that when Venus goes into Libra, it's going to oppose Neptune, which means somebody's going to want something and you're going to have to make a sacrifice, or somebody is going to be proposing something financial or relationship-wise, and it can be a little hazy. It can be confusing. There could be some blurred lines, and you really need to be very careful. I wouldn't commit to any major relationships or any financial decisions under this opposition. I also wouldn't be purchasing anything rather significant under this opposition as well. So things like cars, planning trips, anything in regards to signing legal documents or negotiations. People can propose things that sound really good that may not actually fully materialize. Now, what's positive is that on the 13th, Pluto goes direct in, your 12th house. So it is waking up and it's resuming kind of these subconscious transformations, and it's empowering some kind of hidden evolution behind the scenes, whether that's with a spiritual practice, your dreams, your belief systems, and it is trining Venus. So there is something powerful in releasing and letting go and transforming something about these relationships that you feel like your soul is now free. Venus will also trine Uranus and Gemini, so it will impact you emotionally and on the home front, as well as kind of behind the scenes and psychologically. So there's a lot of conversations that are going to be had about what's coming to an end, but it's going to be very therapeutic because you're finally kind of releasing yourself of some of these karmic bonds. And that's pretty common with some of the South Node stuff and the 8th house as well, as all the kind of entanglements that we have with other people, whether that's financially, emotionally, or relationship-wise. Now, on the 16th of the month, the Sun in Libra squares Jupiter in Cancer. So the Sun's going through the 8th house of joint finances. The Sun represents kind of hard work, determination, health, psychological health, relationship health, balancing out joint finances, and it's going to square Jupiter. And that's you. So this means that, it's amplifying the themes of joint resources and, shared energy versus joyful expression and expansion. So this is about kind of balancing depth and intimacy with playfulness. Like there's a sense of still keeping things a little light in relationships and like not getting in too deep. This is also a time where you're going to be feeling more like taking risks when it comes to finances or children or creative expansion. I would just say, let's again, keep things light and don't try to overdo it in the dating or kind of gambling or investment kind of arenas. Now, on the 20th of the month, Mercury will conjunct Mars in Scorpio, and this will be taking place in your natal 9th house. So, this is a really important time to watch for a number of reasons. I think one is this is the day that the Mercury shadow is going to begin. So Mercury won't turn retrograde until, November, and it will retrograde from your 10th house of career back into your 9th house of your beliefs. But this is the day that the shadow begins, so you'll start to see the effects of the Mercury retrograde. Well, Mercury rules relationships and home, and Mars represents your money, and it also is connecting to travel or legal matters. So this could be a day where you're suddenly traveling. This could be a day where you decide very quickly you want to start a new educational kind of path forward. You may be feeling like, you're kind of rushed with making this decision, or you're rushed with kind of trying to get somewhere. But it also means that you're having to confront somebody. So there could be some conflict that you have with a teacher, a mentor, or there could be some kind of brewing, legal issues or legal battles for some people. It can also be a time where you're really feeling like energized, though, when it comes to traveling and going after what you want. And maybe you're feeling really passionate about having heated debates. So you could be debating with other people. So like I said, because it's the pre-shadow, be very careful of what you say or what you initiate during this time, because it's going to kind of come back up in November during the retrograde. Mercury deals with the South Node and with relationships and partnerships. So some people might be saying, you know what, I need to travel a little bit. I need to get away from my relationship. I need to really think about this and decide what I want to do. And it can materialize as down the road, making a bigger decision in about a month or two if you're kind of dragging it out a little bit. But quick travel, quick communication, quick learning definitely seems to be the theme here. And some of you guys might be exploring the possibility of moving or relocating to another place because of the connection to your fourth house. Now, on the 21st of the month, you're going to see a new moon in Libra, which will be taking place in your 8th house. And this new moon is planting new seeds when it comes to 8th house topics. So intimacy, saving money, investing money, psychological changes, anything that's about uncovering, more passion, more depth, more romance in your relationships. And what I like about this is that it is going to have Venus as the ruler, and it will be in the same sign. So it can be indicating that, you're feeling as if you have to radically change and transform your relationships, but it can happen in a way that can be soft. It can be that you have support from partners as you're going through changes. It can also indicate that there can be some positive shifts revolving around partners' income or finances over the next 6 months as well. And I also think that, with Venus being there, it can be saying it can really bless you when it comes to learning how to invest or save money. I think this is exceptionally important, especially knowing that in 6 months' time, Saturn and Neptune are going to go into your money house. So this is about coming up with a plan to invest, start setting money aside, budgeting, maybe, talking to partners about building together, coming up with a strategy for like retirement accounts and things like that. And obviously this initiates transformation revolving around joint or shared resources. So it's a good time to think about, well, do I want to refinance? Do I want to deal with debt? Do I want to get a loan? These things can kind of come up here as well. And then on the 22nd of the month, Neptune retrogrades back into your sign, where it will be until about February of this year. So remember that this is enhancing your dreams, your intuition. It's deepening your personal compassion, but be very mindful of your boundaries. With Saturn and Neptune is not giving up on yourself, not giving up on your dreams, and really focusing on that mind, body, spirit balance and not allowing other people to kind of leech off of your energy. Surround yourself with people who are doers and dreamers and people who are artistic and spiritual, who support the person that you are becoming, because Saturn is connected to your groups and your associations. So you won't be alone as long as you feel like you have some kind of connection to a tribe as you're going through a really big life change under some of these, Saturn-Neptune transits and the eclipses. Then you're going to see on the 22nd, the sun will ingress into Scorpio. So there will be a brief moment where the sun, Mars, and Mercury are all in the 9th house, where, the sun is going to be about health and well-being and work and scheduling. So as it goes into the 9th house, basically what this means is that it's really about revitalizing your beliefs. This might be highlighting where, education is going to be beneficial for you, or you're traveling for work, or you're learning about health, or, maybe you're just kind of saying, I just need to get away and I need to kind of be away from everything for a little bit and be in a place where nobody knows me and I'm just kind of like exploring, because that's what the 9th house is all about doing. You will change and transform through exploring other cultures and other places, or other kind of belief systems or philosophies. So taking a class or studying something, or even an author or a book can really kind of change your perspective about the world. Now, what's challenging is off the bat, the next day, the sun's going to come into a square with Pluto. So there's definitely some reevaluations of your beliefs and how you see the world. And they could be cultural, they could be, religious beliefs, they could be about, world relations, and there can be a little bit of tension and you kind of going like, ooh, do I feel good about traveling, given the state of the world? But I would say don't give in to the fear. Try to be optimistic and be solid in your belief in the universe with Pluto in your 12th house. Then finally, we're going to see on the 29th of October, Mercury will ingress into Sagittarius, moving into your 10th house of career, work, and reputation. Mercury rules relationships, clients, and partnerships, home, family, and the past. Pros is that when Mercury goes into the 10th house, we have the opportunity to expand our career ideas. You can be more optimistic with where your career could go. It really enhances professional communication and talk. So you could be meeting with people, going to job interviews, making announcements, these kinds of things. The challenge is that Mercury doesn't do well in this sign because it's a Jupiterian sign. And I think that what this is most positive for is people who are parenting, and this is most positive for people who are creative and own their own business because Jupiter is in the 5th and it rules Mercury. So if you're an artist, if you're a performer, if you're a comedian, if you're an actor or whatever, you're trying to find a way to get back into the spotlight. So you might actually enjoy this. But Mercury is in shadow as well. So you'll see in early November, it will actually retrograde out of your 10th house into the 9th, where some of you guys are going to realize that actually you're segueing in your career, or you're going back to an old job, or your relationship status is changing and you're going from being single to being in a partnership, or being married to being divorced. It could also mean that there is misunderstandings and miscommunications that are starting to kick up as early as, earlier in the month with, Mercury conjunct Mars. So, I think it's positive if you're getting ready to make big career changes or big announcements. I wouldn't be trying to rush everything during this time, because I think that, Mercury and Mars will meet again in November, and then Mercury will retrograde. So it tells me that you have to finalize marketing, you have to finalize studying, you have to maybe do some traveling or some soul searching before you make a big change when it comes to your career. And when Mercury comes into Sag, it's immediately on the 29th going to oppose Uranus in Gemini. So if you're an early degree Pisces, sun, moon, or rising, 0 to about 3 degrees, you're going to get hit with that immediately. And that tells me, because Uranus represents changes you don't see coming, this could be changes in your home, changes in your family, changes in your living situation. And this is going to spark family and career surprises. So it's about kind of adapting your ambitions according to what's going on with home or what's going on with your living situation. I think that possibly you're going to be making some big announcements about changes in relationships, good or bad, and how that's going to require you to kind of be a little bit more flexible or adjusting your career expectations so you can deal with, moving, helping parents, becoming a parent, those kinds of things can be kind of happening for you, and it can feel a little overwhelming. Just know that we want to take our time, and I think that the Mercury retrograde in November is going to be about you really deciding to pursue a path professionally that feels like it's aligning with your soul, even if that means you have to make some personal adjustments, some home and family adjustments, or relationship adjustments, so be it. So don't rush to make any big decisions to be resigning or to be launching a business this month. That's my advice. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. All right. And then for your best and most challenging days in October, I'm liking for love, the 4th and the 5th, the 7th and the 8th, the 10th, the 12th, the 13th, the 18th, the 24th through the 26th, and then the 28th and the 29th. Wow, you guys have some of the better kind of love days. So that'll be all in October. And then you have opportune days where things can kind of go your way on the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 18th, 28th, and 29th of October. Now, good career reputation days are going to be the 23rd through the 26th, and good money opportunities will happen on the 6th and the 7th of October. However, there can be some challenges and some stress on October 6th, 13th, 14th, 16th, and 22nd. So with that being said, let's take a look at what the tarot has to say for you guys. I am working with the Marigold Tarot for Halloween to kind of see what Pisces needs to know for the month ahead. The card that I get for you is the 4 of Cups. Okay, not surprised. This to me represents not getting stuck in a funk, okay? And I could see with Saturn and Neptune being back in your sign that there is a sense of being like, what is life right now? What am I doing? I feel like I'm just swimming in the cosmic soup. Where am I going? But I feel like this is about not overlooking the fact that you have a lot working in your favor. There may be things changing with work, there might be things changing with relationships, and you might feel like a little unsettled or displeased, but have appreciation and give yourself credit for what is working, what you do have. Be appreciative of what you do have. Don't overlook that. If you have your health, if you have a roof over your head, if you have a job, you're doing a lot better than a lot of other people right now. And I think that this is about really taking stock in that and having appreciation for what you do have and not trying to marinate on what's falling apart or what's breaking down. We have to find the joy. A lot of this is Jupiter in your 5th house. And I think the joy is going to come from traveling or learning something, or, going somewhere or expanding your beliefs. So if you're feeling like you're in a funk, don't stay there. Don't be in a position of feeling like you're not able to cut through, maybe feeling lost or lonely or confused. Know that things are going to improve. I think it's just a matter of shifting your perspective. And Scorpio in the 9th house, I think, speaks to the fact that, part of the lessons in life, part of where we grow is where things end and we have to let go. And the beauty and the grace that comes with acknowledging and accepting when a situation is dead and leaving it alone and saying, you know what, this is going to fertilize some new beginning. What am I learning from this? So try to focus on the silver lining. I hope you guys do well. Definitely let me know how the month plays out for you, and I'll catch you guys back here in November. All right, guys. Well, for everybody who watched all the way through, I appreciate you so very much. It's a labor of love doing these. We've been doing them for a couple of years now, and I feel like they're getting better and better. I don't know. You guys will have to let me know, but thank you for your support. Thank you for your likes, your comments, your shares. Leave me your comments below. Come back in October and let me know how some of these predictions manifest for you guys, how they play out. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can see more of my videos, like my full moons and my retrograde videos. And I will catch you guys all back here in November. Have a happy Halloween and enjoy the month of October. Take care.